Hello, hello. Looks like we're live. It's nice to see everybody. My name is Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. Today we are going to be discussing Taurus Rising. Bring, 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 ding, 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 ding. Got these fancy buttons here on this side. Nice to see you, everybody. It's nice to be back after a little tiny break I've had. Now, for those who are watching, I've recently been doing some stuff. I've got a website. You can catch me on dustincormier.com/subscribe, where you can subscribe to my email list. And there you'll be able to get informed about when I do new series, as well as, in particular, I'm writing a lot of books right now. I'm doing an astrology book, as well as some novels. So subscribe there if you'd like to hear about those. Now, this is a live session. So anybody who wants to be a part of this session can, of course, join in. I'm just getting our live chat going now. Today we will be discussing all things about Taurus Rising. I love Taurus Rising. I'm a Scorpio myself. And all the rising signs in this series go through a big master class. So today is no exception. We're going to be going through the bones of what makes up the symbol of Taurus. We're going to talk about the deities that align with Taurus from the ancient Vedas. It's going to be through Ernst Wilhelm's book. And eventually we are going to also discuss all things related to Taurus as the rising sign lord, talking about the planets that rule each of its houses. Now I'm just noticing that I got to go from Aries to Taurus here. Yeah, so I'll do that in a moment. So for all you watching, hang out with me here. We've got a long video to go through. Let's start connecting. Let's start digging into the bulk of our lesson here today. And the first thing we're going to start with is discussing what Taurus's lord, Venus, is all about archetypally as a planet. So, this is our symbolism of the planetary glyphs. These symbols make up the building blocks of what we see in astrological symbols. The basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs are represented by the following. I'm just getting my video up here. Whoopsie. Okay, so these are the basic building blocks. You'll notice, like, for example, we have the circle, the crescent, and the cross. Venus is, of course, the circle and the cross. And Mercury is made up of the same thing, but it's got these moon horns. So you'll notice Jupiter is a cross with a moon on top. Saturn is a cross with a moon on the bottom. And being on the bottom or the top has something to do, it says something about the symbol. It's interesting, that there was a time when Mars was considered to be an upside-down Venus symbol, the holy hand grenade. That was with the cross on top of the circle. But Venus is the circle on top. So what does it mean when we see a circle in a planetary glyph? The circle represents that which is boundless, eternal, infinite, without beginning and without end. It's often represented by the serpent swallowing its own tail. So this is the spirit, which shows that Venus is an important planet when it comes to the spirit. Now the cross, because in week, of course, we see with Venus, the circle is on top of the cross, right? The cross is found, wherever the cross is found, it symbolizes earth living. The cross is the opposition between the human and the divine. It's the signature of our planet. We're the rebel angels that set our will against the will of God in order to learn to be gods in our own right. So there's an important earthly individuation happening wherever we find the cross. This tells us something about Venus as its individuating principle. It has to do with our personality, our emotions. Our earth life is very much a part of what Venus symbolizes. So the circle of spirit above the cross of matter, this represents the spirit overcoming matter through love. That's why Taurus and Libra can be so good at getting through difficulties, serving others for the sake of love. It also shows the importance of Taurus as the earthier of the two, loving whatever they do, really enjoying it, actually enjoying whatever job, whatever thing it is that they're doing. It allows them to overcome matter. Venus is the power of cohesion and attraction, and it draws things together in a synthesis. Venus draws itself through the magnetic attracting power of love. Venus is a feminine, receptive force, and it never compels issues. Hopefully you guys can see me here. Yes, just checking. It seduces rather than forces things. You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, as Venus would say. Venus uses the power of persuasion in a quiet, gentle way. It rules personal affection, where the higher octave of Venus, which is Neptune, rules divine compassion. So Venus is personal, person-to-person type of affection, whereas Neptune is more of that divine sense of love. You know, love is literally a 4-letter word. The Greeks have as many names for love as the indigenous Americans have for snow. Now, in a personal chart, in your natal chart, Venus represents social urges, affection, beauty, values, what we appreciate. You know, Venus is an earth and air planet. It rules art, attraction and cohesion, melody and song, a lot of art, a lot of singing, has a love of luxury, and Venus rules the Venus blood. In the higher creative centers, it also rules the throat and larynx. Now, this is Isabelle Hickey's correlation of Venus with Taurus and the throat and singing. It's funny, there are many ways to describe the anatomy of the body. Venus ruling Taurus is going to relate with that throat and larynx. So now we're going to take a little look at what it can be expected from Taurus rising. When you have Taurus rising, I'm going to do this for now. Taurus rising, like all the rising signs, every rising sign has a nature that you can read about in, various books and kind of get a sense of the overall picture of the rising sign. We're going to read, when we dig into Taurus, a little bit about the nature of what makes Taurus tick. How is it different from Libra, having Venus as its ruler, being the earthier side of Venus. So let's read a little bit for now. We're going to begin our first reading with Astrology, a Cosmic Science by Isabelle M. Hickey. And again, this is just to give us a little taste of what's the overall picture, what's going on with Taurus here. What's the overall picture? What can be expected from Taurus Ascendant on the whole, as a personality, as a character? Let's start digging into the character arcs here. So we have Taurus on the Ascendant. This person is strong, stable, and stubborn. They are slow in reflexes. They're usually quiet until they're pushed too far, and then there is trouble. Taurus, being this fixed earth sign, is not really looking to rock any boat. But as we'll hear throughout this reading about Taurus, Taurus doesn't want to rock the boat. In order for the boat not to be rocked, sometimes you gotta rock all the other boats around in order that your boat is not rocked. So this is kind of the nature of Venus, is to bring things into personal comfort and cohesion. You have to be a little bit, roll your shoulders up and strong arm the world around you in order to bring things into that cohesion. So Taurus tends to be quiet, doesn't want to rock the boat until they are pushed too far. And then there will be trouble to be had. Taurus overall has a generally passive personality. They're quiet and unassuming as a rule. It's just generally how they are. Taurus is very possessive and fixed in their convictions. When they have a conviction about something, they're fixed on it. They're fixated. They're really going to go for it. They cannot be pushed, but they can be coaxed, like a bull. You know, the bull, you try and push them, and they're just going to plod. Oh, I'm getting pushed. All right. You know, they can't be pushed, but they can be led. They can be coaxed into things. They're open to things working better. They just got to know that it's working better. And if you're pushing an agenda on them, they're like, yeah, I can see why this is not going to be good for me. You're pushing me to do something. If we're going to work together to make something good for both of us, you got to show me some of that honey. Again, Taurus cannot be driven per se, but they can be led. Now, Taurus rising is practical. They've got a good financial sense. They're affectionate. They're good workers, but they cannot be hurried. And especially if the sun is not well placed for a Taurus, they are good workers, but they have a pace. And sometimes it frustrates them to have to change their pace on the job if it need be. It's more with Taurus sun that they have that difficulty. Taurus rising overall does what the job needs to do, but they don't prefer to be hurried. They can have difficulty with studying things, due to a slow pace of mind. But what they do study, they study very deeply. They can get a very deep, nuanced grasp of things. Taurus rising can be inclined to put on weight, for there's a love of good food here. They're short, they've got a thick neck with a square type of body. They're not aggressive. They are patient and long-suffering. They can go for a long time, hitting the bag, hitting whatever the one thing is that they're doing in order to develop whatever skills, whatever conquest they're slowly looking to defeat or conquer. They can be unreasonable, and they can be prejudiced when they are pushed too far. Jealousy must be conquered if Venus or Mars is afflicted for Taurus rising. And Taurus rising can be very forgiving. They're more loyal than probably the most loyal sign. They're fixed earth. The second most loyal sign would probably be Scorpio. But Scorpio is loyal because of how damaging it is to be backstabbed. Taurus doesn't like to be backstabbed. They might forgive. They won't forget. They'll never forget. But they're incredibly forgiving, though. Ultimately, they have the space. You've got to prove yourself. You got to bring it. You know, if you cheat on me, we got to work out what happened there. But Taurus has given themselves so completely to the other person that they will fight and carve their way to make sure that they can continue to surrender to the person through that Mars ruling the 12th and the 7th house. Taurus is not one to be taken advantage of typically, but anybody with bad planetary situations can have difficulty with communication, difficulty with love, difficulty with romantic and relationship hygiene, even Taurus. It all depends on the individual chart. Now, of course, there is a difference between the sun and the rising sign. I often like to read about the rising sign from two different books. One of them is what we just read, which was Isabelle and Hickey. Izzy Hickey gives us a sort of esoteric overall picture of the rising sign. Now, for some extra information, this bit comes from Stephen Arroyo's Chart Interpretation Handbook. What I like about Stephen Arroyo's reading is that he tells us, this is what we usually expect from Taurus sun, when the sun is in Taurus, and this is how Taurus rising is different. For those of you who have Taurus rising, it might give you a little bit more clarity as to, you might have heard things about Taurus sign in general, but a lot of that will come from the sun being in Taurus. And the sun in Taurus is kind of stubborn. The sun does not like to be in Taurus. It has Venus for an enemy. There's a stubborn, and it's not a big fan of earth signs. So the sun develops a sort of stubbornness, as an arrogant, strong-headedness with the sun in Taurus. Taurus rising has much more play. So let's read about it. This is now Taurus Ascendant by Stephen Arroyo, another Western astrologer. What we read is that Taurus Ascendant is methodical, controlled, and has measured movements that often seem like holding a pose. They have a deep dislike of being rushed. They have strong aesthetic and pleasure-motivated streaks in their nature. Aesthetic. That's a psychedelic word to use there, because Taurus is like that with everything. Timothy Leary, who's I'm a big fan of, talks about something called neurogenetic harmony. Why is it that one person would do well with one person and not another? You've got your Becky, your Veronica, and your Sue, or whatever. Do you like the dark black-haired girl, or do you like more of the earthy brown-haired girl, or the sort of social blonde-haired girl? I guess I'm a guy, so for you girls, I'm sure this sounds stupid, but this is how Taurus rising can think. They can think in types. I'm recently obsessed with Final Fantasy VII. There's this game where the main character can choose two different girls. The black-haired crow girl, Tifa, or the brown-haired, down-to-earth, easygoing girl, Aerith. And everyone's in a tither of which one's the right relationship. I guess those things happen. Soapbox type stuff. But there are two types to the male psyche, to the psyche in general. And this is how Taurus can often think, is in types like this, which, it's not such a bad thing. If you know what you like, you're going to gravitate towards it. And there's a truth to that. Neurogenetic aesthetic harmony. Like they say in the color wheel, orange and blue go together. That's the only one I can think of. Orange and blue are classic colors that work together. Taurus has this aesthetic sense, and they can sense auras typically. And they can sense if I've got an orange aura and you've got a blue aura, that's going to have a color wheel combination that is a neurogenetic harmony. Something in our genes that work together well, that work better than I would with another person. Of course, you can be stubborn about anything, and we all have to be patient, learn who we are and the other person is to really know how it's gonna work in a relationship. So they've got a strong aesthetic and pleasure-motivated streak in their nature. Taurus can be lazy or steadily productive. Taurus rising can be lazy or steadily productive, but they still insist on doing everything in their own way and at their own pace. Now, the sign position of Venus is strongly going to affect how ambitious or dynamic this person is. Now, Taurus Sun more often seems lazy than Taurus Rising, probably because the Sun is the essential vital energy. So the vital energy is sitting in Taurus, which is this fixed Earth sign. So Taurus Sun is a bit more lazy. And they also seem to be more predictively possessive. The ego of the Sun is in Taurus, which has Libra on its 8th house. It has more of this like ego-driven possessiveness. Taurus Sun and Rising, they both want to enjoy everything they do, and therefore they refuse to rush anything. It's not about putting the orange in your belly and saying, good, I've gotten that out of the way. It's all about enjoying the orange the whole way. It's almost probably a drag for a Taurus Rising when the orange ends, when the sex session ends, when the thing, whatever they're doing, they enjoy the whole way through. It's like, it's too bad that that's done, but the ball's got to go down if it wants to go up. That's how you play baseball. So they refuse to rush anything, lest they interfere with the pleasure that they're deriving from the here and now. Beautiful. This is an extremely physical and sensual approach to life. And there's a strong need for closeness, affection, and security. I've seen that in Taurus Moon as well. But Taurus Rising is really going to color the whole chart to be this sort of person. So, beautiful. We've scratched a little bit into the nature of Taurus Rising. Now, before we move on too far too fast, let's start delving a little bit into Vedic cosmology. This next bit is going to be coming from Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm. The Graha Sutras is a text based on something called Parashara, or Shastra. Do I have a copy of it here? My copy's upstairs. Parashara is one of the ancient sages that lived however long ago. Some people say, Parashara, I think, might have been like 4,000 years ago, possibly even further back. No, not 4,000. Probably more like between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. I should burn that in my brain as to the date here. It's hard to say because it's such antiquity going on here. But Parashara was the linchpin. He was the guy who channeled, he looked inside of himself and he saw the signs and he saw the planets and he saw the tropical zodiac. And he said to his followers, this thing is happening inside of me, and as above, so below. You'll find if you translate what I see within to the stars and planets above, you'll find, voila, astrology. So Parashara is the godfather of, some people say that this information is the key that inspired many cultures. Because there was a time when India, Greece, Egypt all came together and it was a melting pot. Whether it was India or Greece that started it all is debated. I kind of think it's India, but that's a much debated topic, at least where it comes to the tropical signs. Egypt had its own 18 sign thing going on. Hello there, Monica. Nice to see you. Looks like we got our first person hanging out with us here. Ooh, wrong button. Nice to see you, Monica. Of course, for everybody, this is a live stream, so if you have any questions, you want to say hello, you can please feel free. Now, Parashara begins his text. Hello there, Natalie. Nice to see you. Parashara begins his text by one of the first things he digs into in his text is the avatars of the planets. For those who are hanging out with us here, we're talking about now the avatars of the Graha Sutras. Now, Parashara talks about these avatars because Vishnu is the infinite, eternal, living being who's dreaming that we are all individuals. And the first broad stroke of the dreamer's brush is the avatars of Vishnu. So, there's Rama, there's Krishna, there's Narasimha, all of these different things. There's Buddha, who is considered to be an avatar of Vishnu. And of course, there's also Vamana, which is Jupiter. For the avatar of Venus, we have somebody called Parashurama. Parashurama. And that's Rama with the X. And this is the avatar of Venus. So this is a little story here that is often given to describe, again, it's the avatar of Venus. Parashara gives this character, who was an avatar of Vishnu, and that he said this avatar of Vishnu relates to Venus. When Parashara gives something like that, if we know the story of Purusharama, it tells us something about the nature of Venus and of how Venus operates. And every planet has a divine nature and a divine quality to it. And so the divine nature of Venus can be described through this character. We all have... It's funny because Earth living is limited, but divine nature is infinite. But divine nature has to fit itself into our earthly living. Hello there, Lassie Herbert. I'm glad that you're enjoying these videos. So, Venus is a funny one because it's Rama with the axe. We're going to find that this character, Parashurama, is has affection towards specific things and specific people, and even will kill those who are not on his page. So this is the funny thing about the divine nature of something like Venus having to do what it has to do in order to, again, rock the other boats in order that its own boat doesn't get rocked. That's the nature of Venus. Whoops. So Purusharama was the son of Jamadagni, and due to some misbehavior of his grandmother, Purusharama was born of a Brahmin priest-caste family, but he had the qualities of a kshatriya, which is the warrior class of ancient Vedic times. So in his early life, there was a powerful king that came to the ashram of Purusharama's father. And this divine king stole his father's divine cow. Purusharama found this out, and he pursued this guy in order to kill him and his entire army single-handedly in order to return that cow to my dad. It's my dad's cow. Now, his father was disappointed in him when he did this, and he scolded him for his impatience and for the sin of killing a king. It's kind of like, this Anakin thing. He went and killed all these people, and he killed this king, because kings have a divinity to them, according to the old Vedic ways. So his father requested Purusharama. Hey, Anana, nice to see you, my dear. His father requested Purusharama to go on a 1-year pilgrimage to the sacred site of the sacred rivers in order to purify himself of this. So he went and did it. He returned home. So he saw his mother while fetching water on the banks of a river. And he saw a demigod playing in the water and thought how handsome he was. So this was Jamadagni's wife. It was Purusharama's mother thought the demigod was a hot guy. So she came back to Jamadagni, and he knew that the thoughts she had. The thought that a man other than her husband was handsome was considered a sin at the time. It's some of that Taurus rising jealousy of Venus. So Jamadagni called his sons and commanded that they kill their mother. They were hesitant to kill their mother at their father's angry command. So Jamadagni called Purusharama, who was his youngest son, and told him to kill his mother and his brothers. And without hesitation, Parashara did so. Jamadagni was pleased, told Purusharama to ask for a boon. Purusharama asked that his mother and brothers be returned to life and that they not remember what had happened. There's a psychedelic figure all throughout the mythology of Venus in the Vedas, that it can bring people back to life. And this is one of the birth stories of that consciousness. It reinvigorates, it revitalizes things. And it's worth just mentioning here that for anyone interested in the mythology of Venus in the Vedas, that this is a key theme. So that dude, that old king that Purusharama killed, their sons were nursing hatred against Purusharama because he killed their father. So he was out hunting, and while he was hunting, those folks came and killed Jamadagni, Purusharama's father. He heard the cries of his mother, saw his dead father. He left everything in the hands of his brothers. He grabbed a huge axe, and at that time he decided to kill all kshatriyas. He killed all the 10,000 sons of Kartavirya, who was that other king. And this did not appease his anger. His pride rampant, he would not brook any insult, not resting until he had punished the offender. With his pride as an excuse, he went around the world 21 times, killing kshatriyas, the other warriors, all warriors. He performed sacrificial rites to purify his sins of killing so many kings, and his purpose was to rid the world of evil kshatriyas. He was loyal. It's a fucked up story. It's very Anakin, like I said. So Parashara was loyal and devoted to his father, which Venus is the graha, the planet of loyalty and devotion. If Venus is well situated in the horoscope, a person's capable of great loyalty and devotion. But there was pride in this character, and this is characteristic of Venus, the most proud of all the grahas, of all the planets. The pride of Venus is the pride that knows that all people are created equal and thus should receive equal treatment. That's why Venus is connected with justice in the tarot, in a lot of things. With Libra, you'll often see things correlated with Libra. Justice is blind. It doesn't see. It just operates with energetic equilibrium. So, if Venus is well disposed in the horoscope, a person has a proper sense of self-worth and inherent pride. If you've got a good Venus, then you have pride, you have honor, especially in Japanese culture. You find the samurais are all about this. If they're in a fight, like Japanese samurai culture is very Venus. They would even ascribe it to the metal element, which is related to Venus according to a lot of ideas of Taoist alchemy. The Japanese samurais were so big on honor that if you're a warrior, you're fighting against another warrior, if you drop your sword and you're going to die, the other person who's the other samurai, they'll give you your sword. And you can look at them and you'd say, I'm very lucky to have fought an honorable opponent like you. And you've given me the chance to die with honor. And then you commit seppuku. I'll see you on the other side. And then you die. And you died with honor because you killed yourself. So this is like that pride, which is messed up in some ways, but there's something about that connection to a higher principle, which you hold in higher regard than your own resistance to pain in your own life. You consider those higher principles in higher regard than even your own life. There's a beauty to that. It can get very indolent. But this is the nature of Venus. There's a divinity in this, what we call pride. Pride is an interesting word here, but this is the one Ernst uses, and I get it. I get it. Now, individuals with an afflicted Venus, with a bad Venus. Hello there, Lucas. Nice to see you. Somebody with an afflicted, difficult Venus suffers from a lack of self-worth. And thus, they often find themselves in insulting or degrading circumstances. Somebody with a rough Venus is not going to make sure that they don't get insulted because they kind of don't care. And they're laissez-faire. They're almost ignorant. They're lazy in a bad way about showing up to the world with dignity. They lack dignity. They lack that honor when their Venus is really afflicted. And it's not a spiritual, I have no ego thing. It's, if you had no ego, then dignity would be a function of the divine spirit that you don't attach or detach from. This is what this story is telling us. Ego gets in the way and says, I'm spiritual. I have no pride. I have no dignity. And it's that person that finds themselves in insulting or degrading circumstances. You're allowed to take care of yourself. You're allowed to consider yourself worthy and valuable because Venus is part of the divine nature of Vishnu, which is the eternal living spirit. So it's hard to imagine our gentle Venus being associated with this ruthless Purusharama. But Venus rules the water element, which is responsible for providing growth. The death of one thing naturally leads to the growth of another. For that reason, Saturn, who is death, is exalted in the Venus-ruled sign of Libra. The many deaths caused by Purusharama allowed for upward mobility and growth of others. In fact, these others were more deserving than the evil Kshatriyas that Purusharama was born to kill. The highest use of death is growth, and that's Saturn exalted in the sign of Venus. Likewise, in nature, the dead make the best fertilizer. And lastly, Purusharama spent much of his time performing rites that would free him from the sin of killing so many kings. Venus is the planet, the graha, which rules this kind of cleansing of the mind and of the spirit. All those rituals and rites with which we may cleanse the stain of our actions. So Venus is important for forgiveness, and it's important for self-compassion. Venus is important for that very magical element of repentance, which many religions base themselves on. Venus is the guru of the asuras in the ancient Vedic mythology, whereas Jupiter is the guru of the devas, the gods, the internal inherent virtues of the spirit. Venus is the guru of the asuras, which is the earthbound side of spirit. So dealing with when we on earth we're bound to not always do things right. But I'm Venus Amakaraka, and what I often say in my writing, one of the things that I've written is the river needs no apology on its way back to the ocean. The river needs no forgiveness on the way back to the ocean. Whatever way it's got to carve is part of its nature. And in the same way, we're bound to mess up. We're bound to make mistakes on Earth. Venus is what allows us to relieve ourselves of the pain of having done wrong, of having been given karma that makes life difficult for us. It washes it away with the water element. So we can focus our minds, relieve ourselves of the nervous tension of guilt and shame, and focus on the present moment, which we know Taurus is so bound for doing. But Venus in general is like this. Now, that was our avatar of Venus. Now, Graha Sutras also talks about what is called the Deva, the presiding deities of Venus. And here we have the Deva Sachi as well as Lakshmi. Venus is Lakshmi. If you've ever heard of Lakshmi, who is the wife of Vishnu, which is a big deal. Now, the avatars describe one dimension of the divine nature of the planet, the Graha. The deities is Parashara is using these figures. This Parashara, who is this divine seer, a rishi, who just sees the eternal nature of things. His followers came to him and said, Parashara, what's it all about? What are these planets? And Parashara is like, okay, if you want to know what Venus is all about, it is, if you want to connect it to an avatar, it's Purusharama. If you want to connect it to a deity, it's Sachi and Lakshmi. And this is the first thing he says in the book. In Vedic writing, the first thing spoken tends to have a priority. If the rishi said this first, then everything else comes from that, in a way. So there's a lot to the nature of these planets being described here. That's why this book is so magical. It's Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm. So let's talk about Sachi, who is the deity of Venus. Sachi, or Sachi Devi, as she's more appropriately called, is the consort of Indra. So this is the consort of Indra, which is interesting because Indra is Jupiter. So there's lots of connections between Venus and Jupiter, even though they are incompatible in a lot of ways. Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. But they are the gurus, and they have to work together. And it shows through Vedic literature that they have inroads where there are beautiful connections between them. In this case, Sachi, the deity of Venus, is the wife, the consort of Indra. So Sachi accompanies Indra in all of his exploits, though more so in spirit than in body. She's making it all worth it for him. She's the woman behind the man, who is Indra. And Indra is, of course, the great conqueror. It's our own capacity to use our Indriyas. There's something, Ernst is so good. There's something very psychedelic here. Our Indriyas is our nervous system. It's our internal sense organs. And it relates to Vata and wind. You can use your willpower, your prana, to throw your energy at anything. And Indra is the great conqueror of all. If you know how to tap into meditation, move prana through your chakras, you can defeat any asura, any blocked chakra, by constantly focusing and intoning energy on that chakra, breathing prana through it, and working it out. You got a problem with your heart chakra, you breathe through it, and then you say, you act on it. Oh, I've got to work out my heart chakra. You talk to people. If you got something blown out in your svadhisthana chakra, you breathe energy through it, you focus on it, and then you apply tapasya. You do things that appease the svadhisthana chakra. You practice brahmacharya. You know, you do things to get in tune with your sexual energy so you're not leaking it out everywhere. All of these conscious uses of prana is Indra, who is the conqueror of all. When you look in the Vedas, Indra is the conqueror of all. And Indra is the soul that exists inside of all of us, who is manipulating the whole energy field to do what we do. Now, Indra can use his power to do anything. The woman behind the man, which is the power behind the soul, is Sachi. So it's this Venus, it's the divine mother, it's this enjoyment, it's this nurturing of the soul that allows us to keep putting energy towards our difficulties, our obstructions. It's one thing to have willpower. It's another thing to be sustained by the deliciousness of conquering our weaknesses, conquering our limits. And Venus, Sachi, the divine mother, is this promise that not only can we do anything, but it's delicious to do so, because it brings us back into the wholeness of the infinite spirit. That is that water that Jesus said by the well. You drink this water in this well, you'll be thirsty again, but you drink my water of self-realization, you'll never be thirsty anymore. That doesn't say that in Ernst's book, by the way. I should paraphrase that. That's me channeling in my own way. Now let's get back to our reading of what Ernst says here. Sachi is the woman behind the man who is Indra, the conqueror of the great soul. Now only through the talismans that Sachi places upon Indra is he able to become victorious. Indra is always wearing these talismans, these little necklacey things and bracelets. They're usually a circular talisman that has some kind of spell, some kind of words on it that brings it some kind of power. Sachi empowers Indra and is inseparable from him. This goes to show the power of mantras and these things as well when it comes to using your will to conquer things. Magic with a K. Sachi thus has equal influence on Indra's doings, although she works behind the scenes. While Indra represents the active divinity that succors man, Sachi is the passive divinity who heals, nourishes, and satiates without her presence even being known. If she is scorned, if the good she has to freely offer is rejected, she quickly becomes angry and jealous, and thereafter withholds her gifts, after which man succumbs to illness and ill fate. So it's important to be thankful. It's important to have grace when life gives you the power of great will. Through Indra, you got to make sure to wink at the lady who's channeling that energy through you, or else you won't be able to hold that energy for long. Indra performs the actions which allow for well-being and satiation and satisfaction. But Sachi is the object of well-being and satiation and satisfaction itself. Indra is the thunder and lightning which frees the rain from the clouds. But the rain itself is Sachi, Shakti. Shiva is the thunder, Shakti is the energy. And the rain is, of course, an aspect of Ambu as well. You know, this is where Venus and the moon kind of come together as relating to very similar arcs of the Divine Mother. Now, this is something very interesting, and Ernst Wilhelm talks about all this a lot in his videos. This relationship between the three of Indra, which is Jupiter, Sachi, which is Venus, and Ambu, which is the moon, is revealed and unveiled by the fact that Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. The moon is exalted in the sign of Taurus, which is ruled by Venus. And Venus is exalted in the sign of Pisces, which is ruled by Jupiter. Right? Venus goes into Pisces. Pisces, which rules Jupiter, goes into Cancer. The moon, which rules Cancer, goes into Taurus. And then Venus, which rules Taurus, goes into Pisces. So there's a very special connection there with those three. Now, inwardly, Sachi and Indra, it's Venus and Jupiter, have a very similar effect, and they always accompany each other. Indra, or Jupiter, represents virtuous action and moral deeds. But Sachi, Venus, gives the healthy pride that empowers mankind and womankind to live virtuously. It's this carrying dimension of this virtue that is different from the moral code itself. Thinking something is right is different from feeling that something is right. If Venus is afflicted, therefore, an individual does not have the self-respect necessary for good actions to feel worthwhile. This is very important for Taurus. You need this self-respect and self-value to feel good about doing good actions for your own sake. It's coming from you. There's no ego about it. Now, Indra, Jupiter, represents the spiritual practices. But Sachi, Venus, represents the devotion which motivates the spiritual seeker and the satisfaction that comes from the performance of the practices. So Jupiter is the practices and being able to be good at it, going deeply with it. But Venus keeps us coming back to our practices. What brings you to the mat today? What brings you to your yoga mat? What brings you to your meditation room today? It could be a Jupiter thing, which is just that you want to get really good at something for your own sake. And that's Indra. It just wants to do good and be good and really do well. But it's really Venus. Even Jupiter has a devotional quality to it. But it's Venus that, Venus is Zen. When you devote time in a devotional way to something that is enjoyable, that's based on love, like a spiritual practice, your brain kind of melts. The forebrain sort of melts. You're not thinking as heavily and harshly about doing some important thing. It's Zen. You're just sitting, letting the world go. And the respite that comes back to the nervous system, that regeneration that comes from doing that good thing, is the good feeling of Venus. That's why when it comes to Venus, it's this sort of like, it's like, why does a dog drink water? Because it knows it's good? A dog doesn't drink water because it thinks, I have kidneys and a bladder. And if I don't drink this water, my kidneys and bladder are going to shrivel up. It doesn't know that it has kidneys. It doesn't know that it has a bladder. All it knows is it licks it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's good. That's a thing I need to do. That's what my ancestors have always done. It feels good. I don't need to think about doing it because I know it feels good. So I'm just going to go and do it. Dog doesn't think when it drinks water. And this is Venus. Venus just, it feels and tastes the water of what that devotion brings. It knows the bhakti. It knows the spiritual practices taste good, and it keeps them coming back. It's rajasic, but it's still divine. And it can be funneled into sattva if it is combined with Jupiter. Tamas is like fixing things, Rajas is being passionate about things, and Sattva is the Goldilocks. It's right in the middle. It's the true spiritual quality that we find in the Bhagavad Gita. Now, one last little extra note here. Venus also resonates with Lakshmi. Lakshmi is another deity associated with Venus. Lakshmi is the consort of Vishnu, and she is the goddess of prosperity. Lakshmi is not a deity of wealth, but of prosperity. Prosperity being the ability to acquire at will that which one needs in order to fulfill their dharma. So to be prosperous is not the same as being wealthy. Imagine somebody who's born with $10 billion and then they lose most of it. They piss it away. They don't know what they're doing. Their parents didn't teach them well, and they end up in their 30s with $1 billion. Well, they're still wealthy, aren't they? But they weren't prosperous, right? So Lakshmi, through Venus, is the goddess of prosperity, the ability to acquire at will that which one needs in order to fulfill their dharma, their purpose. As the goddess of prosperity, Venus is the power, Lakshmi is the power, through which Vishnu is able to manifest. Manifesting always requires the means, the prosperity, to manifest. So Venus is really about getting what I need in order to manifest. Manifesting is a multi-layered process, but Taurus and Libra together are what bring us the resources and the feeling that we're constantly bringing in the resources needed in order to do what we have to do at the highest that we could do it, that we want to do it. You know, me, I'm writing a bunch of books right now. I'm using Venus the best I can to save money, to do what I can, so that when these books finally come out, I'm going to have a whole bunch of them. I'm going to have to print some. And the more that I can print, the more I can drive around, go to chapters, and be that guy at the front, selling my books, you know, talking about my books, the more that I need that prosperity in order to take my dharma, my wishes, my desire, the furthest that they can go. I don't know why I lost my widget here. Thank you very much, Jules. Widget will automatically connect. Why is this a thing? I guess I'm occasionally gonna have to. What the heck is happening here? I'm just gonna bring my chat back. For whatever reason, I seem to have lost it for the moment. Hopefully this brings it back. No. Yes. Awesome, Jules. So I'm glad to hear that you're with me on the book thing. So everybody, let's hang out for a little longer, but you know, I've been drinking these smoothies in the morning and it makes me have to pee. So how about we take a quick bathroom break? Thanks for watching with me. If you're watching, we're going to do a quick bathroom break and we're going to come back. We're going to continue talking about Taurus. So I'll see you guys in just 1 second. So let's continue on. Next up, we're going to start getting into a little bit of deeper Vedic astrology theory. Let's dig into the next part of our video today, which is going to discuss these groupings. What are the groupings of the planets? So you've probably seen this if you watched any, you know, I talk about this a lot in my videos, is that you'll notice that there's a split in the zodiac between the fire and water signs and their rulers, and the earth and air signs and their rulers. Spirit, the inner soul, tends to be ruled by the fire and water signs. That's Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter. Whereas the material embodied soul rules the air and earth signs. They're both different parts of the soul. But this is a very key distinction because it relates in some ways with the friendships of these planets. So Venus rules Libra and Taurus, that's air and earth. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, it's air and earth. Saturn rules Aquarius, traditionally, and Capricorn, it's air and earth. Aquarius' primary rulership is Saturn, even though Uranus today has a modern correlation with it. Saturn will always still be the primary ruler of Aquarius. So those guys rule air and earth signs. Now we look on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter side of things. We see that they are ruled by, they rule the fire and water signs. Leo and Cancer are the Sun and Moon respectively. Aries is fire, Scorpio's water. Sagittarius is fire, Pisces is water, right? So again, Scorpio is primarily ruled by Mars, Jupiter is primarily ruled by Pisces, or Pisces is primarily ruled by Jupiter. Even in today's time, as I would say. So these are this split in the zodiac. Now, I seem to have put in the wrong ones. Here we go. So for the earth and air signs, we see they're always going to be ruled by Venus, Saturn, and Mercury. Venus rules Taurus and Libra, as we can see here. And this does resonate in some ways with the friendships of the planets. There are exceptions to this, but this is generally how the friendships are going to flow together. Saturn, Venus, and Mercury are generally grouped together. So we can see that Venus has Saturn and Mercury for a friend. It's neutral. It has Jupiter and Mars as neutrals. And then Venus's enemies are the sun and the moon. It's interesting that those soul planets are places where Venus would get messed up, because Venus can't, the main thing to understand there is that Venus cannot express its healthy pride if it is getting tangled up in the soul, in the ego. It's like we've been saying, when the sun is in Taurus, it can cause difficulty. The sun and Venus are antagonistic to each other. When Venus is starved or agitated by the sun or the moon, the soul is getting in the way of Venus being fair, treating things with honor. Like if the sun and the moon were eating Venus in a samurai's chart, the samurai, they don't want to die. They want to die with honor. So they commit that seppuku if they get captured by the enemy. A Venus whose sun or moon, their kingdom is more important than their honor. So it's like, I'd rather not die. If you let me off, I'll tell you something about, I'll tell you some secret. I'll tell you something. And then I can go back to my wife, my kids, get back to my farm. I can expand on my life. So screw the seppuku thing, screw this honor thing. I need to continue my soul. That's like the sun and moon eating Venus. Also, what happens there is that it becomes difficult for them to relate in a fair way, to be completely transparent when it comes to emotional relationship hygiene. The sun and the moon basically say, my emotional needs or my career is more important than the promise we made, honey. I can't, I told you that we would want to see each other every Thursday night. That was our date night. Well, my career has this big opportunity on Thursday night and I can't do it tonight. So let's just reschedule. That's like an example of the sun eating Venus. Yeah, so for bliss to be, keep in mind, bliss to be, that I am a tropical Vedic astrologer. So I use tropical signs. But anybody watching this video, if you're a sidereal practitioner, it's the same thing. If I was doing a transit video, then I'd say Pluto is in Aquarius right now for a tropical astrologer, and that would mean something. But for this, we're talking about the archetypes of Taurus rising, so it doesn't matter if you're Western, tropical, or if you're sidereal. Good question. Thanks for asking. But I will say that I am a tropical user, a Western user. So we'll talk more about the Venus having the sun and moon as enemies eventually. So let's start talking about planetary lords. This is a huge dimension of my readings. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, every natural talent or skill we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. So this is like, when we see this Leo rising chart, we see that there's the green, which is auspicious signs, and then we see the red, which is inauspicious. So it generally tends to be that every rising, and this will generally be based on this. If you have Taurus rising, then the signs ruled by Mercury and Saturn are going to tend to be good, auspicious, and the signs ruled by the Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter are going to be inauspicious. And that's why this dude has strength in one arm, but weakness in the other arm. Right? Every rising sign is going to have a predilection. So this is why we say don't fret and don't feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets. When you learn that Taurus rising has a difficult time with the Sun, with the Moon, with Mars, and with Jupiter. Everybody ultimately deals with the same cards in the deck. And all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. So often the metaphor I give here is, like if you ever played Pokemon cards, you'd play this game and, they've made Pokemon cards where you can't have OP cards. You can't have an overpowered card. So if you got lucky in the old game and you got a Charizard, the shiny Charizard, and you drop a Charizard, it's like, here it comes, you're holding it off, and everyone's like, oh, what's he going to play? Boom! Oh, it's a Charizard! Oh, it's a Charizard! And then you'd play that Charizard, and it has this move that could beat any enemy. And it's like, oh, he used the Charizard. Well, we might as well stop playing. Astrology there's no Charizards in astrology. Even though you have some weak houses, you'll compensate for it with your strong houses. So there's no bad signs. There's no bad houses. There's no bad rising signs. Taurus rising is no better than any other sign, intrinsically. It all has to do with the alchemy of where the planets are situated that makes up how your soul's doing, right? So, what do planetary lords mean to the rising sign, the ascendant? The ascendant is the life path, numero uno. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first glimmer of light in the chart. Meaning, we have the sun, we have the moon, we have all the luminaries, but our perspective on Earth is like the funnel. It's the filter for how we experience those planets in their signs. That's why if you're born at the same on the same day as another person, but you're born with two completely different rising signs, a Taurus rising is going to experience the sun in Scorpio in a much different way than a Libra rising is going to experience the sun in Scorpio and the moon in this place or that, right? So the rising sign is the first filter for the planetary energies. Now, the auspiciousness or goodness of a planet depends on the nature of the soul intention of the consciousness using it. And even cruel and malefic planets are useful in their own way. The planets don't change, but each person's nature wields each planet differently, and they expand their life force through each planet differently, according to the instincts of the ascendant, the rising sign. Nature of planets due to... Oh, this is interesting. This is not the thing that I'm looking for. Okay, I guess this is an extra. Okay, cool. So this is an extra page, which is interesting, but it's not supposed to be in the flow of my presentation, so I'm sorry about that. So let's continue moving on here. Hopefully you guys can still see me. Yes. Okay. So bring it all together. What defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? It all comes down to the intention of the rising sign, the ascendant, at least so far as yogas are concerned. What makes one house more positive than another it's the rising sign's nature that defines these houses. Now, here's a very interesting thing that you're going to see in every one of these videos that I do in this series. So the general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. So when we say a house lord, the lord of the 5th house, the lord of the 9th house, it's going to be in the whole sign system, because we are using the whole sign system here, folks. You know, when you see this Taurus rising chart here, you're always going to note that the houses are separated by the signs. And so it's the whole sign house system. And this is what defines the auspicious or inauspicious houses and the lords. I guess that's what I wanted to show here. So Taurus rising has Libra ruling its 6th house. So Venus is the 1st lord and the 6th lord. That's what we mean when we talk about the lords of these houses, right? So, whoopsie doodle. Every ascendant is going to modify these general rules slightly. But this is the basic logic here. It's the lord of the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th house, which are what called the trikona lords. These guys are basically always auspicious. These are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. The 1st, 5th, and 9th are the trinal houses. They're going to be the same element as the rising sign. Just need to make a note for myself to fix that later. So the 1st, 5th, and 9th is always going to be auspicious and special for every rising sign. They are the most auspicious. And in fact, they follow a hierarchy. The 9th house is the most auspicious. It gives you the most luck, the most prosperity. In fact, there's something called a Lakshmi yoga, and it usually involves the 9th house and the 9th lord to bring prosperity, to bring into your reality the things that you need to do what you want to do. Now, the lords of the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and 10th houses, these are, of course, the kendras. These are the cardinal corner points of the chart. These are auspicious or inauspicious, depending on their gentle or cruel nature. And we can see that in this little example here. Yeah, this thing is all weird the way I did this particular presentation. So when it comes to angles, usually the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th are going to be auspicious or inauspicious depending on if they're a malefic or not. There are notable changes. For the example of Taurus rising here, we see Scorpio rules the 7th house. Scorpio is the 7th house. And Mars rules the 7th house. So usually Mars ruling the 7th house, hi auspice, nice to see you. When Mars rules a cardinal sign like the 7th house, a cardinal house, this usually indicates that Mars is a malefic, so that should be a good thing. And it is a good thing to have a malefic ruling the 7th house. The only problem with Mars is that it's tied into the 12th house. We can see the 12th house can generally be neutral, but for Taurus rising, when you combine the 12th and the 7th houses together, it becomes inauspicious. So Mars is a difficult planet for Taurus rising. It's more kind of neutral. It's not that bad, but it's considered to be inauspicious. Now, a better true example here is Aquarius for Taurus rising is ruled by Saturn. That's a malefic planet. So the reason is because malefics, when they rule an angle, angles are considered to bring opportunity. They bring confrontation. We bump into the world. I always have this image of, you're imagining you're holding like a square on top of your head, like a big square platform, into a narrow hallway with furniture in it. You're trying to walk through that hallway in the dark. You walk around and boom, oops, you bump into that chair with this big square thing, one of the peaks of the square. You keep walking through and boom, you bump into something else. The cardinal corners, the kendras, the angles, tend to be like this. They bring opportunity. So you want a malefic to be ruling an angle, because then it's going to be discerning about what it lets in. It's going to be hard and discerning about whatever's going on with that angle. It's considered, it's like a goalie, or it's like a bouncer. You don't want Venus ruling. You don't want Venus or necessarily Mercury or necessarily the moon ruling an angle, because these planets are benefics. They're kind of like, that's okay. If imagine you had a bouncer at a club and they were not strong and they were not firm, just letting anybody in. Then the club has everybody in there, and it's not exactly what you want. You want a good immune system, stopping the pathogens at the door. And that's why Saturn, the Sun, and Mars tend to be better as malefics ruling angles. But there's many things that can bring different things into play. It's for this reason that the Sun is considered really neutral. For other reasons, the Sun ruling the 4th house is not necessarily entirely bad either. We're going to talk about that as we go along with Taurus Rising. But the general rule is that you want malefics ruling the angles. For Taurus Rising, it's technically got 3 malefics ruling the other angles, which is a nice thing. Now, the lords of houses 2, 8, and 12 tend to be considered neutral. Usually the 2nd house, the 8th house, and the 12th house will be ruled by another planet, and they'll be tied into whatever the energy is associated there. For example, for Taurus Rising, for the 2nd house, we have Taurus ruling is Gemini for the 2nd house. And Gemini is sharing its rulership with Mercury, which is Virgo. So since Virgo and Gemini are both ruled by Mercury, the 2nd house is painted auspicious. It's painted positive. Now for the 8th house, we have Jupiter. The 8th house is neutral. But the most inauspicious houses are the 11th, the 6th, and the 3rd. So sometimes you can overrule. That's why that's why we say that each rising sign is going to modify these rules slightly. So the 2nd, 8th, and 12th are considered neutral. They're painted by the color of the other lords. Now, before we go on, I just want to say we have Taurus Rising here, and it rules the 1st house, the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th. So Mars rules the 12th and the 7th. It's a bit of a tricky, again, that's why Mars is almost considered neutral, almost in the same way that the Sun is. But Mars is considered inauspicious by Parashara and by the classics. So sometimes there will be contradictions to these general rules, but the flavor of the rule still consists there. That's why Mars is almost kind of neutral, but considered inauspicious. And Jupiter, of course, rules the 8th and the 11th. Now, the lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th houses are particularly difficult. These lords cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and our enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. And they're also yoga breakers. So if you have a yoga for wealth, desire, purpose, etc., one of these could break it. If you have a Lakshmi yoga, which I believe would be like, for example, I think probably an example. I better not, it involves the 9th house. I think you can have like the 9th and the 4th lords together, and you have to have the rising sign lord strong. And these things would bring together a Lakshmi yoga. But, that depends on all of the planets involved. So if you have, there can be many different types of yogas. If you have, you know, even something like, what would be a good example here? You know, Mercury and Mars together for a Taurus rising. If you have Mercury and Mars together, you have the 5th lord, which is a positive Mercury. Mercury is always positive for Taurus rising. And Mars, though, is a little bit difficult. Mercury and Mars don't have the best relationship. And Mars rules the 12th house. It's not a good example because it's not one of these main yoga breakers. So a better example would be like, let's say, all of the yoga breakers are just brutal for Taurus rising. You know what's a good one, though, is Venus. So let's say we have Venus and Mercury for a Taurus rising. It would still be a very good thing. It would be mostly good rather than bad. But because Venus rules the 1st house and the 6th house, the 6th house is considered auspicious, but it's still going to bring damage and difficulty. So if you have Venus and Mercury together, let's say in the sign of Scorpio, you have the 1st lord, which is an angle, and the 5th lord, which is a trine. They're coming together in a yoga. They like each other. It's mostly all good. But the fact that Venus rules the 6th house means that there would be some pain and difficulty in that yoga. Even though it's considered auspicious, still, the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th house are particularly difficult. They cause us to waste power and activity. In that case, the 6th house would bring tension, agitation, possibly debt would probably most likely be the case. It would be a debt they would have to work off. But Taurus would be good at working that debt off. It's part of what Taurus does is when it's, especially when it's got a yoga with Venus, it gets into debt and it knows that it can pay that debt off by reliably focusing on it. And that causes to lose some of its elastic snap. But that's the nature of the 6th lord, painted a little bit auspicious for Taurus rising. It's kind of a blessed thing that the 6th lord is painted positive in this way. Now, the 11th house is the most difficult. So Jupiter, which is an important benefic, is taking the neutral 8th house and painting it of the inauspiciousness of the 11th house. Because the 11th house is ultimately, it's egotistical. It's considered the most evil because it has this desire to be materially well. For Taurus rising, it's still Jupiter, so there's spirituality behind it always, but it's going to carry 11th and 8th house connotations. The 8th house making it unstable, the 11th house making it a desire to succeed and to have some kind of high regard in society and life with success. For Taurus rising, it's very willing and capable of, especially if it's got a good Jupiter, it's capable of holding on to something unstable in order to get where it needs to go, which is powerful. But the 11th house will make it a pain in the ass. It'll make it almost egotistical. I have to do this thing. I have to win. I have to beat this thing. Right? Hello there, by Capricorn. You're a Taurus rising, Capricorn sun, Scorpio moon. It's very nice to see you. Yeah, Aries being that 12th house. So we're going to start digging into all of these different ways that you could see and understand and deal with all of these house lords as we go along. And that is our plan. Oh my God, Mountainhead. Nice to see you guys. Mountainhead is a wonderful band from where I am around the area of Toronto. They got some wild psychedelic rockin' tunes, and it's nice to see you guys hanging out with us here. Check out Mountainhead if you're into cool rock and roll stuff with a lot of sound production. It's nice to see you guys. So this is our Taurus Rising episode here, everybody. Now, I think we are an hour and a half in. Let's take a moment to dive into an important part of these videos. We are going to start digging into Taurus Rising. Bless you, buddy. It's Benji and Kyle. Nice to see you guys. Now, the Mike Bailey, what's going on, buddy? So now let's dig into Taurus Rising. And this is going to be a key part of our reading today. I suppose we might as well complete what we're doing here. So each rising sign brings different modified results to the expression of this general formula that we've given here, right? And if you're interested in everything that I'm doing here, you can check out Asheville Vedic Astrology's website, their YouTube channel, and this is where I'm getting all this. I'm getting it from my teachers. So be sure to tune into my teachers if you want to see more of each ascendant, how these specific results play out, and check out Asheville Vedic Astrology if you want to learn this the way I have a grip on it, because that's where I'm getting all this stuff from. So, next up, this is one of my favorite parts of the reading. We're now going to dig into Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India by Robert Svoboda and Hart de Fauw. This book is considered to be, the practitioners use sidereal astrology, but their insights come from the deep roots of how Vedic astrology has always been known and understood. If you know Dr. Svoboda, he's an incredible writer. He's also the guy who did this book, this amazing book, the Agori series. This one's called Kundalini, Agori 2. And there's just some very profound stuff in that book. He's a guy, he was one of the earliest guys to go from, I believe, America to India and soaked up the language, learned jyotish, and became very steeped in ancient Indian ways. Found a guru down there and did that whole thing. So he's half of the writer of this. The other half is Hart de Fauw, who is himself a pretty well-renowned astrological guru, a jyotish guru. And these guys, when they write this stuff, sometimes they write things that they're pretty much always pretty good. Sometimes I hear it and I find it's interesting and I roll it around in my tongue. I like to give these different sources of information, and they don't always necessarily, it's not that they don't agree, but sometimes we have to roll it around on our tongue to see where the perspective is coming from. But these guys are generally pretty good. Let's give it a go. This is from Light on Life. We are now digging into the nature of Taurus Rising and Taurus Rising's house lords. So I'm going to be putting this up as we go along, but first we'll start here. Taurus's symbol is the bull. The bull is an animal known for its strength, its virility, its capacity to sustain itself for a long time. Like bulls, Taurus people often exhibit physical or mental strength and rise to anger slowly, but once they're irked, they become irresistible forces. Taurus may also give the native of the chart a bull neck, since Taurus is the lord of the second house in the natural zodiac. Now, when Taurus rises in a horoscope, Mercury, which is a planet of discernment and intellect, and who's a mutual friend of the Lagna lord, the rising sign lord Venus, Mercury rules both the second house of money and the fifth house of creative discernment. So Mercury has a double bearing on mental functions in this rising sign. So this ends up giving Taurus even though they have a certain pace with which they like to absorb information, ultimately, Mercury as an intelligence planet, ruling the 2nd and 5th house, this double bearing on mental functions results often in a sharp intellect. And this tends to make Taurus good writers, since both Mercury and the 5th house indicates writing. And this often makes Taurus use their minds to acquire money, since both Mercury and the 2nd house rule commerce. So it's not uncommon for Taurus to be a writer who uses that writing, their skills, to develop some kind of entrepreneurial venture with money. Now, Silber has asked if there is a connection between the Taurus bull and the bull of Mithras. At this moment, I can't say that I know enough about the archetype of the bull of Mithras to really say so, Silber. Sometimes you can ask a question, I'm like, oh yeah, I know that, that's a thing. But I'm not sure about Mithras, so I wouldn't be able to tell. I'd have to dig into it, and I'd have to get back to you on it. But it's a good question nonetheless, so never feel free to ask. Or always feel free to ask. Never be afraid to ask. So we're talking about Mercury as the planet of the discernment and intellect, who's a friend to Venus, rules the 2nd house and the 5th house. And this gives them the ability to have a sharp intellect, good writers, and they use their minds to acquire money. Now, this tendency in Taurus is reinforced by the fact that Taurus's ruler, Venus, is a materialistic and rajasic graha, planet. And furthermore, Venus, which rules this chart of Taurus, is exalted in the 11th house of gain. And the 11th house is one of the significators for gain. So really, Tauruses are the banker. Taurus is somebody who can really have just the most powerful intelligence when it comes to developing money and making your money stretch as far as your money can go. They have this abundant goddess-like quality to them, which brings them sharp intelligence when it comes to how to use your money wisely and effectively, and in a way which will ultimately gain you great gains in the chart. Taurus really does best when it's thinking, because Venus, which rules Taurus rising, is exalted in Pisces, the 11th house. So Taurus often does well when it's thinking about its material gain. Now you have to understand something, I better clarify this. When it comes to the 11th house is not inherently evil. You have to look at what's happening in the 11th house, if there's any debilitating aspects there. Because this is the thing with the malefic lords, is that they are not, how do I say it? It's like we all have an ass, our butt, and we all have to use it to get rid of the bad stuff that we don't want. We could call that like a gross, like a bad thing, but it's necessary. It's an important part of us. If you've got something wrong down there, you know, if anything's going wrong down there, then it's a problem. But if you've got a good digestive function, if you excrete and eliminate well, if you have good poops, you know, the Taoist alchemists are big on having a good poop, then this thing which gets rid of bad stuff actually is a huge asset. No pun intended. An ass can be an asset if it's doing well. And this is the same way with the malefic houses in our chart. The 11th house can be this psychological, this compensatory sweet tooth. It makes us want to be famous. It makes us want to be rich. It makes us want to be wealthy. It makes us want to, more than even wealthiness or richness, it makes us want to feel satisfied that we have attained the gains that we seek to attain. And when we don't have those gains, we get frustrated. And it's that frustration that pulls us to keep being ambitious. But undue ambition, as I like to say, is Hollywood's blood, which the vampires of Hollywood love to suck dry. The 11th house can show that if you're a man, you have difficulties with your father. If you have difficult 11th house stuff, you've got to prove to the world that I'm valuable because your father never did that for you. Now you've got this 11th house with these significations. I got to get famous. I got to show everybody that I'm something. It's the same thing with women and their mother. If they've got 11th house issues, these kinds of things can show. I have to prove to my mother that I'm not a piece of shit, and to my father. You know, both can happen with, you know, the 11th house is a very psychological house. And if it's doing well, then these significations are healthy, a natural healthy pride, where you just want to be ambitious, not because you're compensating from a lack of love from your parents. Your parents probably loved you and supported you, and now your prosperity is an extension of your parents' love. That's like a good 11th house. So that, I think, is worth saying. So, you know, Taurus rising doesn't necessarily have anything intrinsic. There's nothing intrinsically wrong or evil with the fact that Taurus rising, as this materialistic minded person, being an earth sign, has its lord exalted in the 11th house. That just means when Taurus thinks about Pisces, it gives up, it lets go of ego and just says, what are my skills? What am I good at? What's going to make me happiest? Now, of course, if Venus is really ill-placed and if Jupiter is ill-placed, if there's bad things in the 11th house, then we can worry about Taurus running into some ill intentions for their desire to get famous and to be wealthy, etc. Now, let's move on here. Saturn rules the 9th and 10th houses. So Saturn ruling the 9th and 10th houses of Capricorn and Aquarius. This promotes the pursuits of knowledge and of career, particularly since Saturn is friendly to Venus. And they tend to want their education and their career to kind of stand the test of time. Saturn is Taurus's best planet. It's a make or break planet. It's a natural yoga karaka. It rules an angle and a trine. And it's really only, Saturn can do it. There's only a few planets that are allowed to rule an angle and a trine at the same time. So Saturn is a natural yoga karaka already. It combines the luck of the 9th house with the opportunity of the 10th house. It can be a very powerful thing when Saturn is in Libra for a Taurus rising. It's in the 6th house, which is not its favorite spot, but it'll work very hard to find a dharma, a role that through the 9th house that gives it career progression through the 10th house. So Saturn's very important to Taurus. Now, the natives of the Taurus rising sign, they rarely have many children, since Virgo, which is the 5th house for Taurus rising, is a rather barren constellation. So that would depend on Jupiter. Oftentimes Taurus rising, if they have a desire to have children, it's because they want to live vicariously through their children. They want the part of their desire for gains for themselves is Jupiter, which is the planet of children, moving through their 11th house and this desire to have kids, which can be, depending on how that Jupiter's placed, it can go different ways. You want to have a good Mercury and a good Jupiter if you're a Taurus rising, because Mercury rules the 5th house. The 5th house is the karaka of children. Now, the fact that, I should say that right. I gotta get my language right here. Jupiter is a karaka for the 5th house, and the 5th house and Jupiter relate to children, which means Mercury is involved with children. I had to say that the right way. Now, the fact that the rising sign lord, Venus, is debilitated in the 5th house. Is that right? Am I reading this right? 11th house. Right, yes, got it. So Venus, which rules the rising sign, is debilitated in the 5th house. This indicates further trouble with children, or perhaps with general artistic creativity. It's very ironic. You wouldn't think that with Taurus. Taurus has to struggle against a Virgoan analytical nature in their 5th house, which the 5th house, like, that can be good for a lot of things. By all means, having Virgo, which is where Mercury is exalted, on the 5th house is good for all things related to Mercury. But the chart on the whole is the lord of the chart, which is Venus, is debilitated in Virgo, and that's the 5th house. So there's a general trouble with children, or perhaps with general artistic creativity. They have to really push and use their will and think strategically. They have to have a good Mercury in order to really think with artistic creativity. And they can, but they really need that factor. Now, discernment as a general point will not necessarily be affected. Yeah, discernment will not be affected here because 5th Lord Mercury is exalted in the 5th house. So Mercury is exalted there. It is the sign of discernment. So a Taurus knows what is artistically trendy, what's artistically eternally fashionable. They have an eternal sense of creative discernment. You know, that's really what I'll say about Taurus here, with the Lord of Venus being debilitated in the 5th house of Virgo. But Venus is exalted. The 5th Lord is exalted in its own 5th house. That means the creative capacity there through Mercury, it has an eternal sense. It has good sense. It has good taste. It has an... Oh, thank you, by Capricorn. I appreciate you very much. It looks like you gave me a little tip there, and I appreciate you very dearly for it. Mercury has this eternal taste for a Taurus rising, an eternal sense of what works. You know, they're a receiver, Taurus rising, when it comes to creativity. They can be a snob. You know, somebody who drinks the wine and says, yes, you know, I believe this must have come from the soil of the Niagara Peninsula. It's a young wine. You know, they can, like, they taste it on their tongue. Like, they're those types of people who can, well, not necessarily, but I'm just playing into a character. I'm sorry. I'm Leo rising. Sorry if I'm square to you guys being Taurus and that it salts you. I'm just being fun here. But, you know, Taurus rising in this way can have a rich sense of taste. But having a rich sense of taste with regards to what's been created doesn't necessarily translate into creativity. If you got Venus in Pisces, you're just going to create things. And you're going to, you know, you're probably a creative person who just goes for it and creates stuff because you want to create it. And you might not necessarily be applying it to a discerning sense of how to create things well. Taurus can make a great artist, but the point here is that they're better at discerning good art than they are at, you know, their bread's not buttered on the side of creating good art. It's buttered on the side of discerning good art. But this can make them very good artists in their own right if there's other things in the chart to correlate with that. Hello, Rosie. Nice to see you. Now, the luxury-loving Venus rules the 6th house, and that's food and diet, as well as the rising sign. Now, since this is the case, Mercury's rulership of the 2nd house tends to create a strong interest in and a loving relationship with food. especially because Mercury and Venus are friends. So whether Taurus becomes a good cook or simply an overeater will depend on the strengths and positions of the grahas, the planets, in the actual horoscope, especially Venus and Mercury. It's nice when the two of them are doing well, and these things can kind of come out. Oh, now I see by Capricorn on my channel on my phone here is giving me that $2 tip. So by Capricorn, thank you for buying me that coffee there. I appreciate it very much. I know I already said it, but I didn't fully see it until now I'm looking at my phone. So thank you very kindly. So Mars is simultaneously the lord of the 7th house and the 12th houses. The 7th and the 12th. And Venus is the lord of the 1st and the 6th house. This situation tends to disturb relationships because the 12th house is a negation house to the ascendant. The 12th house negates what's going on with the 1st house. And the 6th house is a negation house to the 7th. Any house, this is, it's kind of called Bhavat Bhavam. It's a principle in Vedic astrology where a house from a house says something about their relationship. The 12th house from any house is a negating house. You know, even the 5th is the 12th from the 6th. The 6th is the 12th from the 7th. The 7th is the 12th from the 8th. And there is a principle there. So the 12th negates the 1st house, and the 6th negates the 7th house. So the jyotish guru of Hart, Fauw, and Robert Svoboda, who wrote this book, it says, he says that Venus, the lord of the 1st house for a Taurus rising, is a very passive graha. It's a passive planet. It's a conciliator. While Mars, which is the 7th lord, is a very assertive and bossy planet. White is the color of Venus, and red is the color of Mars. When you mix red and white together, only red will remain. Which means that Taurus tends to submerge their own passive individuality in order to make their relationships work. In general, Taurus will submerge their own personality in order to make relationships work. Because the planet that rules the 7th house, which is the relationships, also rules the 12th house, which eats away at your personality. The 12th house eats away at your nature, your style, your personality. So the same planet Mars, ruling the 7th and the 12th, shows that relationships are going to chew away at what you would naturally do. So that's why Taurus tends to submerge their individuality in order to make their relationships work. Now, because this approach does not ultimately work in the long run, you can't step on your own head in order to do anything. It's never going to work sustainably. So marriage for a Taurus native is often unsuccessful. Believe it or not, even though they have this desire for loyalty, for combining themselves together with somebody else. You know, it takes a Venus that's close to Pisces that can forgive all the pain of losing themselves to happily remain successfully in a relationship. It takes great sacrifice on the part of Taurus. And that sacrifice, we should note here, if you've got a strong Mars, then you're not going to step on your own head. You're not going to chew on your own foot in order to make this relationship work. You don't want to eat your own foot in order to stand firmly in a relationship, because eventually you're not going to be able to stand firmly, right? Especially if you and your partner together are taking your foot and just eating it and just being like, you know, like, this is a nice snack. you know? If the two of you together are eating it and enjoying it, and it's, you know, you're eventually not going to be able to stand on your own 2 feet, and you will fall. And as we all know, a relationship is not when you take an incomplete circle and an incomplete circle, you bring them together and make a whole circle. That's not how a relationship works. A relationship is when you take a one whole complete person, take another whole complete person, bring them together, and you make the infinity symbol. Co-regulation. Emotional co-regulation, not codependence. It's a very important distinction. Taurus can be guilty of falling into these things. Yes, Rosie. Taurus can sacrifice themselves for their partner. But, you know, we have to be careful with our language here, because self-sacrifice can be one of the great glues that bring relationships together. You want it to be more of a 9th house self-sacrifice for everybody. The 9th house is the true house of marriage, because that's your dharma. You know, I often say, I have this metaphor, the 9th house is the true bonding of love. You know, if you've got a priest and a nun, and they're sleeping together, let's say they're Presbyterian or whatever, they're not Catholic, they're sleeping together. The priest, they both love God, let's say. That's their thing that's their dharma. So the priest wakes up, he puts his slippers on the side of the bed, he makes his toast, slathers butter on it, and he eats his toast. He says, all right, honey, I'm out of here. And when he walks out, he goes and delivers the message of God, which is what the nun, she's supporting that. She's living for that. So when she puts his sandals away, she's putting God's sandals away. She makes the bed, she's making God's bed. She cleans up the crumbs off the counter, she's cleaning up God's crumbs. Now, this isn't a man-woman dominance hierarchy thing. Let's say the man comes home, and he's sitting at home, and he says, hey, honey, how's it going? What you doing? She says, oh, hey, honey, I'm here. I'm writing some letters to the orphanage, just a few houses down. You know, those kids over there, they're at the orphanage. I'm telling them that Jesus loves them. I'm telling them that I love them. You know, it's something to do with my time. And so she's doing the work of God. So the priest says, oh my God, honey, that's so amazing. Can I do something? Can I rub your feet? Can I make you some tea? What can I do to make this easier for you and better for you? Now, he's not doing that because he wants to get a little bit later on. He's not doing it to get some lovey-kissy, some lovey-dovey. He's doing it because he's supporting God by supporting her. She's doing his dharma, his purpose. So that's why he would want to serve her. And that's the deeper reason to stay married. 2 people can have personalities conflicting. But if they're living for the same dharma, it's worth it for them to go through those storms, to compromise. We get through a moment where you're doing this thing that I hate and I'm doing this thing that you hate, and we're fighting even, you know. That's when Venus goes awry. If you get into a relationship for Venus reasons, but there's no Jupiter in it, the Venus is going to be great until you both find something that conflicts, and then the Venus won't make it last. Venus is a deep devotional planet that can make things last. But you need to have some deeper reason than just the enjoyment that comes from the relationship. Now, this is the point, is that Taurus isn't necessarily always going to have a bad marriage. It's really Saturn that's going to pull things together for Taurus, particularly because when they're in relationships, Taurus just has this way of this self-sacrifice. Taurus needs to sacrifice themselves for their own dharma. And if supporting their partner, if sacrificing themselves to support their dharma through their partner, that's like the nun cleaning up after the priest. That's self-sacrifice. That's a glue that brings things to a deeper connection. But if self-sacrifice means, you know, the 2 of them are dancing, and the guy who's the Taurus's partner, or the girl, whatever, let's say ladies are more refined, so this would happen to them. Guys are big blundering lummoxes. They're dancing, the Taurus rising lady is dancing, and the man steps on her foot. You know, a Taurus rising should say, honey, that's my foot. That's my foot there? Yep, that is my foot that you're standing on right now. Yep, if you could take that off, we'd dance a lot better. So stop stepping on my feet. You know, a Taurus needs to be able to say these things. But if your self-sacrifice means you're dancing and the guy steps on your foot and you're just like, la-di-da, you know, that's not really that big of a deal. I wanted to have a really good dance partner here, but it's okay that he's not. You know, I don't need to necessarily have that. I mean, this is part of the balance that Taurus rising needs to find. But ultimately, the self-sacrifice that you do for a partner, you have to remember that Taurus does well by having that healthy pride and dignity of knowing what makes Taurus feel comfortable. If you know what makes you feel comfortable and you're firm about upholding that, you're going to go a lot farther. So if you're in a relationship and in this relationship, your partner does not, you know, he only takes away from your self-comfort, or she only takes away from your self-comfort, that might be part of the sacrifice that you unconsciously do. That's part of the beauty of Taurus, is they have a loyalty there. But if you're loyal in this way to the point where you go for years neglecting something that you need in order to be comfortable, it's not going to last. So you need that 9th house to really grip the relationship, and you need to not be too self-sacrificing in your personality and in what makes you happy and comfortable in your relationship. So Taurus really has to remember that. And that's what our guys are saying here in this book. Now, because this approach does not work in the long run, that's why Taurus natives can have unsuccessful marriages, especially early on in their lives. This is something that they got to feel out. But it depends on all the things happening in the chart. Now, Jupiter simultaneously rules the 8th house. They can take advantage. If the partner isn't as loyal as you, they can take advantage of you. Taurus, yeah, like I said, Taurus is very forgiving, and they can give the space for forgiveness. But that's why Taurus, no matter how forgiving they are, they have to be good communicators. That's why Mercury and Saturn, being firm about the bottom line, this is what I need in order to be happiest and to do what I got to do in this relationship. Taurus has to be firm about these things, or else they will be taken advantage of. And the partner will just think, well, you never said no. You never mentioned that I was stepping on your toes. You never mentioned that you got pissed about me leaving the crumbs on the counter. You never mentioned it, so I just always assumed you were good. You know, so Taurus has to be firm about these things. So Jupiter rules the 8th house and the 11th house, the unstable 8th and the almost narcissistic 11th house. This implies that the one affects the other. This may indicate a general tendency to trouble through older siblings or friends, or to trouble them. So the language is a little weird there, but the unstable nature of the 8th house can affect the 11th house of Taurus. So they might find that older and younger brothers and sisters, but especially older siblings, is the 11th house. So older siblings for the Taurus rising, as well as certain aunts and uncles, older cousins in the family. The Taurus can be frustrating to them, and they can be frustrating to the Taurus. That's just some old Vedic house family connection stuff. Especially in old ancient India, you know, your family was such a huge part of your reality, which is nice. I don't know, maybe it's just me. You know, I find in today's time, there's less of an extreme emphasis of family, which can be good and bad. Probably more bad than good. But we have all these distractions of technology today. We don't read as much of that when we think about astrology. But in ancient days, your family was this thing that you operated with all the time. And your extended family was a huge part of the Indian reality. So they found that the 11th house relates to older siblings and some aunts and uncles. And I believe it's the 3rd house that relates to younger siblings typically. Third house can also relate with neighbors and stuff like that. They're both air houses. So that has been Taurus Rising according to Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. One of my favorite books. There's always really great stuff in there. And like I said, they can be pretty hard about some things. You know, what they said about Taurus is having unsuccessful marriages. Sometimes astrology, we have to say the hard brass tacks. And then we have to say at the end of it, keep in mind, this depends on the individual natal chart, depends on the individual person. There will be semblances of possibilities, but those possibilities depend on the whole chart. But yeah, relationships are a key part of Taurus's reality. Their karma of something that they've just got to deal with. You know, when you think about it, the Taurus rising, you know, especially Taurus rising, when you think about it, we're going to talk about it now when we get into the sun. Every sign, every rising sign, whatever sign the sun rules, that house is going to be important for that rising sign. In this case, we have Leo ruling that fourth house. So, Leo ruling the fourth house. So that means that the fourth house, the private quarters of the life, the family, the roots of the person, the ancestry, these are all things that Taurus thinks about. You know, my family line, my last name, my daddy's name, my paternal lineage, and maternal lineage as well. Both, obviously. You know, for these to be insulted is a great pain to Taurus, because Taurus is trying to carry the ancestral name of their genetic material, of their family, of their ancestry, to high glory. So that's part of what Taurus is, because Leo, which is the ego of the spirit and soul in a way, is ruling that fourth house. Now, I want to start going deeper here, folks. Yes, we do go deeper on this show. I'm kind of a little later than I'd like to be with this next part. It's probably going to be a half an hour before we, you know, this video's been a long one. But let's do another bathroom break, and then we're going to come back, and then we're going to continue on. So if you're watching, feel free to keep watching. Bathroom break, and then we're going to begin discussing the planetary lords of Taurus rising. What does the sun mean for Taurus rising? What does the moon mean? What does Mars mean? All of the planets. We're going to be going through what each planet means for Taurus rising. So, bathroom break, and then we're going to come right back, folks, okay? I'll see you in just one moment. Now, for those watching, ladies and gentlemen, I am Dustin Cormier. Now, I've recently pulled together a new website, dustincormier.com. If you hit dustincormier.com/subscribe, you'll be able to join my email list. And of course, there will be a point where these email lists will be useful for everybody, because through these, I'll be talking about new video series as well, most importantly, discussing the new books that I have coming out, because I've been writing a whole bunch of books and they're all coming out soon. So make sure to subscribe there in order to get everything that you need to be up to date. And as well, of course, I am very happy to be doing these videos. And let's see here. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. But I think it's good for me to practice a little bit of healthy Taurus for myself here, and throw out my little donation link here. So if anybody ever decides to donate for the work that I'm doing here, please feel free to check out my little PayPal donation link in the comments. And as well, of course, my dear friend Mo, that's Monica. Me and Monica are going to be doing a podcast together soon called Minerva's Web, and I can't wait to be talking with you about that once it's all coming along. Of course, all things in due time. I've been busy as heck, but Monica is always here supporting me on my channel, and she's reminding us that I have also recently, I'm going to do a little video about this soon, to describe these memberships. Now our friend Bi Capricorn here has just become a member. So nice to have you, Bi Capricorn. Through memberships on my channel, you can have a little signal beside your name in the chat. These little seeds show that you've just started being a member. Eventually it grows into a plant. It shows that you're a loyal member. And as well, you are going to have your own specific little emojis. You can put the sun when you want to, our channel, on my channel, I'm expressing masculine quality. You can put the moon when we're all together expressing feminine quality. And you can put Pluto when we are expressing Plutonian qualities. And the way you would do that is, for example, just putting colon, Pluto, colon. And that would give that little thing there. So what I mean colon is this little symbol here. So you can put Pluto, the sun, sola or luna. I believe that the sun is, let's see here. There's Mo with our little Pluto. Nope, that's not it. Solar. I got to figure out my own thing. It'd be SOL. So if you want to put the sun, you do a little colon, you put SOL, and then another colon. So this is all membership stuff, folks, and you can have fun with these things as we go along. So nice to see you, Bi Capricorn, as a member, and Monica as well. For all of you watching, eventually memberships will include precursor views of new videos, as well as membership-only options, membership-only cold readings, and all this kind of stuff. So thank you for being a part of my channel. For now, folks, let's continue on with the show here. Let's get going with the... yes, thank you very much, Monica and Bi Capricorn, for being the members of the show today. Let's move on with starting to talk about the planets that Taurus rules. The houses that the planets rule for Taurus rising. So we're going to begin by digging into some writing that I did, notes that I took on my classes for Asheville Vedic Astrology. And if anybody's interested, Asheville Vedic Astrology is still very much doing their thing. You can find Asheville Vedic Astrology by basically going to ashevillevedicastrology.wordpress.com. And you can see here, Ryan is still very much keeping up with his website. We're going to be putting new astrology courses on his website here. It's Vedic knowledge combined with spiritual harmony and self-knowledge, because Ryan is super into Kriya Yoga right now. And you can find through this website, you can find his teachable format where he still continues through his, through Fiona, who is the sort of principal of the school, teaching the knowledge of Vedic astrology through Asheville Vedic Astrology. And this is where I'm getting these notes from, if anybody's wondering. So let's dig in here and let's start looking at, is this going to allow me to do what I want to do? That's okay. Let's look at my notes on Taurus rising. And this, of course, comes from Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra. So Parashara gives us a little blurb telling us a little something about each rising sign. For Taurus, he says, Jupiter, Venus, and the moon are considered evil. Auspicious are Saturn and the sun. It's very interesting that the sun is considered to have this positive quality to it. The sun is considered an enemy to Taurus. The sun is considered an enemy to Venus, which rules Taurus. So Parashara telling us that the sun is auspicious is a very interesting thing that really needs to be digested, and we're going to read a little bit about it when we get into Ryan's notes on the subject. Now, Raj Yoga producing is Saturn. That's because Saturn, for Taurus rising, as we can see here, I've got to get my little Pluto out of here. Let's see, where's this guy? Saturn rules the 9th house, which is a trine, as well as the 10th house, which is an angle. So ruling an angle and a trine brings the luck of the trine as well as the opportunity of the angle. And that's part of what brings what we would call Raj Yoga, the royal yoga. So Saturn's very important for Taurus rising. Now, Mercury offers less auspiciousness than we would typically hope from the 5th lord, because Mercury does rule the 5th house. This is probably partly because the rising sign Lord Venus is debilitated in the 5th house of Virgo. That's part of the funny back and forth that we can experience with Mercury for Taurus rising. Jupiter and Mars destroy, having Marika qualities. And this is one of the reasons why Mars is painted negative for a Taurus rising. So remember, we had our general results to expect from every rising sign. This is modifying the results that we see from the general picture. Taurus is very nuanced. Taurus is one of the ones that has there's lots of exceptions to the general rules through Taurus. And these are the modified results of Taurus rising according to the sages, as channeled through Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra, a very, very, very old text. So that would be Venus there. Now we're going to talk about the sun first. So this is the nature of Taurus rising on the whole. There's a lot to be said here about everything that we're seeing. So we're going to start digging into the nature of the sun for Taurus rising. Let's see, we're just a bit behind our half an hour mark. So this is going to be a long video, and that's okay. For those watching, the next part of our series here is we're going to start digging into the individual nature of every planetary lord. And we're also going to get into the notes that I took in Asheville Vedic Astrology from RYAN KURCZAK'S, as well as that's not what I'm looking for, as well as the notes given by Ernst Wilhelm about each of these lords. And we are going to do them in the classical order, which this classical order is something that is given from the ancient times. It's just the way this is the way the planets have always been aligned, and it relates to the days. Sunday is the sun, number 1. Monday, moon day. Lunes is number 2. There's a numerology with each of these planets, and they relate very deeply to their numerology. Mars, Mardi, Tuesday, is 3rd. Mercredi, Wednesday, is Mercury. It's the 4th. Jeudi is Jupiter. It's the 5th, Thursday. And then Vendredi, Venus, Friday, is number 6. Venus being number 6 is always interesting because it relates to the fact that Venus, the 6 kind of relates to the 6th house. It's tension, but Venus is the arbiter that balances the tension we experience on Earth with the positivity that we experience. So Venus being planet number 6 is interesting. And then Saturn is planet number 7, Svoboda, Saturn day. And then Sunday, Domingo, is once again the sun, Sunday. So sun is number 1, and this is why whenever you see on my channel, I'm doing a Pluto transiting the planets series, and I'm doing it based on this numerology. It's Pluto transiting the sun. Next week, we're going to have Pluto transiting the moon. The week after that, we're going to have Pluto transiting Mars. Then Pluto transiting Mercury, transiting Jupiter, transiting Venus, transiting Saturn. This is the divine way that the planets are described. And you'll notice when you read Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm, every time Parashara talks about the planets, he talks about them in this way. He says the sun is like this, the moon is like this, Mars is like this, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. So there's something very important to this numerology that is a key code. Vedic astrology is full of these key codes. Like there's no book that says this key code. In fact, I'm going to write it down because I'm writing a book on astrology. Key code, numerology, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you'll see this in my book because it's something I haven't written about yet. I'm just, concocting this book kind of as I go along here. But this is something you wouldn't see this in an ancient, there's no book written 2,000 years ago that says the planets go in this order. It doesn't say it directly. Parashara talks about the planets in this order. So it's assumed. It's taken for granted, And there's something special to it. If you meditate on it, you contemplate it, you digest it. Now, let's start digging into the nature of the planetary lords. We're about 2.5 hours into this video. I had a feeling this would be a long video. So, let's dig in. These long videos are killing me. It's been a long go finally getting to the end of this video series. But I enjoyed doing it. Now I'm always going to go like this so that I know when I'm watching afterwards that this is the start of the new thing, because I'm going to have to mark the timeline at the end of this. So, marker, break, and action. We are now discussing the sun for Taurus Rising. Sol, la Sol. The sun is, of course, the central figure of the galaxy. It is our vitalizing central source. The sun and Cancer begin at the top of the head, the Ajna chakra, and flow down to the root chakra, down where Capricorn and Aquarius are. The sun comes first in the planetary schema, and then we have Mercury, throat. Then we have Venus, the heart chakra. We're also where Earth is. Then we have Mars at the solar plexus, we have Jupiter, and then we have Saturn at the root chakra. So the sun is really the center of astrology in a lot of ways. For Taurus rising, for any planet, for any rising sign that rules for every rising sign, whatever house is ruled by Leo, it's going to show a key dimension of the center of something that rising sign revolves around in a lot of ways. Now, it is very strange, technically, that the sun is considered auspicious by Parashara. RYAN even talks about it, and he says it's a weird thing because the sun is an enemy to Venus. It makes sense that it's a malefic ruling an angle, because we've talked about how when you have a malefic ruling an angle, it's a good thing. It's just like when you've got a bodyguard. If you've got a bodyguard, see, the angles are opportunity. So whatever sign and planet rules an angle, that's a place where opportunities happen. And this where we reach out into the world in a lot of ways, and we interact with the world through the cardinal houses, through the angles. The fourth house, so any angle being ruled by a malefic tends to be a good thing, because then you've got a good bodyguard, making sure no pathogens get in, No, none of the good stuff gets leaked out. So this tells us a little bit of positivity about the sun ruling the 4th house for Taurus rising. What we have here is a sun, since it rules the 4th house, Taurus tends to be hard and mean and discerning about creating its personal kingdom in its personal private life. Taurus's world revolves around what it does at home, the home life that it has, the family and the ancestry that it has. And this is something worth mentioning for Taurus, is that they can have an interest in, again, carrying their family name, carrying my daddy's name, carrying this paternal lineage to make sure that they don't feel like they belong to an ancestral root that is rotten. And if they are born to an ancestry that has some difficulty, it's part of the purifying, purging karma of Taurus rising to make it better, to work hard, to work through generational trauma. That is, as long as Taurus rising has good things going on with the sun and with the 4th house, with the sign of Leo. If Taurus rising has an ill sun, we can expect a lot of these centrifugal themes for Taurus, which is such a load-bearing wall for Taurus rising. We can expect an ill sun can cause a lot of anger. It can cause, the weight. Taurus is carrying a lot of weight. It's a bull. It's one of the, God, symbols are so deep. Taurus is carrying the weight of its ancestors. There's an emotional weight. There's a spiritual weight. There's an ancestral biological weight. There's a generational energy that is being carried by Taurus. Now, if you've got a good sun, then that weight is also carrying you. You've probably been born to ancestors 7 generations back who have probably got some good karma. And you are allowed to have the updraft of that good karma if Taurus rising. This is true of anybody with a good 4th house, really. Taurus rising's consciousness just happens to be very centered on this theme of what does my ancestry mean to my present incarnation? What am I doing for my ancestors and what are they doing for me? How are we supporting and carrying each other? Because Taurus is carrying a lot of weight. Now, if you've got a bad sun, then it could mean that you're carrying a lot of heavy generational trauma, a lot of bad instincts, a lot of difficult ways of thinking about the world, psychic things that just come through for you, and you're just like, I don't know why I think about the world in the way that I do this way, but I do. If the sun is with any of its enemies, that being essentially Venus and Saturn, in those cases, the sun being in angles to them or the sun falling in their signs. The sun falling in Capricorn or Aquarius or Taurus or Libra. Particularly Libra is a very painful place for Taurus to have the sun, of course, because not only is the sun debilitated there, but Libra is the 6th house, which has negative connotations. It's one of the 3 yoga breaker houses. The 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are yoga breaker houses. And the sun, it's debilitated there in Libra. It's being starved by its enemy Venus. And so the pridefulness that Venus tends to have in a healthy way, when the sun for a Taurus rising is in Libra, that's a Purusharama that is like Anakin, that has a lot of anger, that tries to really can be very tough. Like Libra's a masculine sign. And when there's ill things happening in Libra, and it's in the 6th house like it is for Taurus rising, that's like a very sore malefic spot. We talked about how malefic houses aren't intrinsically bad. It's like having to poop. You excrete the bad things through those malefic houses. And if it's well placed, then your ass is an asset. I'm going to hold on to that now. That's part of my teaching now. It's very Sagittarius moon of me, I guess. If you've got a good malefic house, well placed, then your ass is an asset. You eliminate things well. You deal with the malefic side of life, which is inevitable, through good means. When the sun is in the 6th house of Libra, it's debilitated there. You're carrying a lot of ancestral difficulty, and it's probably getting exacerbated. You're probably making it even worse in this life. Whatever ancestral karma the bull is pulling along in this life, your life is going to meet circumstances that probably bring it out even more. If the sun is really ill-placed for a Taurus rising. It'd be better if you have this 4th lord in the 12th house of Aries. It's interesting to consider that, this ancestral karma for Taurus, you can learn a lot about where the planet is exalted in this house that rules its exaltation point for every rising sign. You can learn a lot about the ideal thing that this planet should be doing. In the case of Taurus rising, it should just be carrying that ancestral load and not taking it personally. That's the sun being exalted in Aries in the 12th house. So whatever bad shit my daddy did, my grandfather did, my great-great-grandfather, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather came to this country and he was a thief and he got burned at the stake. He didn't, help the community. And now I'm in this country and I've been raised by bad generations, whatever. The sun as the 4th lord in Aries in the 12th house, if there's any ugly stuff like that, the Taurus shoulders it and says, it's my turn to surrender and work hard to eliminate this old junk that I've been carrying on this cart. So the sun is an important, powerful ancestral purifier. And if it's well placed, it'll do this. If the sun is well placed, it's got aspects from its friends Jupiter, the moon, and Mars. If it's got good dignity, if it's got good Shadbala, it'll act like the sun in Aries in the 12th house, which means it'll sacrifice and not be victimized by generational trauma. It'll do its part to work it out and not take it personally, which is a beautiful thing. If Taurus gets this, if Taurus figures this out, this is a real cool code cracker for Taurus. This might be one of the reasons why Parashara considers Taurus to have the sun as one of its auspicious planets. But this is conjecture on my part. I should say that, Parashara doesn't say that everything I just said is the reason why the sun is auspicious. Parashara just tells us the sun is auspicious, and he doesn't really give us much more detail. The rest of the book, Brihat Parashara Horashastra, would fill in the gaps. Now let's read my notes on what Ryan would have said about this situation. So these are notes coming from my apprenticeship with Asheville Vedic Astrology. I wonder if I can get this top bar out of here. No, probably not. Yeah, whatever. That's okay. The sun is considered to be auspicious, according to Parashara, for Taurus rising. The sun will mostly lean towards auspiciousness. This is a nice thing because this is an example of Taurus being a bit of a rule breaker in a way. And, the sun, if you were watching the earlier part of my presentation here, you would know that the planets are divided. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn rule the earth and air signs. Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter were the fire and water signs. So the sun is jumping ship and becoming auspicious to an otherwise earth and air-ruled rising sign, an earth-ruled rising sign. So this is an example of sometimes, the arcs of astrology will jump ship in this way. So it's nice because most earth and air signs will have difficulty with Sun, Moon, Mars, and Venus. What we see here is the sun ruling an angle. And being a cruel planet, a malefic planet, a malefic ruling an angle is auspicious, as we said. You got a good bodyguard, making sure that what you deal with in your private life is being discerning about. You're being discerning about it. Now, the sun and moon each only rule one house. So it ultimately depends on how the sun and moon are associated that brings their qualities out. RYAN has considered the sun to be neutral to Taurus rising, though it leans towards auspiciousness. And what this is intended to imply is that the sun, we have to say it's leaning towards goodness. But that goodness can be thrown away. It's more neutral because that goodness can be thrown away if the sun is ill-placed. Although even then, the Taurus will have, by its nature, an instinct to right the ancestral wrongs that are moving through a moment in this incarnation. The sun is a planet of higher inspirations. This is why Taurus Ascendant enjoys property, land, material things, and managing vehicles. Because the sun draws happiness to us, as the sun rules the 4th house. So the sun being sattvic has a higher purpose for all of the material things that it tends to gain for Taurus rising. And the 4th house relates to real estate and land, property, and vehicles. The spirituality of Taurus, their inspiration, their sense of inspiration, is often expressed through physical things such as property, the home, land, and so on. They can be very sentimental with their home. Taurus, if anybody, really can be. They're already a fixed earth sign, which uses its materials. It becomes fixed. It becomes fixed on the materials it has, becomes very deep and comfortable with whatever it has. It wants to go deep with whatever possession it has. So when one of those possessions has to go, it really can mess with Taurus's flow. But there's a spirituality of using the earth to its best. You know, there's even something beautiful to be said here that, you know, Tauruses can be spiritual materialists. They consider material to be the vessel that has come to me in this life to express my divine spirit. And so they get the most out of things. Their favorite knife, their favorite video game console, their favorite microphone, their favorite computer. They tend to hold these things and squeeze the most out of them because this object is a part of me as a subject. And there's a bonding there that's beautiful in a way. A Taurus rising can have benefit by having a beautiful home, which can support their natural vision of happiness. And they can beautify their home, especially if the sun is placed in a way that concedes to that. Now, other ascendants may get away from that kind of materialism. Now, this isn't to say that they're naturally materialistic, because really, despite what I've said, ultimately, that materialistic bent comes from having Earth in your chart. It comes from, you have to look at the whole chart. But the nature of Taurus rising supports material world consciousness being a positive aspect of their spiritual life and karma. So taking care of those things is important and wonderful for the well-being of a Taurus rising. Now, the sun is a malefic. It's cruel. And for it to become auspicious as a cruel planet ruling an angle it's a nice thing, you know. Ultimately, the sun is still cruel. This auspiciousness, this toughness, you know, Taurus rising can be stubborn, as we all know, and has a stubborn, crass toughness when it comes to the things that it considers important to itself. It's Purusharama. It's Rama with an axe. So it will cut through to the bullcrap. It'll cut to the center of things. It'll defend what it thinks is its property, its rightful ownership, and its dignity. It's family dignity. It's relationship dignity. It's partners and friends. You know, Taurus rising isn't somebody that you want to have too loose of a gossipy tongue around, just in case Taurus is deeply friends with somebody that you've given a bad word to. Taurus will roll his shoulders back and say, hey, hold on. That's my friend you're talking about. What did you just say there? And they'll work it out and they'll talk about it. The point is that Taurus has this beautiful, ultimately beautiful way of bonding. You know, objects are more than mere objects for Taurus rising. And there's a spirituality, there's a Zen beauty there. Now, let's dig a little deeper here. We're going to look at the nature of Taurus rising as it is given by Ernst Wilhelm. So, Ernst Wilhelm has on his Kala, I should have explained this a little bit better earlier on, but when you go to Kala, you go to the section entitled Print, and you can either print these things or you can get them printed into a PDF. And when it turns into a PDF, you can actually just read the PDF file, which is what I've got here, showing Taurus rising. And this is the nature of the house lords. You would flick that box, turn it into a PDF, and this is what you get. So this comes from Kala software. Ernst Wilhelm took the time to meticulously make this information for us to read. It's beautiful information. I highly recommend anybody to go through it. Hey, Dad. Oh, you got some stuff for me? Thanks, buddy. Well, here, Dad, why don't you put these in the fridge?
Well, it's hot.
I'll eat them. I will eat them for lunch, I promise you. Thank you. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. My dad's getting me some goods. Thanks, buddy. God bless him. Gotta love having a Pops. He goes out and does this thing with the Knights of Columbus, and he brings me food. So I'm going to have a nice sandwich when I'm done my video today. Now, so this reading is coming from the writings of Ernst Wilhelm, and this isn't like a book that Ernst has put out. This is just PDFs that you can only get by having the Kala software. So the sun for Taurus rising, the sun is the bull's strength. It's this real deep sense of vitality, spiritual nourishment that really powers the Taurus rising. And being the fourth lord, it really goes to show that that's our private, deep spiritual longings. So the private, deep spiritual longings is a powerhouse that keeps the Taurus going. So why Taurus rising, if it doesn't have a good sun, if it doesn't have a good Jupiter either, if it's got things wrong with that, everything associated with Dharma, if there's no inspiration, there's no deep meaning to what Taurus is doing, if it doesn't feel like this is what my soul is made for, in a feminine way. The 10th house is what we do, the 10th and the 9th house, especially Saturn for Taurus. Those are sort of what we do to stretch ourselves out. How do I suffer long for the 10th house? What can I be good at? What are my skills that I can sacrifice? You know, it's a karma house. The 10th house is a karma house. For Taurus rising, the sun ruling the 4th house, the 4th house is one of the water houses, what's called a moksha house. And moksha relates to eliminating karma, becoming liberated, becoming our absolute complete nature. When we're growing on earth, we all develop programs that keep us away from our most essential happiness and nature. The 4th house, the 8th house, and the 12th house allow us to come back into that which feels best to our spirit. And it's a yin phenomenon. But Taurus fights in a masculine way for this yin phenomenon of receiving what my nature is and what makes me happy. So, the sun is the bull's strength. This personal spiritual inspirations can actually carry us farther For all of us, that's the nature of the fourth house. And this is the bull's strength. The sun, as the fourth lord, gives a steadfast mentality, which is the unalterable strength of the Taurus native. The sun ruling the fourth house makes Taurus rising solid and grounded, but it gives a lack of negotiation capacity when it comes to their emotional needs. So it's harder for them to negotiate when it comes to their emotional needs. It's hard for them to, I really need this in order to be happy. And they'll fight for it, and they'll compromise, but it can be tough for them. They can be stubborn when it comes to what I need to be happy. Now, the sun indicates that Taurus's happiness and security is more self-dependent. As an angle lord, ruling the fourth house, an angle, the sun is a temporal neutral. And other factors that influence the sun will indicate whether the sun's efforts for happiness and well-being are selfishly inclined or dharmic in nature. And this is Ernst Wilhelm really kind of going to show us that just because Parashara says that the sun is auspicious doesn't mean that there isn't some alchemy moving through the sun for the Taurus that can go good or bad. Ernst here is giving more reason for why RYAN KURCZAK'S calls the Leo neutral in the Taurus rising. As we can see here, Leo is considered neutral. So whatever aspects, whatever house it's in, whatever it's pulled into is going to really alter this sort of expectation. Now, the sun is a natural malefic. It's a tough guy. It's a tough planet. So the sun may serve to separate the person from those things it influences due to other security needs and desires for happiness, right? So, as a malefic, wherever the sun is in the chart, it's going to show a necessary place where we need to build, to sacrifice, to find happiness and comfort. But finding that happiness and comfort as relates to our nature can often be this firm, difficult struggle. Again, as I often say with Taurus Rising doesn't want to rock the boat. But in order to not rock the greater boat in the scheme of things, they will knock other people's boats around in order to firm and make everybody feel like this is what has to be done in order for me to be comfortable. Okay, everybody? I need these things to be comfortable. And everyone's going to have to roll with that. Taurus can compromise if they know they're going to get greater comfort in the long run for the sake of doing this thing. In relationships, Taurus likes to be this way. If the partner says, I don't like it when you do this, Taurus is like, well, this is how I am. This is a part of my deep wellspring of my nature. And especially where the sun is, it's going to show a place where Taurus, this is where they take vacations. This is their personal happy place, wherever the sun is. So if someone comes along and says, let's compromise on this, if you curb this, if you do this with me, if we do it my way a little bit, I'll give you this comfort in the long run. Got it? It's like Taurus is like that donkey that has the carrot on the stick. It's got to be led. It's got to be coaxed. And it has to be promised that it'll feel ultimately good with wherever it goes. If it has a good sun, it's going to consider it important and firm, knowing that I know what's ultimately best for me. And if this situation isn't going to work and line me up with what's best for me, I might not last long in it. If the sun is in the 8th house, this is the sun is Sagittarius in the 8th house. And so this is a Taurus rising that probably feels comfortable being a little bit unstable, playing out a long range of dealing with powerful people, being in the city, making contacts and contracts with different people, watching that dotted line. You got to have a good Mercury, as the second lord if you want to do well with the sun in the 8th house. But ultimately, the sun in the 8th house is looking for the best deal and even unstable ways of experiencing its soul happiness. It might connect with people very deeply. It might connect with people through money, through different things that we do. And all of this is intended to give Taurus rising more of a happy existence. If the sun is in the 3rd house, let's say, if we got Cancer sun for a Taurus rising, this sun is somebody who likes to strategize, who likes to check out with its neighborhood and talk to everybody in a communal way, even get into sports and athleticism. All of these things would be a way for the 4th house to develop 3rd house happiness. Although that's tricky because the 3rd house is the 12th house from the 4th house. So Leo, the sun in Cancer is funny that way because it's always in the 12th house from its own sign. In this case, that 3rd house is going to eat away a little bit at that 4th house happiness. But ultimately, the sun is going to cause a bit of difficulty with the 3rd house, with the 8th house, with whatever house it's sitting in and learning to be comfortable in. Right? So that's something to consider about the nature of wherever the sun is by house. It's a malefic. It's going to cause difficulty in order for the Taurus, difficulty for everybody around, in order for the Taurus to fight for what it knows is its spiritual inspiration. And it's good for it to do so. If you've got a good sun, you'll be firm about that. And you won't care that you're firm. And that's okay. Hopefully, if you've got a good Venus, to tell everybody, look, I got to do this. There's no compromise. This is what's happening. But I'm going to make it better for you guys as well. I'm going to try to make everybody feel good about this situation. That's a good Venus and a good Mercury. And a good Saturn. Ways of mutual bonding with other people. If the sun is mixed up with Venus in Taurus rising's chart, you might find that the Taurus rising, the sun, has such a preponderance for firming up what it needs to be comfortable that it's kind of like stinky. It's like it settles itself in a place where it knows that it needs to be comfortable. It fights for it. It's almost an egoic thing. I need this. And everyone's like, all right, Taurus, if you need it that bad, then you need it. And then once Taurus has it, because he won't let it go, or she won't let it go, if you've got the Venus agitated by the sun, then you'll even be pissy about making everybody feel good that you had to be so firm in getting that spot. Everyone's like, you could at least make it sweet for me that you fought for this thing. And Taurus rising will be like, well, you're lucky I'm here. Or something like that. Venus agitated by the sun can cause difficulties for Venus. And we'll talk about that when we get into Venus. But Venus and the sun together also agitates the sun, which means that the sun will have to compromise in this frustrated way, and Venus will cause the sun to compromise with itself. We all need this to be happy, because I need this, and if you guys need to do that in order for us to make this work, fine. I'll let go of my basic thing that I need in order to exist, in order for us to work in harmony. And that's Venus and the sun being together. Venus eats the sun a little bit, the sun eats Venus a little bit. Which would be a difficult thing for Taurus rising. Moon is exalted in Taurus. Cancer and Taurus similar when it comes to need for security. Yeah, go pogo, we read earlier from Ernst Wilhelm's book, Graha Sutra, about how there's a connection between Moon, Venus, and Jupiter. And those three together are very important when it comes to seeking personal happiness in one's life and the need for security. The Moon is exalted in Taurus, ruled by Venus. Venus is exalted in Pisces, ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, ruled by the Moon. The Moon is exalted in Taurus, ruled by Venus. Those three, Pisces, Taurus, and Cancer, are the sort of foundation for our personal security in a lot of ways. That was good. I feel good having talked about the sun. I have some chocolate. I have some things that will carry me through. But for now, let's carry on the energy that we've got a little bit here. This has been the sun for Taurus rising. Now, next up, we're going to go to our next planet in our planetary series here. In this Taurus rising video, we're going to be discussing what is the moon all about for Taurus rising. So, I think I'm ready to go. Breaker, marker, and action. This is Taurus rising, and here we are discussing, for Taurus rising, what is the nature of the moon in a Taurus rising chart. This is following in the natural progression of the planets: Sun, Sunday, Moon, Monday. Number 2, this is the sun is our inherent nature. The moon is it's us and the world blending together as one. The sun is the king, the moon is the queen. The moon is the second in command to the sun, and in some ways she's the woman behind the man. She's our feminine psyche. The sun in our chart cannot sustain itself if it does not have the water of the queen, of the moon, our basic emotional needs, our sensual animal instincts and energy. If the moon does not have those things, then the sun cannot do what the sun, the nature inside of us, is born to do. In the case of Taurus rising, we really have this signification. I'm just fixing my chat here. In the case of Taurus rising, we have this signification that the queen, the moon, is ruling the third house. So this plays in a little bit into the nature of Taurus as someone who can be grubby about getting the things that it needs to get. The moon for a Taurus rising, there are positive things and negative things about the moon. The main positive thing is that the moon is exalted in the sign of Taurus. Of course, this also means that the moon is debilitated in the sign of Scorpio. And this is the third lord, which means the third house is a house of progression, things that get better over time. It's skills, talents, dexterity, and a certain type of, you have to push with your will in order to get better through the third house, at whatever the third house correlates with. In this case, it really is emotions for the Taurus. The Taurus has to carve and be suave with its own emotions. Its own emotions are like this thing that it has to learn. It's like it's a goat that this goat walks outside of its pen, and Taurus has to learn the ingoing and outcoming of this goat. It has to expect that the goat is going to go a certain way at a certain time. So Taurus's emotions are something that it comes into contact with. And when it's allowed to deal with its emotions from itself, then the third house tends to be stronger and better. When it's dealing with its own self, the third house becomes stronger. And the third house is a house of progression. So Taurus does better working on itself than it does on trying to learn how to work with other people. Taurus would rather, depending on what kind of person Taurus is, it would rather build on its own skills. It would rather come into tune with its own nature. Which means, there's a million examples you could think of. Let's say like a banker. A banker or an accountant. An accountant has all this accounts, all these things that it has to account for. The Taurus rising makes a game out of it. And an emotional game that it enjoys is how many files can I file in my filing cabinet before 3 o'clock, before I have my next snack? You know, I'm Venus Makarica. That's actually so funny. You know, I eat my bits of chocolate. You know, it's like, am I going to eat a piece of chocolate after every planetary lord? Or am I going to eat a piece of chocolate after maybe 2? You know, it's like, how am I going to make a game out of this that makes me enjoy it? And Taurus Rising does best when its self-progression is aimed at itself through the Taurus Rising, the Lagna, the rising sign. The moon is debilitated in Scorpio, which means if the moon is closer to Scorpio, if the moon is bad in any way for a Taurus Rising, it's going to show that the person is wasting a lot of time, because Taurus is such a feeling person. The 7th house is more of a observation. You know, you're trying to observe, you know, and people change. You know, Taurus can still have what's called kavya, especially if you've got a good Venus. You can get a good read on people. Taurus can. But the moon is going to have much more emotional upwind if it is learning about itself in its own private way, learning about how it can serve you and how it can contribute to the world and get better at its own games. Doing its taxes, it's a king and queen of indulgence. You know, Taurus can be the tantric extraordinaire with learning about how to climb on the machine of its own ecstatic operating body. When Taurus is, you know, even in lovemaking, it's ruled by Venus, which is a sharing planet. So Taurus, being in the erotic world, can increase its own self-awareness through itself, through its body, and even through its body in connection with a partner. The thing that Taurus loses itself on is when the moon is closer to Scorpio, when it's malefic, meaning it's past, it's waning, it's past the full moon, and now it's moving towards the new moon. Also, if it's closer to the new moon, it likes to be closer to the full moon. Even if, like, let's say, you know, the moon takes 30 days to go around. You know, if it's on like the 18th day, 14 days is the full moon. After 14 days after the new moon, right? New moon is here. 14 days later, it's gone to the full moon. And now it's 15, 16, 17 days. It's still close to full, which isn't so bad. The toughest place for the moon is when the moon is close to the new moon and it's waning. So that's the balsamic, that's the dark moon going towards the new moon. That's when a moon is difficult. And in such cases, it'll operate like the moon in Scorpio, which is not knowing necessarily about what it needs to be comfortable. Instead, it just pushes, you know, for Taurus, for all of us, when the moon is not comfortable, when it's not in its own self-realization, when it's not in its own happy nature, it pushes itself to make everybody happy. It pushes itself in a way that it doesn't learn about its own intrinsic gifts and talents for self-progression. So, you know, the moon in Scorpio can be detrimental, but you got to look at everything in a chart. It's not just about having the moon in Scorpio. It doesn't mean it's going to ruin your 3rd house as a Taurus rising. You got to look at everything in the chart. You got to look at aspects to the moon. Does it have aspects from its friends, the sun and Mercury? Does it have strong Shadbala? Is it in good dignity in the Vargas? There's many things that make up the total strength of the moon. If it's well placed, it's going to progress well, because that's the nature of the 3rd house, is self-progression. It's going to find ways of beating itself, beat at its own game. It's going to find ways of overcoming its own laziness. It's one of Taurus's greatest capacities. You know, it's the beast that Taurus has to slay, is indolence and laziness. But with a good moon, it learns, it's like a bull that has a certain pace. It's like a goat, again, that goes around, and it has to learn the incoming and outgoing of this goat. Sometimes it's excitable, sometimes it's chill. And the Taurus, when it's learning about itself through these ways, when it orients itself towards self-realization, contemplation, inner realization, then the Taurus has a much better chance at progressing its whole life, getting better at things, getting better within its energy, being stronger. Because the third house is a house of strength in a lot of ways. And this allows the Taurus to sustain whatever the sun is trying to do in its chart. Again, when it's closer to Scorpio, there is some of this people-pleasing consciousness. It caters to showing the world, look how much work I'm doing. You know, when Taurus has the moon closer to Scorpio, it tries to put on a show and saying, everybody, look how much I'm sacrificing for you. And it's kind of bitter about it. And that bitterness is not as conducive to magnetism and abundance and skill and talent as when the moon is closer to Taurus, when the moon is closer to full, when the moon is brighter, when the moon has aspects from its friends. And self-progression is the key because the moon is the third lord. So that's my take. Let's dig a little bit more on it. Overall, Parashara considers the moon to be evil. It's this fluctuating element that makes it difficult for Taurus to be firm in the way that Taurus likes to be. So this note comes from RYAN KURCZAK'S, my notes on Asheville Vedic Astrology, which was taught to me by RYAN KURCZAK'S. Now, the moon is considered evil in Taurus rising. The moon rules the third house. So the third house is courage, bravery, and injury if you try too hard. The third house is strength, motivation, interest, and impulsiveness. So these traits can positively turn into enthusiasm and so on. But the moon is inauspicious. Just like the sun's nature, it can be malefic, but it's ultimately a positive planet for the Taurus. The moon can have this strength, this motivation. It gets interested in things in the moment, which is, it's part of the Zen nature of Venus and of Taurus. It's very much in the present moment, which is ultimately a good thing. But that third house is very much paying attention to the present moment. So it's bothered by things that are bothersome, by obstructions. Taurus had a plan. We were going to travel to Mexico and we were going to get to this place. I've got an itinerary. We're going to get there the first night and hopefully we get there on time so that we won't have to, hopefully they'll have people there. And then, the Taurus and their crew get there. They called ahead because Taurus likes to call ahead. And the person says, sorry, we had a leak. So the room we had available for you guys is no longer available. You guys are going to have to find somewhere else. Taurus is like, fuck, no, this ruins everything. And they're very strongly affected by these things that mess with their plan and their itinerary. If they've got a good moon, they'll be able to swing with it. But ultimately, the moon is not made for Taurus to be adaptive in this way. Because Taurus, as a fixed earth sign, by its nature, is not adaptive. So it makes sense that the moon, which is an adapting planet, would come off as evil or difficult for Taurus rising. Don't worry, when you see the word evil, it doesn't mean like evil as we think about it. That's just there's a word in Sanskrit, which we in English have translated to as evil, is the closest translation, but it doesn't fully get it across. So it's not evil, it's just inauspicious. So the moon for Taurus rising causes an impulsiveness towards lunar things. And they can be obsessive when it comes to things like emotions. Especially their own emotions can frustrate them. It's like, why do I have to feel this way? As artists and poets, they do well. And in regards to the passions, such as music and the like, music can be so passionate. Taurus risings can be very blisteringly passionate people. But oftentimes, they take a Taurus rising away from their dharma and their path. The moon gets lovesick. That's what we all know about the moon. It happens to all of us. It's a beautiful aspect of Chandra, the moon. It's the moon itself, as its nature, it gets lovesick. Now this affects Taurus rising more than others, and it can derail them on their path. There's a beauty to it. You gotta dig. There's a beauty to it, to Taurus rising. They fall so deeply and truly and madly in love that their emotions are affected by how much they feel for people. Because the moon is this bonding, blending planet. And what it shows us is that when the moon is doing well in a chart, the person has emotional maturity. And this allows Taurus to expand and progress in their lives, their career, their minds. Their minds become much more still. The third house is something that everything kind of works through. So because of it's this willpower applying thing, it relates to 3, which relates to Mars as the third in the schema. So the third house is this grip that we have on the cosmos. And this goes to show, since the moon is such an important planet when it comes to soul love and emotional bonding and asking for our deep emotional needs to be met, when Taurus has a good relationship that is mature, that works, that gives them security, and if they have the intelligence to communicate and to work through that security, then their whole lives gain a grip. Their minds become clear, and then they have intelligence that they can expand on. They're in their right place. Then they're a hockey player they're not thinking about what's going on at home. They're not thinking about, did I leave the oven on? They're not thinking about finances. They're just looking at the stick and the puck. And I'm ready to put this fucker in that net. I'm ready. Taurus rising does much better in every individual moment, especially when they're at work or any problem that they have. The third house often relates with obstructions and problems. Any problems that Taurus has, they can think about it much more clearly if their relationship reality and their heart chakra are centered and balanced. And as well, they also have to have spiritual realization here as well. Really a Taurus rising technically doesn't even need to be in a relationship in order to be happy. They tend to be the type who wants to be. But even a Taurus rising can be Zen. You can have a great moon, and you might not be in a relationship, but your relationship with the cosmos, with Lila, with Lakshmi, with the divine yin that is present everywhere, pouring from the heart. Your relationship to your own divine feminine, the goddess within you, whether you're a guy or a girl or anything in between, your relationship to the divine goddess can bring you what the moon is trying to do here, which is to have a calm mind so that it can focus on whatever it's doing. But the moon is windy and shifty and can get more lovesick for Taurus than it can for anybody else. It's beautiful, but I'm sure it's frustrating for Taurus sometimes. The moon can tend to keep Taurus a little bit superficial. Ruling the third house, that superficiality and impulsiveness, that excessive enthusiasm towards things that might not necessarily matter too much. These things get in the way of a Taurus rising. Things that are happening immediately now, they react to it very strongly. It can be frustrating for everybody around, in fact, but it's a beautiful part of the very zen, down-to-earth, in this moment, affected by everything nature of Taurus, the bull, who's so in this moment, for better or worse. And it can be for better if you have a good moon. If the moon's got good friends, it knows how to take the best out of the positive passion and to be, to get over it, to detach from their reactions when negative moments happen. When they go to Mexico and the room flooded and now they've got to change their plans. If they've got a good relationship, if they feel well in their moon, in their heart, through the queen of their soul, if they feel like they have everything they want in life, then these little things aren't going to bother them. And they'll gain the plus of being positively affected by the good things that happen. It's a beautiful thing. The moon is a wave, man. Whoosh, whoosh. When it's bad, it's really bad. And when it's good, it's really good. And this is especially the case for Taurus rising. So if you can carry the bad appropriately and maturely, let it move through, be present with it, let your suffering wash, share it with people. Oh, it's too bad that our plans got canceled, but I'm sure there's still good things coming. If you can negate and channel and integrate the bad, then there's nothing left but the good. And for Taurus rising, the good is really good because they're so in the present moment, right? So that's a gift to Taurus if they let it be, if they have a good moon. Ultimately, though, as Parashara tells us, this will probably be more frustrating to Taurus than anything overall. But Taurus has a lot of gifts, too. The sun for Taurus is a gift that we've talked about in the previous signs. So, again, there's no better rising signs. Whenever a rising sign, when God closes a door, it opens a window. Whenever there's a door, whenever there's a wall for a rising sign, there's a door coming up somewhere else. The moon is more of a door than a window for Taurus rising. This is what Parashara is telling us. But like all planets, it all comes down to how you use it. Now, that was RYAN KURCZAK'S notes, my notes on RYAN KURCZAK'S Asheville Vedic Astrology videos. Now let's take a look at the moon. The moon is the third lord from the perspective of Ernst Wilhelm and his Kala software. This is a PDF that Ernst gives out for free. This is the moon as the third lord. We read that the moon is the bull's gentleness. Interesting. The moon, as the third lord, indicates a skilled mentality and a preference for ease in their activities rather than force or exertion, because the moon tends to be something who would prefer for things to be going with the flow, for things to be easy, and they don't want to exert themselves too hard. They'd rather be a long suffering rather than immediate suffering. Now, the moon's very adaptable and changeable. And the third house is about our hobbies. It's our immediate little fun skills, talents, desires in the neighborhood that we like to do. So the moon gives changeable hobbies and desires and great commercial skills. You'll read often that the moon is this famous planet. It has to do with the collective masses. So Taurus can learn through a third house how to be a good social media manipulator. And I mean that in a manipulator, user, conqueror, however you want to describe it. Especially if the moon is well placed. Now, due to ruling the third house, the moon is a temporary malefic that is self-motivated. But since the moon is kind and flexible, though, it will not create conflict on account of its desires. So the third lord is always going to be a temporal malefic. It's what we described as one of the yoga breakers. The third, the sixth, and the 11th lords bring difficulty wherever they are and whatever's related to them. But since the moon is kind and it's flexible, it's not going to create too much conflict on account of its desires. It'll create conflict on account of the sun, and it'll be firm, it'll be tough, it'll be malefic when it comes to its personal happiness. But when it comes to the moon doing playful third house things, or even getting better at its skills, if Taurus really wants to play a game of tennis, and it wants to get good at tennis, to develop its skills, to develop its body, develop its capacities. But the lover says, hey, honey, that day, we need to take that day to hang out with the kids because I'm free that day and you're free that day. I know you've got tennis lessons there, but let's hang out for the kids. For the two of us, it'll make our whole lives better. Taurus will be like, okay, I can adapt that. I can play tennis another day, right? It won't create conflict on account of its desires. It can move its desires around. Now, when we have a bright moon as a natural benefic, the bright moon gives skills that allow for the growth and fulfillment of the areas it influences. Can you guys see me here? I just need to check that you guys can see. Yes, you can. Good. So the bright moon will give skills through the third house that allow for the growth and fulfillment of the areas that the moon is influencing. So you got a bright moon for Taurus rising. Let's say it's in the 9th house. It loves to travel. It's good at traveling. It finds different ways of learning about philosophy. It gets itself highly educated, and it learns how to learn. That's the third lord in the 9th house with a bright moon. It gains the skills of doing whatever the house it's in is trying to do. Now, if it's a dark moon as a natural malefic, the dark moon tends to give a pessimistic attitude and unresolved desires, which reduces the happiness possible with the areas that it influences, the satisfaction possible. You know, if you've got a dark moon, it's balsamic, it's closer to new than full. And if it's waning, those are the two main factors that make a moon malefic and difficult. But the main one is dark, meaning darker rather than brighter. Closer to new rather than full. In that case, it's a malefic moon, and it will carry a frustration in trying to deal with whatever. It will almost wish that the nature of the house it's in wasn't that way. You know, to continue the example of the moon as the third lord in the 9th house, the dark moon, a malefic moon in the 9th house for Taurus rising, it has to get frustrated, and it uses its frustration to put more anger energy, and I've got to get through this. This is so frustrating, and it's messing with my whole life. But I've got to do it to get educated because it loves learning. You know, there's two different types of writers. There's the writer that loves to write and the writer that hates to write. They just want to do it and get it out of the way. They're a writer, and they love having written. I'm kind of like this. I've technically got a dark moon, but I'm not a Taurus rising. But, you know, I like the process of struggling to get past the writing period and looking back and saying, wow, that sucked, but I did it. I'm satisfied. I got over my laziness, and I made something cool. That's how a dark moon does it. A bright moon will love the whole process along the way, and they'll learn about themselves, because remember, the moon is exalted in Taurus. They're going to learn what skills do I naturally have that can make this area easier. And wherever your moon is, you should think about that. What skills do I have intrinsically, naturally? From my childhood, what have I always been able to do? What has always felt comfortable for me? That I can find some tricks to fit this to my nature so I can be better at this thing. And the bright moon will enjoy doing that. Especially also a moon that's closer to Taurus as well will also enjoy doing that even more. Right? If you've got a dark moon, it's in Scorpio, and it's not favorably placed for whatever reason, it's in the 7th house, then the moon in the 7th house is going to be trying to learn how to be in relationships. There are skills and communication things that you need to do to be in relationship effectively. And Taurus gets frustrated and says, why does it have to be this way? Why is this how people are happy communicating? You know, the Taurus is just bummed by the fact that it's not natural, it's not easy, and there's even a laziness that can come through Taurus. That overall, instead of learning about how my skills can make this thing better, it neglects its nature, neglects its skills, and says, all right, I'll do this, and I'm not going to feel good about doing it. And that's the dark moon closer to the 7th house for Taurus rising. Hello there, Gal. And hello there, Silver. Glad that this has given you a little inkling of what writing is all about. Writing is a whole world in itself, you know. So, that has been the nature of the moon for Taurus rising. Blending souls in relationship is important for everybody. It's very important for Taurus rising, and it can give peace of mind. And if you listen to the nature of what the moon is all about, if you watch my video on the Chandra, on the moon, digest where the moon is at. The moon's important for Taurus rising because the moon is exalted in Taurus. It's part of the 3, Jupiter, Pisces, Taurus, and Cancer are this important triangle within all those 3 signs. For Cancer rising, Taurus rising, and Pisces rising, these 3 signs are very interconnected, and so are their lords, Venus, Moon, and Jupiter. So keep this in mind. This is what it takes to be in a truly happy relationship. It takes Dharma, Jupiter. It takes self-realization through the moon. And it takes personal awareness. Self-realization is a deep spiritual thing, whereas self-awareness, self-study, that's svadhyaya. Like knowing, like, I like whole wheat bread and not white bread. I like rock music, not rap music, you know. I could go for it all, but this is the nature of Taurus rising for its moon and those 3 planets. So Dana, we're talking about Taurus rising here, and we're talking about the moon for Taurus rising. Wherever the moon is placed, it rules the 3rd house of Cancer. Wherever it's placed, it's going to have the qualities that we've just described. Now, we've just finished for the moon for Taurus rising. Whew. Let's take a breather for a second here. Let's see, I could probably do a bathroom break, and I feel like I should. With the time I get to this point in the video, I finished the half an hour. I'm trying to go by a half an hour. It's a half an hour per planet. I go to the bathroom, I come back, we rock and roll. So let's do it. What the heck? I gotta pee. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna come back, and we're going to talk about Mars. How does Mars relate as a planetary lord for Taurus rising? So Dana, I think I often give examples when I'm talking about, let's say, for example, right now we're talking about Taurus rising. That's this whole video. We're talking about the moon right now in this video. We just talked about the sun for a half an hour, and we just talked about the moon for a half an hour. So when I'm giving examples of the moon, one of the things I'm trying to say is that for Taurus rising, the moon is exalted where the moon would be exalted for a Taurus rising is the 1st house. Now that'd be nice if you've got the moon in Taurus, but for wherever your moon is, you're going to get something good from the moon if you operate as if the moon was in the 1st house. It's a little hard to explain. You can watch what we've done in this half an hour section I'll explain it better from the beginning about a half an hour ago. Or you can listen to our Mars video, and we're probably going to talk about the same thing. Where is Mars exalted, and what does that mean for Taurus rising? So we'll go into that in a second, but let's do a quick little bathroom break, and we'll come back, and we'll keep rocking and rolling in here, folks. See you guys in just a sec. All right, the train keeps a-rolling. Oh, that's nice of you to say, Silver. I'm rocking this fancy shirt of mine. I like it because it's got like a belly top vibe and it's like nice and squished to me. So I'm glad to know I'm looking well. Maybe it's because we're talking about Taurus rising, a Venus-ruled rising sign. Now, everybody, I should do my diligence and talk about such things. Keep in mind, folks, if you're enjoying this, you can check out dustincormier.com, where you can subscribe to my email list, and you'll get a free copy of my new ebook, as well as, I'm still working that through right now. If you subscribe, I will eventually get you that ebook. I'm going to have it done within this week. As well, if you are ever interested in donating, you can donate to the little PayPal link that I've sent in the description of this video here. And as well, we are currently doing memberships for this YouTube channel. If you join as a member, you have loyalty badges. You can put special emojis in the chat box. And eventually, we're going to do memberships where members get member-specific videos and member-specific live streams and cold readings. You'll have special privilege when we do cold readings in those videos. So that'll be a thing eventually, folks. But the membership is going now. If you want to support my channel, it's $3 a month, I believe. And all such things are always appreciated, but never expected. Whew. Now, let's continue on, ladies and gentlemen. Check, break, marker. Next up, we have Mars for a Taurus rising. Now, if you've been listening to this series, all these series when I do these videos, how it rolls is that it's coming from a certain numerology. Sun, Sunday, number 1. Moon, lundi, that's the Monday, is 2. Then Mars, mardi, number 3. So Mars carries with it the numerology of 3. And the number 3, just like the D3 Varga chart, just like the 3rd house, there's this quality of gouging your claws into reality in order to do what you got to do. Mars is born of the earth, and it grabs, it takes what it needs to take. It has to do with boundaries, has to do with firmness, following my truth. And Mars gets angry when its truth is not accounted for. Now, Mars is an interesting one for Taurus rising because it is, of course, a Maraka. The 7th house, is the real true Maraka house for Taurus rising. And Jupiter actually also has Maraka qualities for Taurus rising, which is rather sort of unusual. Mercury is usually the 2nd and the 7th house of the Marakas. But for Scorpio, Mars carries Maraka and so does Jupiter. So the 7th, 8th, 11th, and 12th have this quality of bringing an alienness to Taurus's comfort zone. There's something foreign that Taurus has to allow to enter its energy field. It's a spider. Scorpio in the 7th house is the spider that Taurus has to accept and allow to sleep in her bed. And that is your partner. That's the husband. That's the other person. Because Taurus is so bent on its own comfort zone. Being ruled by Venus, by what makes it comfortable in an earthy way, in a sensational way, in an aesthetic way. So we often at times have to take on the whole color field of another person. Ideally, you want the colors to match. If I'm an orange person, blue works well in the color wheel. So your blue works well with my orange. Taurus rising, though, tends to blend her color wheel or his color wheel with the color wheel of their partner. And this is, again, that conversation we've had about the 12th eating the 1st house a little bit. The 12th house eats the 1st house through the 7th house. Now, the Maraka qualities of Jupiter and Mars both have this way of basically being what kills Taurus. Marika is the killer, and it tends to be the killer at the end of life. Which means if you are at the end of your life, you're 80 years old, and you just happen to go through some very heavy transit, let's say Pluto or Saturn transits Mars or Jupiter, or Saturn or Pluto or some heavy planet transits the signs ruled by Mars and Jupiter, or you go through a Mars or Jupiter dasha, and things line up in a way where you're in the Mars dasha, and you have to deal with this very foreign alien element of yourself that you've invited through other people. If you're at the older age, it could be this Mars or Jupiter confrontation that kills you. That's what Marika tends to mean. The 7th house is always a Marika because it's the furthest from the 1st house. And Taurus loves itself. It feels most comfortable with itself. So Scorpio is this scorpion in the bed. Especially because Scorpio also rules the 12th house. Taurus has to get used to the scorpion in the bed. They have to learn the ways of the scorpion. They have to learn the psychology of their partner. And there will be some level of sacrifice. There will certainly be a level of self-sacrifice. But as we've talked about, for Taurus rising, it's very important that they lead by the 9th house. They really have to lead by their own dharma in order to save themselves in what is typically defined as Taurus's stereotypical difficulties with relationships and marriage. We read in, the old Indian Vedic way considers Mars to be a pretty difficult thing for Taurus because Mars rules the 7th house of marriage and that 12th house, which eats the 1st house. Kind of eating your own footing. Scorpio rising has the same thing, where the 7th lord and the 12th lord are combined. So this combination of the 7th and 12th lord causes marriage to often be difficult for Taurus. And that's why the 9th house, Saturn, really needs to be the linchpin that gives the Taurus a deeper reason to be together with a person than personality alone. Because if Taurus is in it for a personality reasons, it's going to cause difficulty for them. And the 9th house has Jupiter for a Karaka. So really, what'll happen for Taurus oftentimes is that they fall in love when they're young. From age 12 to age 32, that is the period of Venus. That's when we're experiencing Venus love. After puberty, we enter puberty at age 12, and we really work out what it means that I'm a man and you're a woman, or that you're a woman and I'm a man, or I'm a man and you're a man, or I'm a woman and you're a woman, or I'm anything in between and you're anything in between. All of these things related to gender and the archetype. Venus is really our earthly expression on Earth through gender, through magnetism, through me compensating for what you are and you compensating for what I am. That's why Libra is this fair trade deal. I always say about Venus, if I go to the market, I'm growing blueberries, but because my blueberries eat the nitrogen and the soil, so I need to, I can't grow peanuts. So I go to market, my blueberries are $10 for a bushel. And you've got those peanuts, and that I really need. Now, you can't grow blueberries because you grow peanuts. I'm not a farmer, so I don't know if this is exactly a thing, but this is the metaphor. So that if I'm really good at one thing, it usually means I have a shadow. You're really good at that thing, which means you have a different shadow. If our shadows can complement each other, if our skills and talents and aesthetic colors of our aura can complement each other, then what happens is I usually sell these berries for $10 a bushel. But I'll give them to you for free if you give me a whole bunch of your peanuts for free. Because I've got enough blueberries. I got blueberries coming out of my pockets. And you got peanuts coming out of your pockets. So we can make an energetic deal that other people in the market would have to pay top dollar for. We're getting a deal. and that's Venus. What I do, which is naturally so joyous to me, it comes through me and I don't even have to try. It's junk to me because I have so much of it coming through me. But my junk is your treasure. And what you do, which is so natural to you, you don't even have to try. It's junk to you. So we trade each other's junk and it becomes treasure. And there's something very special about Saturn being exalted in Libra there. Saturn being death, Saturn being elimination and excretion of things. It shows that Venus really has to love all of a person, including their junk. And the junk is this thing that we share and move through. Because it's not really junk, it's just what we have in abundance. My abundance works with your abundance in this complementary way. So this is the nature of Venus. And this personality level of sharing for Taurus rising, we're going to talk more about that when we get to Venus. But this personality sharing with Taurus rising, when it comes to relationships, Mars dealing with where making the deal. Sometimes the Taurus rising might give away their blueberries more than they're worth, just because I love those peanuts so much. I'm willing to give you more blueberries than I should for less peanuts than I should to make this deal ultimately work. And Taurus wouldn't necessarily do that in the market because they're very savvy. They're very, there's a word that I'm thinking of with money. Frugal. It's when somebody is not quite stingy. I can't think of the word that I'm trying to say, but that's okay. So Taurus wouldn't necessarily do this in the market, but it'll do it in love. It'll do it in marriage. It'll give away its precious blueberries for peanuts that are worth less than the blueberries. And Taurus is okay with it. This is kind of the deal that Taurus looks to make. You can do this with me. You know, I have this abundance. I have this Venus. I have this stuff. I have this energy, these things that I love to do. I love to serve you. I love to do things for you. I love to compromise and to sacrifice things. But what usually happens is Scorpio is secretly a Taurus on its... Taurus is secretly a Scorpio on its backside. It has a stinger just like Scorpio does. And it stings its way, it dies its way into its relationships through the 12th Lord Mars, also ruling the 7th house. And it acts first. It stings, it plummets its stinger first. It makes the connection, gets comfortable with the material reality of this person first, and makes it comfortable for both of us. Once that's all done, Taurus looks at the ledger of its energy field at the end of it all and says, you know what? I'm actually giving more than I'm receiving in this relationship. But now it's kind of too late. The heart, the stinger, has been plunged. And now Taurus begins to feel bitter that they're putting more into this relationship. They're not getting as much energetically out of it. They're not even enjoying it as much as they would have liked, as much as they thought they would. But this compromising energy is part of the nature of Mars for Taurus. And when Mars is really well placed, it's worth it. This is just one of those things. All that we've talked about here, it will ultimately be worth it and okay for Taurus. But ultimately, this is something that is an alien foreign influence that you've let in. And this is why it's a Marika. It could kill you in the end. With the people who you've partnered with and said, I'll carry these things and I don't mind. And it can become a poison in the end, especially if you don't have a good Mars. It's not something to be worried about per se. Ultimately, the thing that saves Mars, the thing that saves Taurus in relationships is Saturn and Dharma. Having something that's deeper than the relationship. We're going to get to that when we get to Saturn in this reading. But for now, Mars is a testy element of Taurus, which it can be good at making deals, and it can be good at sacrificing for a contract. You know, one thing about Taurus is that they're loyal. The 7th house isn't just a marriage house. It's also about businesses and partnership. One thing that you can be sure about with a Taurus rising is when they say they're going to be there to hold the storefront, they're going to go through hell and back. They're going to drag through an ocean of obstructions and difficulties, and they've got one lasso tied to that storefront, and it's 8:50, and I'm going to pull my way through all the shit in my whole life to get there at 8:55 so I can start work at 9 in the morning so we can continue to do what we're doing in this business. Taurus they'll surrender things. They'll let go of things. They'll miss their kids' dress rehearsal. They'll miss their partner's date to stay. Their word is very important to them, and they'll really fight and sacrifice a lot of their own personal joy in order to be there for their word, because they said they would be there, and I expect you to do the same for me. It's Venus, fixed Earth, Taurus rising. So there's strength there. They make a great business partner, especially if they got a good Mercury, as we're going to talk about. But if they don't have a good Mars, in order to make a deal with a business partner and say, I'm going to be there at this time, that means you got to make deals with all the other people who lean on you and depend on you. If you've got a Mars that's, sort of debilitated in the sign of Cancer, it's closer to the 4th house cusp where it's not as happy. For Taurus, really, Cancer is also naturally close to the 4th house cusp. So if you've got Mars in the sign of, we could say Gemini especially, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, around that area, and even Taurus a little bit, Mars, and if you've got Mars between Taurus and Virgo, it's close to the 4th house cusp, and it's close to Cancer, where Mars is debilitated. So that shows a little bit of difficulty with yoga power, with holding itself firm. If Mars is afflicted in these ways, then all the people it's trying to make deals with, and Taurus ends up holding the bag. It ends up losing sleep. It ends up being very stressed. It ends up making everybody else happy except for Taurus. It's ultimately Aries through the 12th house who's going to essentially steal their future from their spinal fluid. And that's when Taurus rising, just like Libra rising, becomes Mr. Incredible. If you watch my Libra rising video, Mr. Incredible is the guy who, it's his wedding day. His wedding day is very important to him. He's Venus. It's super important to him. But Taurus rising wants to show up for all the commitments and promises that it's made. And so what'll happen, Libra's a bit different than Taurus. Libra's more Mr. Incredible. But the metaphor is Mr. Incredible is going to his wedding. And along the way, he sees a cat is stuck up in a tree. So he takes off his suit, puts on his mask, and now he's Mr. Incredible. He's got to climb up the tree, get the cat, and the cat scratches his face, no thank yous, brings it down, and then he's just about to put his wedding suit back on to go to his wedding now, but he's like, he hears, and there's like a burglar who just stole this lady's purse. He's like, oh my God, okay. Now he's got to go and get this lady's purse back. He ends up being late for the wedding. He's walking down the aisle with his wife, and his wife is like, where were you? He's like, I'm sorry, I had to do some things. Like, what do you mean you had to do some things? Like, what did you have to do? This is our wedding. This is the one day, Stephen, or whoever. Stephen's the name that came to me. But that Libra is more doing everything for everybody. Taurus, what happens with Taurus through Mars, if they don't have a good Mars, is that they become very sketchy with who their responsibilities are towards. Taurus rising erodes what their identity is and who they identify with and who's the most important person in their lives. So they have a responsibility to their job, to their clients, and the Mars in them will push to have these clients. And if you've got a good Mars, you just know, like, this is what I'm supposed to do for you clients. I'm an astrologer. I tell everybody when they come to me, I've got a good Mars. I'm going to see you. I study your chart for 1 or 2 hours before we meet. And then when I see you for 2 to 3 hours. And in those 2 to 3 hours, I give you everything I want to give you. I got a lot of Virgo in me. If it goes over that 3 hours, sometimes that's okay. But if I have to do something after that point, I'm going to use my Mars and say, now we've done 3 hours of work here. Now it's time for me to, let's close up shop for now. If you want to have more of a session with me, you can sign up for another astrology reading and we'll continue that. Close it so that I'm done with that deal. Then I can go and do whatever else I had planned for 3:30 and I'm not going to be late. Taurus rising with a wishy-washy Mars puts this emotional sauce into its responsibilities, into what it says it's going to be there for. Mercury is the real manager, but Mars has this sort of like, I'm sorry, like I do care about you. And it's this emotional element that it works through the 7th house and the 12th house. And ultimately, through Mars, the one left holding the bag is Taurus's spinal fluid, sacrificing for everybody. And if they have a good Mars, they'll be happy that this situation is the case. What else is that spinal fluid for but to serve the ones I love? If they don't have a good Mars, then they'll feel stolen from. And they'll feel angry. They'll feel like their boundaries are not being expressed and received well. And it's because they're not putting those boundaries out there. They're not laying out in themselves what are their prerogatives, their responsibilities that's going to bring them the highest power and happiness and success. And furthermore, also doing well in business, saying I'm going to do one thing and then being there for it. If you don't have a good Mars, it's going to be hard to be there for what you want to be there for in every instance. So Mars is important for Taurus's business capacities. Now I got to watch how long I go on each of these things. Let's start talking about Mars now from the perspective of RYAN KURCZAK. This reading, of course, is coming from Asheville Vedic Astrology. It's my notes on my lessons that I took from RYAN KURCZAK in Asheville Vedic Astrology. Mars rules the 7th and 12th house for a Taurus. The 7th is a house that destroys. It's a Marika house. It deals with death, the foreign bug, the thing that is not me, because I'm the first. The 7th is furthest from the first house. So the 7th house is as far away from yourself as you can get. It's a planet of relationship. And the 7th house themes like sexuality and passion, which come together with the 12th house, which does usually relate to clandestine things. Can you guys see me yet? So Taurus Ascendant can waste energy through relationships. They waste their finances through relationships. And since Mars rules the 7th, this can sometimes make Taurus's passion turn into aggression, making it shaky and inauspicious. So overall, Mars speaks to a lot of wastage for Taurus, and Martian things can get in the way of Taurus's path, generally speaking. This wastage, of course, the 12th house is natural for all of us. And what's tricky is that Mars, every planet has a Mula Tricona. Mars's Mula Tricona is not Scorpio. It's Aries, which means whichever house rules the Mula Tricona of its 2 ruled houses, the Mula Tricona is going to be the linchpin of the theme. So the 12th house, which is kind of technically neutral in a way, but it is a house of waste. But that waste, what feels like a waste, can be and should be ideally a spiritual thing. This could be building on my personality, my career, my love, but instead I'm sacrificing it for something greater. And that's what Mars intends to do if it's well placed. If it's not well placed, the person might feel like their deep sense of peace is their spinal fluid is pissed away from other people using the Taurus like a doormat, essentially. So Mars destroys by wasting energy, time, and attention, or putting too much passion and direction into things that are really just frustrating in the long run. Things that they thought would be important, but ended up really not being as important as they thought it was going to be, and they really should have known that that would be the case. Now, Ernst Wilhelm also has a little blurb on Mars here, too. Mars is the bull's cows. The bull being the bull of Rishabha of Taurus. The cows are the bull's ladies. However, it works for Taurus rising. So Mars ruling the 7th of interaction and the 12th. The 12th really relates with bed pleasures, with seeking deep security and peace. This indicates a very powerful sexual nature and the possible expense or loss on account of partners and relationships. Taurus rising through Mars can get very lost in making business connections that are related to a sexual aesthetic. You're with a business partner and you feel like if I was banging this person, we would have a great time. And maybe that means we'll do good business together. And the feeling of that sexual tension with a business partner can be juicy and enjoyable. And if Mars is well placed, you'll even do business. And, with a signification like this, through Mars, Taurus rising really can have subliminal submission, domination things with its partner. You be the daddy, I be the submissive one, or, those kinds of things. And this can provide a great relief based on the gender aspects of the person and the soul gender aspects of a person, which can be relieving and powerful and make things sync very well. But, when you are relegated to a certain role, it can make it hard to be fully business savvy. So you got to be careful mixing friends with business, kinkiness with business, that kind of energy with business partners in general on the whole. Doesn't mean you can't do it, but you have to be very discerning, because there's a lot of Taurus risings that will get lost in the enjoyment of this and waste lots of time and energy and money being, the lines of what's truly good for them were blurred by the enjoyment of the aesthetic. This can happen in marriage, and it often happens for Taurus risings when they're young and they're dealing with men or women who are powerful, who have money, and they're enjoying this kind of interaction. They got to be careful when they're young for this reason. But if they got a good Venus, then they'll still carry through the deeper desires that they seek. It's when Mars is really not well that this passion becomes hard for them to channel while still keeping a professional relationship. Mars is a temporal neutral. As a natural malefic, it's a natural malefic, and it's going to cause damage wherever it is. But Ernst considers it to be almost neutral in the same sense that the sun is. And it makes sense because from Ernst's perspective, as he's giving it here, Mars is, the 12th house is neutral. And, this goes to show you that different teachers will kind of have different ideas of how these things go. The 12th house is neutral, and Mars is a malefic ruling the cardinal sign, the 7th house. So you've got a good, tough goalie when it comes to bringing someone in and doing business. So Taurus can be sharp with its business partners. RYAN KURCZAK'S considers it a Marika placement, which gives it some of this more flavor of being inauspicious. And of course, that comes from Parashara. But Ernst regards Mars as being a bit neutral. So it is ultimately a malefic, though. So Mars will give the dark side of passion in relationships, which is really anger and conflict. One of the sexiest things that you could do with a Taurus rising is deal well with their anger and conflict. And they know it, and anyone who's with the Taurus rising knows it. Taurus rising gets angry. And if you're a partner who can see their Mars and deal with it in juicy, delicious sexual ways, but also not hold that over their head, and funnel their frustration, their communication, their boundaries, their stubbornness with them in a sword-fighting way almost into delicious, satisfying routes of well-communicated, satisfying Mars energy, then it's a delicious thing for Taurus to have someone work through their anger with. Because, again, Taurus can just naturally have a lot of anger because they're fixed Earth. They want everything to be the same. But the world is spinning, and so everything is not the same. Taurus needs to make peace between the infinite sameness and the infinite not sameness. The infinite sameness within them and the infinite not sameness in the carousel of Maya. So if you can help a Taurus bridge the tension created by that dynamic between the soul and Maya, by helping them bridge their anger, by even dealing with and through their anger with them. You know, these guys have the best angry sex. Taurus, makeup sex, all that kind of stuff. But again, how much energy can you, if you're not someone who has a good Mars, you're probably going to have a lot more delicious, sexy makeup sex than general sex. And that means in order to make up, you have to have had a fight. So this is the lack of peace that Taurus often feels through Mars. It's the way it is. It can still be juicy, can still lead to great happiness. If you've got a good Mars, this will ultimately be conducive to mutual communication, happiness, and satisfaction. For the Taurus in particular. A good Mars mitigates the lack of overall satisfaction that Taurus can have through partnerships. It mitigates the anger that can happen that goes unsatisfied. The anger energy is pure, the nature of pure Mars. When you got a good Mars, that energy is satisfied with resolved ends that work for everybody. A bad Mars just always feels like it doesn't have a place to channel that anger, and it always feels dissatisfied. The nature of the energy is pure. It takes evolved consciousness to channel it into integrated channels effectively. So we could wrap around that forever, but this video is already going to be a long one. This video is turned into Taurus, so it's going to be longer than most, but that's okay. I'm having fun here. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Ganesha, the carrier of obstacles, is going to carry us through our next planet. Don't worry, folks, I'm not that bad. I've been doing these rising sign videos. I've done all 12 of them. I had to do Libra twice. And I'm glad that we're moving through it. Thank you, Monica. And thank you for everybody for watching. Now, I'm Dustin Cormier. And of course, if you're enjoying what I'm doing here, you can feel free to donate through PayPal. And as well, you can join my memberships, where you will gain emojis. And it's just something to help to support my channel. Don't feel obliged to, because I love doing these videos. I love sitting here. I love talking about astrology. And I love being productive. Now, it looks like my computer's skipping and popping once in a while. How am I doing for audio and video? Is my audio off from the video? I know it happens all the time. It's really frustrating. I think there's something I got to work out with regards to that. But let me know if the audio and the video are still synced in. If they're not, then I can just reboot the thing. If it's okay, then we're going to keep on moving on. It's been great. Excellent. The gods are smiling upon us today. Thank you, Monica. Monica's my ground control. I'm going to have to get more water after this one. Awesome. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mercury for Taurus Rising. Click, breaker, marker, check. On to the next planet. Next, we have Mercury for a Taurus Rising. Mercury is going to be an important planet for Taurus. Although, what's interesting is as the fifth lord, it's really an interesting thing. Yes, synergy. It's actually just, I use this bottle for the glass. I like glass better than plastic for keeping water in. Mercury is an interesting one for Taurus. You know, let's go right off the bat, and this time I'm gonna dig right into my notes from Asheville Vedic Astrology. I better look at my time here. Okay. Mercury offers less auspiciousness. So what we hear is that Saturn is the big honker. Saturn is the load-bearing wall for Taurus rising. Excuse me. And the ninth lord is always the most auspicious house. The fifth house is the second most auspicious. The first house is the third most auspicious. The first house is still one of the three golden houses. Now, the fifth house for Taurus is still better than the first house. The fifth house is Virgo, which is ruled by Mercury, which is a friend to the rising sign, Lord. Mercury and Venus are friends. This is part of this, really, when it comes to Mercury. We talked a lot about how Taurus has some interesting positives. The sun being a neutral, even though it's on the team Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter, as we've discussed here in this picture. You see Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are on one side. Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter are on the other. The sun is auspicious to Taurus, which is kind of an unusual thing. But one of the ways that, Taurus has that positive blessing. Well, when God opens a door, he opens a window. But also when God opens a window, there's also a door closed. Mercury kind of takes a hit for Taurus rising. And what we read from Parashara is that Mercury offers less auspiciousness than it typically would for a fifth house lord. It rules the second house and the fifth house. Now, this doesn't say it isn't auspicious at all. Now, let's read what my notes that I took from RYAN KURCZAK'S when I went through Asheville Vedic Astrology. Mercury offers less auspiciousness, but this isn't inauspicious. Mercury rules the fifth house in Taurus, and that's a trine. Now, I wonder if it's going to say it in here. I'm going to say this before we go into it because we already learned from our first reading with Light on Life that, there's something special when you see the interactions of the rising lord with certain signs and as well certain planets with the rising lord. The moon has a blessing for Taurus rising because it's exalted in Taurus. Now, the lord of Taurus is Venus. Venus is debilitated in the sign of Virgo. This is a funny thing that everyone says, like, what is happening between Mercury and Venus? They're friends, and they're on the same side. Venus and Mercury both rule earth and air signs. Why is it that Venus is debilitated in Mercury's sign? And the funny thing is, when you have Venus debilitated in Virgo, like I do, I very much have that, Venus is also delighted by its friend by being in the sign of Virgo. So in the same way, it's a blessing and a strange curse, which ultimately helps to lessen the blow of having a debilitation there. When Venus is in Virgo, it is not the worst debilitation point for any planet to be in, because it's also delighted at the same time. So there's blessing added with that mitigating point. In the case of Taurus rising, it's kind of the opposite, where the fifth house is always a blessing. Anything going on with the fifth house is a good thing. But here, there's a little bit of a negative connotation associated with the fact that Virgo is the place where the rising sign lord is debilitated. So that fifth house is naturally antagonistic to what Taurus is trying to do. It's positive and it's negative to what Taurus is trying to do. And this goes to show you, deeply speaking, Venus is exalted in Pisces, which means there is an inclination for the earth and air to meet and high-five the fire and water of the soul through Venus, the moon, and Jupiter, as we keep talking about. These three have a special connection. The moon is exalted in Taurus, which is ruled by Venus. Venus is exalted in Pisces, ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, ruled by the moon. The moon's exalted in Taurus. So there's a special connection between these three. And so, this being the case, Venus is exalted in Pisces. So there is a need for, even though the fifth house is Virgo, Taurus needs that fifth house. It needs to be analytical. It needs to be discerning. It needs to communicate effectively, promptly, and it does well when it's doing so. And wherever Mercury is really technically a blessing to the chart. But it's not going to be as much of a blessing as it would be for the fifth house of other rising signs. That's kind of what we're getting at here. And it's partly because Virgo, it rules the fifth house. It's a blessing and a curse. So the fifth house is, Mercury rules the fifth house for Taurus rising. That's a trine. It also rules the second house, which, although functionally neutral, the second house is considered a Maraka house. And it has a bit of Maraka energy. Not fully, because Parashara says that Mars and Jupiter are the Marakas. So Taurus is full of this, like, they say about the earth signs is that they are colored like, a gasoline spill. It's got that rainbow shimmery quality to it. Most rising signs are kind of black and white. They got strengths and they got weaknesses. Taurus becomes very rainbow, where their blessings have curses with them and their curses have blessings associated with them. Altogether, it all works out evenly. But this is some of the nature of these earthy ruled rising signs especially. So, even though it's not really a Maraka house, the second house does have some Maraka qualities. The rulership of the fifth house tends to cancel this out. So that's why Parashara doesn't consider Mercury to be a Maraka. But it's also got a little bit of inauspiciousness. Just as Venus has difficulties in situations here, ruling the sixth house, with Mercury, you'll find it similarly inauspicious, though less so, depending on the situation. So Mercury, let's bring it all together. Mercury deals with intelligence and creativity through the fifth house, as well as their capacity to speak through early childhood, which will tend to be positive for Taurus rising. You know, Taurus rising rules the throat. And so speech becomes important for Taurus. Being creative about speech is something that, you know, there's something special when you look at Taurus is the second sign. So the second house is going to be somewhat important to Taurus. And Mercury, therefore, is in this way, it has load-bearing wall qualities to it. What that simply means is that a Taurus with a bummed Mercury is going to have difficulty with this throat chakra stuff, with boundaries, with ease of communication, which is something that Taurus does stand on. Its resources are there. It needs to be able to communicate effectively and freely with its resources. And so Taurus's second and fifth lord, Mercury, can be stingy in relationships. When it comes to money, I have my money and you have your money. And I need to be intelligent and discerning with what I do with my money. And this can play into a stinginess that's ultimately healthy for Taurus, but it does lack a bit of the elastic snap that Taurus would prefer to move through. It lacks the Venus. It lacks the, oh, baby, we'll make it work, honey. Anything. We can do anything. We can make anything work. Mercury is the time where Taurus says, you know, honey, we can make anything work. But, you know, I have to be careful with spending too much money on this date or, you know, getting this house with this much rent. Or the Taurus might consider having a house considered to be important to it. Having its surroundings could be very important to it. So it has to balance and manage this and say to its partner, we can't keep living in this crappy apartment. You know, I've got to start doing a job, which means we can't have as much of our nice little dinners. You know, it could be romantic, but I got to be a little dry here and fight for what I need to be emotionally and psychologically happy and creative. So Mercury creatively manages money for Taurus rising in a way that's a little dry, that takes away from Venus's elastic snap, but is still important. And having a good Mercury will still save Taurus a lot of hassle. So this Mercury really is a satellite compared to some of the heavier hitters in Taurus rising, which is Saturn, Venus, Mars can be a heavy one, the Sun is a heavy one, and Jupiter, reining Jupiter in can be difficult and heavy as well for Taurus. Mercury is just there to buffer in a lot of ways, right? But still important, especially if you have, you know, if you're Mercury Karaka, if you got the south node, the north node, south node or north node in Gemini or Virgo, these things are going to gain extra prominence. The second house deals with the face, with how one manages responsibilities. So Mercury helps Taurus manage their responsibilities well, since Mercury is also the planet of management. And this is why the stereotype of Taurus as a wealthy and crafty banker is doubly implied. And they can be firm again and sort of stingy about the ends, the details, the end of the bag, you know? So is it all good that's in the bag, or is there a lot of keef, not keef, but like leaf matter? You know, in Canada, pot's legal now, but when I used to smoke a lot more weed, you know, you'd get a bag of weed and you kind of check like how much leafy gunk at the bottom. You know, I paid full $1 for this bag and there's all this leafy junk at the bottom. You know, Mercury would be like, hey, what's this on the bottom here? And then dealing with that with the person that you're dealing with is part of a reality. I don't know. I guess that's drug reality. You know, not my cup of tea as I get older, let me tell you. But those ends, you know, this is a good line for Taurus rising. I almost would like to know the chart of Tom Waits, because Tom Waits wrote this line. He says, yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. The large print giveth, and the small print taketh away. And through Mercury, it's important for all of us to read that small print. But for Taurus rising especially, for their own financial awareness, their own energy so they don't feel drained, and their own creative capacity. Taurus needs to deal with its finances so it doesn't feel financially drained. And when it is smart with money, it's smart with time, it has the extra space and room to feel creative. It's like your RAM on your computer. If all your programs are taking up the RAM on your computer, you can't use, like, me as a video editor, I want to put a video in, and I want really quickly, I want my mouse to, I want to throw this in, I want to throw this in, I want to throw this in. If your computer's going, I can't take all this data going through, it's like, all right, I'm really inspired right now, but I'll put this in, I'll wait 10 seconds for the computer to load, put this in, wait 10 seconds for the computer to load. That's a bad Mercury that can't manage things well, which means you lose your creative capacity. A good Mercury thinks on its feet, manages its time well, and has time and energy left over to be creative for Taurus rising. Mercury is also the actor, dealing with skill and talent, showing artistic capacity, wit, and a witty use of words for Taurus rising. It helps them to express things well and have an orderly environment, since Mercury rules the second house stuff of how you keep your house, how you keep your environment, your workstation, your personal life, managing all of these things. It's the manager. And it is important for Taurus. It is the fifth house lord. It's just not going to be it's not as heavy a hitter again as the other planets, but can still really be clutch. Having a good Mercury is a good thing for everybody. So this is reiterating a little bit more of these points. This comes from Ernst Wilhelm. And Ernst Wilhelm is somebody who has these great ideas about the planets. This comes from a PDF that Ernst Wilhelm gives for free on his Kala software. What we read here is that Mercury is, as the second and fifth lord, Mercury is the bull's wealth. He gives these little things in italics that give a little key as to what the planet is. Mercury, as the second and fifth lord of Taurus rising, Mercury gives Taurus a practical and efficient mentality. Mercury gives a knack for speculations and makes Taurus lucky in business. But this luck is largely due to their intelligence, their resourcefulness, and their preparedness. So this is the person who prepares a presentation well, does the statistics, takes the time to meticulously manage everything else in their life. They got to make a sandwich for the kids. They got to make sure that they spend a half an hour with their husband to talk with them about what's going on in their lives. And only a half an hour, honey, I got to go and I got to prepare for my business presentation. And then they go, they prepare their business presentation, and they can manage their time. They don't burn themselves out, and it allows them to be creative with how they eventually present the data that they've prepared. Taurus can be this person who presents data, because Mercury rules the second house and the creative fifth house. Really, their intelligence, seeing the pins and spikes that align the data, their intelligence is really Taurus's best resource. Mercury also indicates a creative speaker as well. Fifth house creativity, second house voice, which makes sense for Taurus rising, being the lord of the second sign. The throat. Now, due to the fifth house lordship, Mercury becomes a temporal benefic, and as a natural benefic as well. Mercury gives intelligence, practicality, and the resourcefulness which allows the Taurus native to fulfill the areas which Mercury influences. So Mercury is already a temporal benefic. Wherever Mercury is, it brings manifestation, brings happiness. If it's really close, if it's closer to a malefic than any other benefic, it gains that malefic energy, and it becomes frustrating to communicate and to deal with thinking. But overall, Mercury tends to be a benefic for everybody. That brings manifestation. For Taurus rising, since it rules the 5th house, there's a little extra benefic energy. So this gives Mercury intelligence, practicality, and resourcefulness, and allows the native to fulfill the areas which Mercury influences, which means whatever Mercury is touching, if Mercury is combined with another planet, if another planet is conjunct Mercury and it's in the same sign, Rashi aspects to wherever Mercury is placed, these things are all going to have a 5th house intelligence, discrimination, and preparedness flavored with it. It's a benefic, so even if it's in a really ugly, bad place, it's still going to do this. You know, Mercury's only enemy is the moon. Is that right? Let me think about that. Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus. Yeah, its only enemy is the moon. So if Mercury is in Cancer, it's in the 3rd house. If it's got, you know, aspects from the moon, if it's conjunct Saturn, if it's surrounded by other malefics, if it doesn't have strong Shadbala, if it's not doing well in the Vargas, if all these negative things are happening with this Mercury, then we can expect that Mercury feels like it doesn't have the resources. It's frustrating to gain the resources needed to deal with that 3rd house. And the 3rd house does not provide Mercury the resources it needs to do what it does through the 2nd and 5th house. So Mercury is this creative manager of data and information, and it needs time and it needs energy managed properly in order to take best creative effect on this really powerful manifestation quality that Taurus can have. And whatever place the Mercury is in is going to show where this Mercury's bread is buttered on the side of manifestation. Even if Mercury's in Aries in the 12th house for a Taurus rising, the 12th house is nice and close to the 1st house where Mercury likes to be, Mercury would probably waste a lot of time being creative and creating things in an entrepreneurial 2nd house way, writing songs, and they might have a whole plethora of songs and things that they wrote, and they got 100 songs, but the world only sees 2 albums manifested out of it, but those would be the cream of the crop. And if Mercury is well placed, all that time spending all that time spent on those creative things that Mercury creates there was still time that Taurus was doing this creative thing that it loves to do. Crunching data, taking big, broad aesthetic lines of data and aesthetics and bringing them together in a way that ties them all together effectively and intelligently. So Mercury will do that in whatever house it's in, and if Mercury is well placed, the house will support Mercury and Mercury will support that house through this creative data collection and management of time. If Mercury has ugly things going on, then it finds that it can't be creative because it's not managing time and resources well due to the arena that it's doing it through, which would be that house, whatever that house is. Especially the 11th house would be a tough one for Mercury, for Taurus rising. If you're Taurus rising, Mercury is debilitated in Pisces, it's in the 11th house, you're probably pissing away a lot of time trying to creatively manage your time into things that will get you famous, get you respect. And what it'll end up feeling is that you put so much time. I put so much time into this video that I put on YouTube. I put so much time in this presentation. I put so much time into this career, into this thing, this 11th house, these gains that I seek to get. And you'll never be satisfied. You know, you'll always feel like I put in more creative sauce than that was worth, even though it could be lots of money. It could be renown. You won't be for the renown that you wanted people to admire you for. It won't be enough. That's Mercury debilitated in the 11th house, which the 11th house is such an inauspicious place for everybody. We're going to learn about that now as we move on to Jupiter as our next planet in this series. So thanks for watching and listening to about Mercury here. Keep watching if you're watching live, or you can watch at home. The next planet we're going to go into is Jupiter. And before we start, though, I need to go and get some water. So let's have a quick water break. I'm going to water the plant, and then we're going to come back, and then we got 3 planets left for today, folks. So see you in just a moment. Voila. Okay, let's do a chocolate. Like I said, this video is just going to be crazy long compared to what I usually have going on. Not too crazy, I guess. Well, 3 videos left. It might not be as bad as I thought. 4:30 to 5, 5:30 to 6. 4:30 to 5, 5 to 5:30, 5:30 to 6. Might only be a half an hour over the 6-hour mark. I needed that little carrying pin there. Dark chocolate with a bit of caramel in it. All right, that brought me to center a little bit. Thank you, Monica. I got these memberships going recently, and so I'm going to put a video on it describing what it's all about pretty soon. But for those who want to join, it's a great way to support my channel and to get some fun little emojis and extra things along the way. So everybody, let's continue our journey here. Next up on the docket, everybody. Breaker, marker, check. Next. The next planet that we have in line is the one and only planet Jupiter for a Taurus rising. And Jupiter is an interesting one for Taurus rising. It becomes really one of those load-bearing walls in a way, but not in a good way. Jupiter is this, It's a way of dealing with and recycling all of the, Taurus really needs some North Star to guide it to the deepest purposes possible. Saturn plays a key role in that as the ninth lord. But Jupiter is essentially going to show us how this person really deals with psychological compensation, as well as the desire to have power. Power meaning not necessarily power over other people, but it can really just mean having the ability to be respected for your intelligent work that you've done to get to a certain status in a company or an organization, which gives you the clout to organize things and to be respected for the way that you organize this company, the way you've designed this company. Or to be in a business group together with people, to show up for the business group and to have the ability to sacrifice and put a lot of energy. And it's almost like an ego energy that Taurus has with groups that have invested their money together. Because Taurus has this way of whipping everybody else, even though it's the bull. It's kind of whipping everybody into shape and saying, we have to do this for this thing to come through. And when Jupiter's very well placed, it can make for a great auspicious capacity to hold very unstable monetary efforts. A whole bunch of people coming together, combining their money together, their time, investing a whole bunch of time together so that this group effort through the 8th house can create wealth and gains through the 11th house. And the 11th house of Taurus is Pisces. So the Jupiter is teaching them what is the ultimate success. What is the reason that you seek this success? And usually it's not until Taurus is about 32, from age 32 to age 50, we have the Jupiter period. Venus is from age 12 to age 32. That's breakfast. Lunch is from age 32 to 50. And then dinner is from age 50 to age 70. That's the sun period. So Jupiter is lunch. Jupiter is this really deep, what's it all about type of thing. And Jupiter is a natural karaka for the 11th house of gains, of what we ultimately seek to gain, respect and social status we seek to gain, the wealth we seek to gain, the signatures of success that we seek to gain. For Taurus, if you have a good Jupiter, then you might be very well aligned to put a lot of energy and faith and focus into succeeding in a particular world, in a particular field, in a particular art, in a particular field of science, in a business, as a business person. Dealing with other partners especially it's really whipping other partners into shape for the sake of this greater gain that we're all seeking, is how Taurus, that's where Taurus's bread is buttered when it comes to Jupiter, because every planet has a mula tricona. The mula tricona is the root sign of the planet. Whatever is the mula tricona of the planet is going to signify a deeper, more important part of that planet's psyche for the planet in question. Sagittarius is more Jupiter than Neptune is. So whatever house Sagittarius rules is going to have more sway in how this planet operates as a lord. In the case of Jupiter for Taurus, it's kind of a nice thing, actually. It's better that Jupiter, as having Sagittarius for the mula tricona, the 8th house has more energy for Jupiter than the 11th house for Taurus rising, which is nice because the 11th house has this desire for the gains. I want to get something out of this. We need to see some results from this. And they do, and you do. You know, Taurus wants to see at the end of this that all my time and effort and energy and all my holding this thing with all these powerful people that we all held together, we all put our money in, I want to see some fruits at the end of it. That's there for Taurus. But Taurus is really more excited about the power that comes from merging different people together. Taurus rising can be a great musician in a band, especially if the Jupiter is well placed, because they're good matchmakers. They can see the aura and aesthetic of a person, and they paint pictures. Pulling groups together for the sake of a certain goal, the 11th house, Taurus can pull groups together through an aesthetic intuition of the auras of those different people. Now, I keep talking about this color wheel. It's very important for Venus and people with aesthetic taste. You know, so when you see, for example, a sunset going down on an ocean, you'll often see the colors of orange blending with purple. Orange can blend well with red, and orange can blend well with blue. But especially blue and orange are opposites on the color wheel. So you'll often find people, it's funny, I've actually got a shirt. You know, I've got a Taurus moon lady in my life, and she tells me these things. I don't think she'd like this shirt, but whatever. It's orange, and it's got these little, you know, the black is nice, and it's got little inflections of blue on it. It's not the best example. There's not enough blue in there. But orange and blue together have aesthetic harmony. You can kind of see it. It's an aesthetic harmony on the color wheel because they're opposites. All these colors colors do work together. There's some work better than others, right? This is the same thing for the aesthetic colors of aura in the soul. And Taurus, if their drive to succeed is strong enough, they're going to pull the right people together to make that thing happen, this long-term goal. Taurus can be the ultimate diplomatic bringer together of people in order to have a powerful, strong group project that will do something that the world can be proud of. It's because they're a glue that's holding them all together. Taurus will, through Jupiter, will be like talking to the people and being like, you know, like this. I'm a financial guy. I've got Rahu, Uranus, and Neptune in Capricorn. So this is a world that I get into. So think about if you are going to go and have a yoga retreat in Costa Rica. And everybody wants to, lots of people want to be a part of this. Oh, cool, you're going to make this yoga retreat. Wow, that's amazing. Once a year, I'm going to use my influencers on my channel, and they're going to use the influencers on their channel, their fans, their audience, and everyone's going to pull together, and we're all going to bring people for a certain ticket. You get the plane, you get the vista, and you get to all come in, and we all do yoga together through this influencer and through this influencer, through this influencer. We all come together. We get people to pay a certain price, give them a great time, make sure they get a value, make sure they really get a bang for their buck, and make sure we're all invested in the same field. Taurus is, with a good Jupiter, is going to be checking for this shit, you know? It's like if we're doing a tropical Vedic astrology convention, and I'm like, you know, I'm Leo rising, and I'm like, let's get this guy, this person, you know, this person's got great social media influence, let's get them in there. If I have a Taurus rising business partner, they're going to be like, we're tropical Vedic, this guy's more sidereal Vedic, this person is got a certain type of astrology where, like, I don't know if they're going to clash, and if they do clash, it might be better if we consolidate people into one whole field, and that's the 11th house. We want to do well in our field. What's our group? And Taurus, through the 8th house, is managing them through a faith, through a, you know, like, guys, like, this is the dharma, this is the path that we're going through here. So let's not get the sidereal people, let's not get people who are, you know, in this certain astrology that's not conducive to what we're doing here. Let's get tropical Vedic astrologers at this Costa Rica retreat. We'll do classical Vedic yoga stuff along with it. You know, we can bring Dr. David Frawley. He's sidereal, but he's Vedic. So we can get him in there. Thumbs up to Dr. Frawley. But, you know, like this kind of thing, the Taurus rising will be exercising the aesthetic of the group project so that everybody is really into it. And another part of it, through that 8th house, Taurus the banker is going to say, now everybody, we all have to pitch in for the space. So Taurus will come to Tommy, who's a tropical Vedic astrologer. He's got big influencers online. And the Taurus rising will be like, okay, Tommy, good. You seem like you're all with our 11th house thing that we're doing here. So just out of curiosity, how are you doing financially? Are you going to be able to make this work over like, you know, some years? Are you just in here for 1 year? Because we can make that work. But do you want to continue to be a part of this thing with us? Do you want to be a part of the foundation? We got to put money into building, getting wood, putting the stone down. You know, we got to build the temple. And if you want to invest in that with us, you can. But like, what are y'all about first? You know, let me smell you. Let me hear you. It was a more Jupiter thing. Let me hear you. Let me hear how you do astrology. And let me hear your sound financial capacities as well. The Taurus rising is going to check that everybody is financially strong and can keep pitching in money and time and energy, that they're committed to this thing for the bigger haul. So this is how Taurus rising uses its Jupiter, the power of the 8th house, to combine the right people together to all pitch in towards an 11th house goal. Powerful and beautiful in this way, and that's Jupiter operating at the best. When Jupiter's operating the best for a Taurus, it's doing it because it wants to gain success in a field that it cares about. In this case, it would be astrology that we're talking about. You know, they really give a darn about astrology. You know, if you've got Jupiter in the 3rd house of Cancer, let's say, where Jupiter's exalted, it's kind of close to the 1st house cusp there. If it's got aspects to its friends, the moon, the sun, Mars, this is a Jupiter that's well delighted. If it's got good Shadbala, it's good for all the things that make a strong Jupiter. Then this is a Jupiter who really cares about its dharma, even though it rules the inauspicious 11th and 8th house. And so doing so, you know, people would probably see this Taurus rising with this good Jupiter, and oh, look, he's famous. Teaching Veda, teaching astrology, teaching yoga. He's famous. Like, what's he trying to be, some kind of poster boy? You know, there's going to be this ego dimension, which people who get there through the right intentions, it's all just part of the game. You know, it's like a guru who people come to because he's this amazing guru, and then everyone come to him and say, "You've got such following, you know, I question it." And the guru is like, "I was doing this before I got this following. People have been coming to me. Let's talk turkey, you know, like this is just what I do." And that's like the Jupiter of a good Jupiter for Taurus rising is doing what it wants to do for the sake of doing it to get those gains. That guru wants to be a good guru, wants to help people and serve people and transform their consciousness in a positive way. And he pushes himself to do that. And by doing that, he has a desire to succeed. Taurus rising can make a good guru in this way. They have a commitment to succeeding with the dharma that they have, if their Jupiter is well placed. If Jupiter, you know, even that has the stain of the 11th house lord, and it'll make them suffer until they've succeeded enough. That's what Jupiter is. That's what the 11th house does for all of us. It's painful until we have succeeded. And after we've succeeded, we want to succeed more. It's really like a cigarette. You know, a cigarette doesn't actually give you nutrients. It causes a craving. And then you smoke that cigarette, and now, the craving is gone. And now I'm a little bit up. The down caused by the craving made me frustrated for the last half an hour, but now I get to coast for 15 minutes of being satisfied of my craving. That's the 11th house. The 11th house is just like that. That's why it's considered, it's a sapping, it's evil, it's inauspicious. For a Taurus rising, This desire to succeed well by pulling people's money together, using the resources that you have faithfully towards a field that you care about, and trying to make sure it succeeds. Not everybody's invested in that thing monetarily, or even, hope idealistically, as the Taurus Rising is. Taurus Rising wants to make this group work. And that's why Taurus Rising can be such a powerful glue for group things. But ultimately, nothing in this world is solid. Sorry, Taurus, gotta say it again. Your infinite sameness is always going to clash with the infinite turning of Maya. And this is always going to cause you pain. Which means your group things that you try to do, that you pull together, it's never going to come together perfectly. Because it's not Jupiter's job to make things come together perfectly. It's Jupiter's job to follow its dharma. We are not entitled to the fruits of our actions. We are only entitled to the actions themselves. The true way of the warrior of Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita is to seek and realize the Svadharma, which is the nature that's coming through you, not the fruits that it's going to gain for you. So any goal or objective that you have is supposed to be intended as a channel for you to channel your inspiration and to have self-sacrifice for something bigger than yourself. And the bigger it gets, the more guru you can express, the guru, Jupiter. The more joy you can express, the more you can get money and resources and have more power to express this talent that you have, whatever talent Jupiter gives you. Which means you're going to be frustrated when it's not going faster. Why isn't it more successful? Why don't I have more? If you've got a good Jupiter, you're just going to keep throwing paint at the wall because it's your Svadharma to do so. And you're not going to expect any results, and results are going to come. If you have a bad Jupiter, you're going to be pained and frustrated and put in a lot more effort than you need to try and make this thing work because you don't believe it's going to work. You don't believe that you're even on, a bad Jupiter for Taurus Rising probably doesn't even fully believe in what they're doing. They just see it as an opportunity for them to make their lives easier. The 11th house relates with Aquarius. You're trying to use the world, to make your life easier. So you invest some money, you put in a lottery ticket, you do something, invest money, put a lot of time and energy into it, and you don't even believe in it. But I heard it might make some money. I heard it might make my life easier. And this is when Taurus can come into some very gross material acquisition tendencies. This is the nature of Jupiter's. It could be, it's one of those malefic houses. I don't know if I should keep using this, but they came through, and I'm going to think about it, but I'm going to use it here. It's like your ass. And this whole thing of excreting, the excretion function of your behind is this gross, annoying thing. But if it's working well, it's out with the bad, and you can take in more good. You can get rid of the bad, ugly things. And that's when you have a good malefic lord ruling malefic houses, that is. Jupiter is the great benefic, but it rules the inauspicious 8th and 11th house. And it's like, your ass can be an asset if it's working for you. And Jupiter can reduce a lot of egotistical damage that's possible for Taurus Rising, but it needs to have the faith that we know of Jupiter, to have a joy, to have a dharma, to have a goal. And a key part of how they're going to do this is Saturn. Jupiter is going to relate to the joy they have and the skill they have of pulling the right people together to invest time and energy with others to getting this goal. But the nature of what the Taurus does for its contribution as its role is going to be found in Saturn. It's a mixture of Saturn and Jupiter, really, for Taurus Rising. A good Jupiter is in good dignity, exalted, or in its own signs, or in the sign of its friends, Sun, Moon, or Mars. But ideally, it should also be, dignity has its own thing. It should be close to the first house cusp, should have good yoga power, should have strong Shadbala, which is total planetary strength, and it should have good placements in the Vargas, the divisional charts. So there's a lot to what makes a good Jupiter, Maria. That's just the nature of astrology. If it wasn't complex, then it wouldn't encapsulate humanity. Humans are very complex creatures. So what makes a good Jupiter? There's a lot to say. But those are the basics. Good dignity, close to the first house cusp, good aspects from benefics, good aspects from its friends, Sun, Moon, Mars, strong Shadbala, good in the Vargas. So that's my take on it. That took a little bit for me to express. Now, a tricky thing for Jupiter is that when it lends itself through that 8th house and 11th house to a specific goal, and it really wants to, Taurus will put more time and energy. That's the 8th house, has a shakiness to it. And the Taurus will put more time and energy. That's a risk. The 8th house is risky. We almost like the feeling of the 8th house because it's like there's this risky thing that I know could come through. And if it does come through, it's going to get me great gains related to whatever planet rules the 8th house also rules. In this case, the 11th house. Taurus is willing to put and sacrifice and risk, putting and investing a lot of energy into something that they believe in, hoping that they're going to get something out of it. They will always lose and waste some in the process, in the way. But they can put a lot of energy into that. And sometimes when it comes to investing, you've got to put energy into something, give it a year, it falls flat. You only invested $500, eat it, put it as a tax write-off. You got to find the things that have proven to work well for you, and you got to play around and have a little bit of faith in the process of doing that. Taurus rising has great faith in putting what it believes in, putting energy and money and time and effort into it. And ultimately, by doing so, they are really lending their nervous system towards something that is outside of themselves. And by doing so, they invoke the quality of Marika. And a Marika is something that is outside of you. So when you put a lot of your Jupiter eggs into some kind of basket with all these other people, it can have a Marika quality to it. And that's why we read in my notes from Parashara, from RYAN KURCZAK'S, through Asheville Vedic Astrology. We read that Jupiter and Mars destroy, having Marika qualities. Marika usually is the 7th lord and the 2nd lord, the 7th house and the 2nd house. Mercury is not necessarily as much of a Marika. Parashara says that Jupiter and Mars are the real Marika signifiers. So really, as much as I've said that Jupiter can be this good thing, this sweet tooth of gaining and hoping that putting money into this thing is going to do something can actually cause Taurus great pain. They want to put energy, funnel it into something in order that they don't have to feel the pain of not dealing with money anymore. And by doing so, they actually invest in something risky or unstable. And by doing that, the gains they get from that, they almost identify with it. So a deep part of their feeling of having done what they want to do in their life, 11th house, is invested through the 8th house of, what's the word? Kind of risky, not gambling, speculative. They invest their dharma in speculative ventures. So Maria, like I said, the 11th house is the house of gains. And to make the long and short of it, you'd have to watch a little bit. I do talk about it, but I'll explain it here. The 11th house is inauspicious and the most difficult because it relates to psychological compensation. Why do we want to get those gains? Are they healthy? If you have a good 11th house and you have good planets related to the 11th house, it'll still be difficult because you want success. Success is like, it's like a drug. You know, you want it until you get it, and after you get it, it's never as satisfying as the tension it took to get it. That's a drug. And the 11th house is like this. It's never as satisfying as the pain it took to get it. But if you've got a good 11th house, that doesn't matter. It's still going to be painful, but you can be detached from the pain. You know, it's like a sage who does a lot of yoga. They're this enlightened person, so they don't care if they make it in this incarnation or the next one or the next one. But they get that 11th house, and they do a lot of good through the 11th house. And it causes them to constantly move forward to try and have more success. If you've got a good 11th house, you're kind of happy with whatever success you get, and you get success. If you have a bad 11th house, you're not happy with whatever success you get, and you don't get a lot of success. So even when you have a good 11th lord, it's still, you're happy with it, but it's still a struggle to get that success. That's why the 11th house is so difficult. So I got to rock and roll here. Jupiter is destructive for a Taurus ascendant, particularly destructive. It's because it rules the 11th, the most difficult of houses, and the 8th. Ruling the 11th and 8th is very destructive. The 8th can already be a death-inflicting planet, capable of making one not adapt but to break, rather than change. So the 8th house will push us to a breaking point, and we are forced to break because I can't deal with this thing anymore. And this is one of the reasons why Taurus putting all of their eggs into the baskets of other people who change. Taurus is very fixed in its nature. It doesn't change as much as other people do. So when it's investing with others through the 8th house, or in a stock market, which is always fluctuating, the world changes and Taurus feels like they were holding on to something and they're left holding the bag and the loss. Taurus is inert and fixed sometimes because when the opportunity comes to change, they often end up breaking things instead of changing and going with the flow and transforming. Jupiter rules the 11th, which means willfulness, impulsiveness, egotism. Look at me. It's the 11th. So the most difficult thing for Taurus to get involved in is to get involved in an ideal life, where people always see them as being perfect, or where they have to be validated all the time. When Taurus Ascendant talks to you about going to college to get all these degrees, all these academic associations, you have to ask them, what's your motivation? And this is Ryan, if I have a Taurus Rising as a client, this is Ryan saying, a Taurus Rising client tells you, I want to go to college, I want to get all these degrees, I want to be successful. You have to ask them, what's their motivation? If it's just to get validated because you want people to believe in you and have your ego be approved of, that will lead Taurus down a difficult, destructive, and excessive path. They become way too identified with what people think of them. This great notes that Ryan is hitting me with here. You know, it's the what's your motivation is the key. That's the 11th house. And I'm telling you right now, I've explained it. I'll say it here so I don't forget. When it comes to the 11th house, it's Hollywood blood is what I call the 11th house. How many actors, athletes, and rock stars do you know who get their success and now they have to put on a show in order to keep gaining that success? How many of them are happy because they had good parents who encouraged them to be an extension of their creative abundance and happiness? Because usually if that's the case, then you're not going to be unduly ambitious. If you got a good family, your father loved you, your mother loved you, you got nothing to prove to anyone. Now your creative energy of success is for your own game. It's golf, not a sport. So I want to beat myself by listening within to what I can take best advantage of in my nature in this world of Maya. When the 11th house is more rickety, it's Hollywood's blood, which is Hollywood actors, athletes, rock stars are full of people who come from bad childhoods, who didn't have happiness at home, their father didn't love them, their father didn't approve and support them in their visions and their goals, and so they had to come out in the world and say, I'm going to show everybody that I can be somebody. And they got, you can have yogas in the 11th house that can cause success, but there's always going to be a stain there if your success is coming through yogas in the 11th house or through the 11th house lord. In this case, Jupiter. You can really have Jupiter conjunct the sun, especially if it's combust the sun. And the sun is really going to have this drive to have spiritual happiness by doing something it loves through Jupiter ruling the 8th and the 11th and trying to get success through it. But that's Hollywood blood. The Hollywood vampires live for some kid who's trying really hard to validate himself and actually has talent. Hollywood's like, oh, great, we can do whatever we want with you, and you're going to keep coming to us, and you're going to keep doing it. We can put you in debt and get into our label, and it costs a lot of money to get your album out there, you go on tour, and the more debt you go in, the more money we have, and you don't care because you're not doing this for you, you're doing this for your 11th house to show everybody that you're not a piece of shit. Even though at some level, they probably think you are a piece of shit, that they're using you like a dish rag. Hollywood blood is a bad 11th house, and Taurus can really get the brunt end of it if they're not careful. What's the motivation? Are you doing it because this is a dharma for you, something you truly believe in? Or are you doing it because your dad never loved you and you got to be angrily prove him wrong? Taurus can become very self-righteous in this regard. Jupiter ruling the 8th and 11th is a mess. And it brings this quality of self-importance and self-righteousness into it, as well as a desire to be seen being happy and wonderful, rather than actually being happy and wonderful. That's a big one. The illusion to everybody else that I'm happy and successful, a big smile that's hiding a frown and depression behind it. So the key, Jupiter rules the 8th and 11th. So in yoga production, through its Jupiterian qualities, Jupiter's excess will cause ruin. A big part of Taurus's ruin often has the quality of Jupiter to it, enjoying the excesses of finally having made it to a little bit of an ugly degree. Once Taurus is climbing this, Taurus has got this obstacle course. It's got a line of little Skittles. And the Skittles add up to level 1. And there's 9 levels. You get to level 1, and there's a tiny little bowl of Skittles there for you. And then you keep climbing up. Level 2, there's an even bigger bowl of Skittles. Climb up to level 3, there's an even bigger bowl of Skittles. Taurus Rising, if you follow Jupiter's path the right way, you'll eat the little Skittles. You won't even eat them all. You don't even need the Skittles necessarily, because Jupiter is just going to walk that path. It's going to see the little bowl. Yeah, I'll take a little for myself. That's nice. Yep. Then they get to level 2. Oh, there's even more Skittles in this bowl. Well, I can take a little bit more. No one's going to be bothered. Go to level 3. This bowl keeps getting bigger. There's even more. A Taurus Rising has the tendency to get to level 1 and see the bowl of Skittles and eat every Skittle along the way. It's pulled by the desire to get more and more success. And it gets there to level 1, and it spends a lot of time at level 1. Like, I came from the trenches, man. Now I get to finally enjoy my bottle of wine. I'm wearing some nicer clothes. I'm becoming somebody, finally. And then they go to level 2. They climb their way to level 2. After spending a lot of time at level 1, they spend a lot of time at level 2. Now the bowl's a little bit bigger. They get to enjoy even more. They spend more time there than most would. And they might end the game at level 3 or 4 because they spent so much time enjoying the fruits of the success. That is a stereotypically bad. That's not how Jupiter's supposed to work. You get what you need to keep the fire alive, but then you keep going for the sake of the purpose of the thing. If you have a good Jupiter, and if you've got a good 9th house, this won't necessarily be the case, but Taurus is liable to it. And that's what they have to watch for. So let's take a quick spin at what Ernst Wilhelm says about Jupiter. Jupiter is the bull's utility. Jupiter, as the 8th and 11th lord of Taurus Rising, gives the Taurus native an ability to gain from difficulties and breaks. So this often is the case that the Taurus, you know, Ryan looked at it one way, is that the 8th house makes us, we have to break. I can't keep doing this anymore. I can't stay in this group. I'm not getting enough out of it. I've put my spinal effort into it. Now I can't do it anymore. I have to break away from it. And these breaks can be painful. Ernst gives this a positive sense that Taurus has the ability to gain from difficulties and breaks. Jupiter makes Taurus an opportunist. Now, due to ruling the 11th house, Jupiter is a temporary malefic. This creates a greediness or miserliness that hopes to make up for any fears or vulnerabilities or insecurities that they feel inside of them. Especially Jupiter is a karaka for the 2nd house. I really recommend every Taurus rising. They have big ambitions. Make sure you're not just got Hollywood blood running through your veins. Go to a psychologist. What happened in your childhood that makes you feel like you have to compensate for not being loved by your parents? Check if any of that's going on if you're a Taurus rising. So you can put your ambition in a proper context, a spiritual, meaningful context, not just an ego context. Now, Jupiter rules the 8th and 11th, and mainly the 11th, makes it temporarily, and for a Taurus rising, it's a temporal, house-based malefic or difficult planet. But Jupiter is still a natural benefic. It's the great benefic. So Jupiter is inclined to give fulfillment for some time, but its 8th house lordship is bound to make things unsteady. It's a very good way to really wrap up what's going on here with Jupiter for Taurus rising. Awesome, Maria. I'm glad that you've been learning this and you're only in your 20s. Wait till you get to age 32 to age 50 when you're in the Jupiter period. Taurus rising tends to enjoy and have a lot of power and destiny moving through age 12 to age 32. And from age 32 to age 50, this is when Taurus's Jupiter kicks in. It begins to think it's not about my enjoyment, it's about what I'm doing. And so I better be doing something that I can be satisfied with. That's going to bring me the gains that I truly seek to gain in this life, that has a purpose and a something that's worth sacrificing for, that's bigger than me. Especially important because Taurus, ruled by Venus, Venus is exalted in the 11th house, which is ruled by Jupiter. So Venus's energy really comes from having a dharmic sense of some goal that's going to take it out of its laziness, out of its pacification, out of its sensual delights, and come into lunchtime now. We're not at breakfast anymore. It's not maple syrup and pancakes anymore. It's lunchtime. It's real food, real nurturing of the soul through self-sacrifice of something more meaningful than my egoic comfort. From 32 to 50, Taurus makes that impression. And however Jupiter is in your chart is going to say how that goes. But we can always use astrology and meditation to go beyond the chart and come into wholeness. And that's where you'll find guru no matter what. That's why meditation, letting go of samskaras, letting go of patterns, detaching from preferences, still finding nature in you, but challenging your own energy field to get beyond preference for the sake of the inner truth. You can always find that, and it will always help your Jupiter in your chart. Jupiter's the great benefic. It always has a wink. No matter where your Jupiter is, you can make it work well and function and have some juice, some royal jelly. I love talking about Jupiter, but time is floating on. I wonder if this video is going to make it to 7 hours in total. It very well might. It is what it is. We got to do a bathroom. Let's take one quickie breaky here. Cool. And then we'll come back and we've got two more planets to go. in this video, folks. The next one coming up is Venus, which is, of course, going to be important for Taurus rising. It's taking a little achy breaky, and then we'll come right back. Wonderful. Our journey continues, folks. Now, for those of you who are watching live, it is so nice to see you all here. For anybody who's interested, you can always donate to these little links that I give in the chat box. As well, you can join me on my memberships on my channel. They'll support me a little bit, give you some fun little emojis, as well as badges. Pretty soon, we're eventually going to have in our memberships exclusive videos. So keep that in mind as time goes on. Hey there, Christopher. Nice to see you. As well, you can check out dustincormier.com/subscribe to subscribe to my email list, because I'm going to have some books and great stuff coming through, and you can be aware of it by joining my email list. Getting used to, I got a donkey that I can swirl around here for my own material interests, and I would call them creative spiritual interests as well. It's nice to have this YouTube channel where, God bless you folks, are hanging out with me and watching me as a method for me to show the things I've been working on. So I appreciate everybody for watching. So, I think this is last long video like this that I can do. I've been enjoying it, but I think I'm getting to the other side of it now. I'm liking doing shorter videos, but I've enjoyed doing this Rising Sign series. We got 2 planets to go. Let's now go into our next planet. Marker, check, roll film. We are now entering the discussion of Venus for a Taurus rising. Venus, of course, is the central anchor for a Taurus rising. Is holding down what Taurus is doing in all regards. The first house, it tends to be our body, and it's the will that we apply to ourselves, knowing our own nature, that we can use to deal with everything else in the rising, in the chart. The same planet that rules the identity for Taurus also rules the 6th house of Libra. So for Taurus rising, the identity is really based in a lot of ways on Taurus's capacity to get through obstructions, debt, and such difficulties. Taurus gets itself in energetic debt and finds a comfortable way of regenerating what it does. That's part of the story, at least so far as Taurus rising is concerned. I guess I shouldn't fully say this because Scorpio does the same thing. But we could say Taurus rising, like the Purusharama, he's the guy at the beginning of the video, is the axe-wielding Rama, kills people and kills the unrighteous warriors, and he has to kill kings. And by doing so, he takes on a lot of spiritual debt. You know, he has to do these things as the Lord, providing justice and righteousness for others, that he kills kings, and that incurs sin. So he has to do lots of purifications. Water. Venus relates to water. Purifying ourselves energetically so that we can continue to do the work we have to do. So Taurus rising is not opposed to rolling their sleeves up and doing some dirty work. Getting themselves into debt and then, you know, working whatever hustle, whatever clever monetary avenue they can use to mitigate that debt. They, in fact, probably enjoy the feeling of knowing that they've put themselves in debt for something that allows them to have now more money, and using that money, they can slam back the debt that they've taken on. You know, Taurus rising, as the banker, you can take it back to the way money works in general. You know, monetary reality is important for Taurus. And so the whole financial reality of back in the ancient idea is that copper never sleeps. You're sleeping on your bed and your pillow at night, and your copper is working for you. Copper never gets sick. Copper coins, like money, right? Copper never sleeps. You invest your money in the right way, and you might have to suffer by giving this hard-earned money. You earn some hard-earned money. You take it, and you be intelligent with how you invest it. Whether this gives you energetic surplus, it increases your life, and by increasing your life, you increase your vitality and your energy. But you might have to put yourself in some kind of hole, some kind of debt, and using the enjoyment. You know, let's say you're working, you're a farmer or you're a salesman. You're walking around all day, knocking door to door, selling people stuff. You know, selling this new car, this new insurance thing. And you decide, you know, it's a priority for me. I've decided I'm going to buy myself a new pair of shoes because I'm walking around all day. And it's, you know, it's going to be about $200, $250. Got those gel soles. It's you know, it's a luxury, but really what it is that it's going to help me stomp the pavement and go longer and farther than everybody else. I'm also going to get this little water pack. You know, it's going to cost me $50, but then I can drink water wherever I go and keep refilling it. You know, spending money on these things is going to put you lower, but then you're going to increase your money more. You're going to increase your livelihood more by doing that. This is really, in a lot of ways, the nature of Taurus. It's almost like Parvati, in a way, the spade that was found in the earth. I should be careful with making associations like that because Parvati doesn't necessarily relate with Taurus. But Taurus certainly is Persephone. It is this spring person who knows how to make themselves at their body and their emotions and their spirit enjoy life more, and that enjoyment allows them to tackle the debt it took to gain that thing that helps them enjoy life more. A good Venus can manage this well. And a good Venus operates in a way where, you know, like they're willing to... Taurus is funny because they're frugal and they're stingy about certain things. But when it comes to their basic reality, what they identify as, and dealing with paying the bills, getting over their obstructions, Venus operates the best through its exaltation point in Pisces in the 11th house. So it's okay for you to spend a bit of money, get into a bit of debt, or have just, something you got to commit a lot of time and energy to in order to, when you're thinking about that, this is going to bring me farther in my life. It's going to bring me the gains that I want. It's going to allow me to have more resources and more money in the long run. That's how we want Venus to think. It has to kind of come out of its shell and learn the way the world works and be savvy with money and with technology, with innovations that will bring itself closer to its goals. Because by coming closer to its goals, it gets further up that mountain that has more money, more desires, more vital force, more energy. Venus, when it is creative for its own sake, when you have Taurus rising and Venus is closer to Virgo, it's a funny thing because Virgo is the 5th house and it's close to the 4th house too. So Taurus rising kind of has to have a mixed bag because Venus prefers to be closer to the 4th house, but it also prefers to be close to Pisces, which is way up here. So its yoga power, Taurus's yoga power through Venus has to be a little bit, sketchy in this way. The closer it is to Virgo, usually the closer it is to the 4th house, which is good, but then it loses power by being closer to Virgo. A Venus that operates through the 5th house, a Taurus rising that operates through the 5th house, is really looking to manage its time in order that it can have more time, and so that it saves its money, it's conservative with its money and its energy. It's frugal and conservative with its energy. Then it really comes down to Mercury as to whether you have the ability to manage these things. A Taurus rising that has a tough Venus and a tough Mercury, the Venus is not living. You got to work smarter, not harder with Taurus. You get those shoes that are going to make your life easier so you can do your presentation better. You're not thinking about your sore feet. If you got to get that nice car with the decals on it that say your company name on it, you got to work smarter, not harder for the long run game of what's going to mitigate your debt the most overall. You got to think about it. You got to be smart about it. And Venus has the ability to invest and spend time and let money go because it knows abundance is coming. That's a Venus that's operating through the Pisces principle. If it doesn't have that, then hopefully Mercury can kind of make up for it by managing the time that it has well creatively. Because Mercury rules that 2nd house and 5th house. It rules that creative 5th house. Either way, this is the nature of Venus for Taurus rising, is that it is finding the right aesthetic choice for the things that feel comfortable to its body, to its mind, to its heart, and to its spirit, and investing a little bit, spending a little bit of time, energy, sacrificing a little bit to deal with the obstructions that come from being associated with this thing, or having this need that I have, and making the most out of it. When Taurus rising buys a toy, spends and invests on something that it loves for whatever the Venus is, they're going to love it because they had to work for it and spend the time on it. This is all this 6th house energy, by the way. This is where I'm getting this, is that it's a funny thing that the 1st house is one of the auspicious houses. The 6th house is one of the inauspicious houses. The 6th house is considered to be painted auspicious here, which is, even the 6th house is technically causes more damage than the 1st house gives bonuses. It's almost neutral. And I bet we're going to read from Ernst Wilhelm that it's going to say that there's a neutrality and a malefic energy to it. But Venus, a sign can't hate its own rising sign nature. Taurus can't hate Venus because it is its own nature. Hating, the planets are like, you put a soldier like Mars on the battlefield and it's going to do well. You put a soldier in a garden it's not going to do well. You put a gardener on a battlefield, like Saturn and Aries, it's not going to do well. You put a gardener in a garden, Saturn in a garden, it's going to do well. All of the planets have numerical values related to the divine light of being. And all these lights need to all make up the white light, the colorless light of spirit. Venus has its light. Venus has its quality, its purpose. And all of these colored lights need to find their way and find their nature, find their equilibrium in the astrological sense of self-realization. So Venus is valid. What Venus does, what Venus goes for, is valid. And ruling that 6th house, the nature of Venus as the light that it is not going to hate itself because it rules the 1st house. Venus is like an entertainer, let's say. So it's entertainment, it's art, it's beauty, it's tantra, it's passion, it's romance, it's monetary security, it's money, it's magnetism, it's energy, all the things related to Venus through the 1st house. The 6th house is associated with that, but the 6th house can't be so damaging that it would ultimately be deleterious to the Taurus rising, because that's itself. But the 6th house energy does have malefic energy there. It's not going to completely uproot it. That's why when you look at what this diagram that I get from RYAN KURCZAK, we notice Taurus is auspicious and Libra is auspicious, even though it rules the malefic, the inauspicious 6th house. So all in all, Taurus really just has to be careful with what it identifies with that is going to allow it to progress it to further in itself, in its identity, its self-esteem, and its self-empowerment. It will usually have to spend time, energy, or money before it can reclaim and redeem these things, this energy. It gives it freely, but then it has to lock in. That's part of Taurus's fixed energy, earth energy. It locks into whatever, deal with the devil or deal with an angel, deal with something else in the world that's a contract that says, I'm going to put in what I got to put in to get what I need from you, and you're going to put in what you got to put in to get from me. And by doing that, the Taurus gains itself. And Taurus needs to gain itself. Taurus needs to sacrifice a little bit in order to gain itself in this way. So it can be difficult ruling the 6th house as well. It can be, Tauruses can get depressed. Tauruses can feel like the load of the world is a heavy burden, just in order for me to be what I am. Because Taurus is built on this entertainment. It's built on its smile, on its RAM. Like RAM is such a good picture of Venus. RAM for a computer, random access memory. If you have free RAM, then you can do some incredible things with your computer. I used this metaphor earlier on. I'm making a video, let's say. And when you're making a video, you have a million ideas for things. I want to put this in here. I want to put this in here. I want to put this in here. Now, if you have a good computer with good RAM, it's almost like the animal RAM, random access memory, then you can put in the video and it's like, okay, I want to put this here. And it goes bang, easy. Now I want to put this here. I want to put this long chunk of video here. I'm going to put these symbols here. I'm going to put these sounds here. And if you have lots of RAM, then your computer can take it. And it can take this creative inspiration and it just funnels it, funnels it, and funnels it. Taurus is happy when it's on the upswing of its RAM memory. But when Taurus can get very depressed and its mind becomes fogged and the world becomes heavy, if the basic energy for its existence, that it has had to spend money, it's had to spend some energy here. I thought this was going to make me do some well, especially from age 12 to age 32. Taurus is learning, what do I spend my energy and time and consciousness on? And if you've got a good Venus, your computer has good RAM. which means the energy you've taken on, you've spent energy, and you've received energy in a surplus flux that has ultimately led you to have a clear mind. And then you have a stronger identity, you radiate abundance, and people see you. They want you on their team because you're radiating the white, bright light of Venus through who you are. That's a Venus that's well placed. It's happy to be on Earth. For Taurus rising, a Venus that is not well placed, closer to Virgo, it's got enemy. It's being burned by the sun or the moon, or it's conjunct Saturn. It's got bad Shadbala, bad Vargas, whatever. That is a Venus that is not happy on Earth. Earth is not supporting my experience here. I have to struggle, and I have to, for the things that I want that make me happy, it's not worth the energy that I'm putting into it, and it's dragging me. And what happens is that they lose RAM. So they're not as good as their job. They don't feel like they have a strong identity and that pride and that dignity that's supposed to carry them to redeem their ancestry. And they can actually get in debt. At that point, when they're energetically in debt, they start spending money to try and fix it. And then there's probably lots of women who are Taurus rising, probably guys too, who get into the Jupiter period of 32 to 50. They can't lean on their youth anymore, so I have to spend money getting all the face readjustments and the Botox and all these things to make myself look like the radiance that I've always used, so that men will open doors for me, or so that women will, even good-looking men or good-looking neuter people have this swing. And after the Venus period, Taurus has to realize that Venus was always meant to rejuvenate your happiness and to make you happy. And it is a worthy expenditure. A good Venus person will know that it's always worth the expenditure of the money. But a person with a difficult Venus holds on to things that are good, doesn't invest in things that are worthwhile, and finds themselves in the end, I'm forced to invest in things that are not worthwhile. And this drags them in the long run. Their whole identity can get sucked up in this. This is why the 6th house energy can be a drag on Taurus rising. But Taurus is our goddess. The nature of Venus overall is auspicious. So having faith that seeking what is good for you will ultimately help you mitigate debts and these sorts of things. But if you have problems with debt, you got problems in the 6th house, you got the sun debilitated there, you got the sun in an aspect to Saturn, and they're both hitting Libra in an ugly way. You've got difficulty with Venus. Mercury would help you kind of get through a lot of this by managing your time and helping to mitigate that debt. But ultimately, if there's ugly things going on for Venus in a Taurus rising chart, you have to take stock of where you are putting your time and really start to see how Venus is exalted in Pisces and that you have deep goals that you want for yourself. And a lot of those goals are probably spiritual. You probably want to love your neighbor, your husband or your wife, your kids, the people around you. Your sun as the 4th house lord really can be a necessary way to deal with whatever ugliness Venus is moving through and move forward with the fact that I need to be happy within myself. And Venus needs to be able to let go of this sort of superficial element of Venus, find its deeper roots through the sun if it has trouble with Venus. If you got a good Venus, then the leaves coming from the roots of yourself are supporting you. So rock and roll, you're good to go. So when you got a difficult Venus, it can really stump your whole energy field. And this would take internalization of Venus-related things. It would take Venus mantra. I don't know the Venus mantra. I'm Venus Amakarika, so I've never felt inclined to use it, believe it or not. When you're not Makarika, you tend to have the wisdom or the consciousness of a planet moving through you anyway. But Venus would relate to Tantra. If you got problems with your Venus, you got to teach yourself to eat an orange as slowly, meticulously as you could possibly eat it. You got to time yourself. Time yourself eating it for 2 minutes. It's like, okay, that was pretty good. Next time, let's eat it in 5 minutes. Smell it. Scrape a bit of that. Get some of that orange oil on your fingers. Slowly feel it. Feel the whole orange. Start to break it open. And you make love to that thing. And do it in 5 minutes. Okay, good. Next time I'm going to take 10 minutes. This is Tantra. This is goddess energy. The capacity to be happy with who you are in every moment kind of comes from the senses, from Taurus, from your body. It's an important place for Taurus rising especially, to start recognizing the joy that your body has, no matter what it looks like, no matter what it feels like, no matter what it can and can't do. If you don't have a beautiful body, it's probably because you're looking at it the wrong way. Because beauty for Taurus really is in the sensation, and especially sharing it with other people. The bonding of other people. And you got to learn whatever happened to you in your childhood that makes it difficult for you to bond with people in this deep, securing way. This is all Venus stuff, so we got to move on, because I could talk forever about these things. But, consider these things that once you start coming through that first house, your sixth house will actually start, it'll probably be the debt, energetic exhaustion and physical and monetary exhaustion that's bringing on the feeling that I'm losing my energy. Got to bring the energy through Venus as a natural divine energy, which rules your first and your sixth house. And then you'll find that you'll start to, your RAM will come through clearer, and you'll start to think about, what am I wasting money on and time and energy that is causing me to have this energetic exhaustion, that's causing me to be gaunt and to lose my juice. Start with the body. Start by listening to yourself. And also possibly see a therapist or somebody who can help you move through the changes of your body. Because Taurus with an ugly Venus, with a bad Venus, loses its vitality after 32, and then you're chasing the dragon. And if you feel yourself doing that, there's way more to you than just Venus, even for a Taurus rising. But you'll feel like it's a drag to you. So that's why it's good to talk to a therapist or some kind of spiritual healing professional to help you realize there's more to you than just Venus. And even further than that your Venus is beautiful. Your feminine energy is beautiful. If you're a man or a woman, that side of your reality, you can still feel, you can still talk, you can still have conversations. You just gotta find a way to get past what you expect yourself, the beauty you expect yourself to be. As well as to lean in towards what you think would be who you want to be. Because that's Venus exalted in Pisces in the 11th house. Who is it that I want to show up as? What do I want to become? That kind of consciousness will help to spin the wheel. And even pushing yourself to succeed through that 11th house way is a key to operating Taurus Rising's Venus at its best. But you got to talk to people, career counselors, your best friends, to figure out why this isn't happening if you've got a bad Venus and it's causing depression in your midlife. There's always resources. You can always, if you contact me if you want to. I'd be able to talk about it, but there are people who offer services to people who just need to know and understand this. If you feel what I'm talking about, it's Venus, and I need to talk with somebody about it, find an astrologer and do your best. Now, that was cool and personal and interesting. Sometimes my brain just goes where it's going to go. And I could see Venus has taken some time in this reading. Now, let's read about Venus as per what RYAN KURCZAK'S gives us about Venus for a Taurus rising in my notes that I took when I went through RYAN KURCZAK'S course. in Asheville Vedic Astrology. What we read is, I'm just checking out Robbie Chowdhury, nice to see you, buddy. Yeah, so Robbie is noticing that Saturn is a very important part of Taurus as well, which is really where Taurus's bread is buttered. It's more important for Venus and for Taurus. You know, I'm going to say this before we finish here. You know, look to your Saturn and the nature of Saturn, which is humbly working towards Dharma, something bigger than myself. That 9th house and whatever skills you have through the 10th house to work towards progressing something that's going to make you satisfied that you contributed to something. Think about Saturn. Really, I even tone in Saturn as well as Venus if you've got a bad Venus, to deal with anything related to Venus in Taurus rising chart. But let's rock and roll here. Venus rules houses 1 and 6. 6 is still a difficult house. Some will say that in this regard, Venus takes on a neutral character. Yet, Brihat Parashara Horus Shastra says that these planets are all evil. So Parashara points out that Venus can act quite evil. When we read the notes from Parashara, who is the ancient Rishi, who's the one who channeled the knowledge of astrology in our world, at least in the Indian sense, Parashara is one of the big linchpins of Rishi, a seer, who channeled this stuff. And Parashara tells us that Venus, Jupiter, and the moon are considered evil. So everything we just talked about is pretty much the reason why. Venus can act quite evil, by which we mean inauspicious. It's not conducive to as much luck as the other planets are. Interestingly, it's the Sun and Saturn that have the greatest root points of redemption for Taurus rising. That's really what side their spirit is buttered on. So remember our general rules. The ascendant is a trine and an angle. So whether Venus, however you describe it, however you define it, it depends on what Venus gets involved with. It depends on its Shadbala, its placement by house, its Lajatadya Vashta involvements, its involvements with friends and enemies, etc. Now, RYAN KURCZAK'S leans towards the thought that since Venus is the first lord, Venus leans towards auspiciousness, and it does support the rest of the chart. But the logic behind Parashara's thought here is that Venus does rule over the 6th. When you have a trine or an angle, also ruling a negative house, it's difficult to deal with it. That 6th house is going to cause a stain. It's a rather vain stain that Venus can cause whenever it is mixed up with any other planet. Which is sad, you know. Mercury and Venus together in a Taurus rising chart would cause Raj Yoga, because Venus is an angle. Venus rules Taurus, which is an angle, and Mercury rules Mercury. Virgo is ruled by Mercury. So if you have Venus and Mercury together, you have the first lord and the 5th lord, which is an angle and a trine, and that would typically create a Raj Yoga, but that would be stained by Venus also ruling the 6th house. And that would cause a little bit of mitigation of the goodness to be expected from that yoga. Usually this has to do with the fact that Venus always feels like it's behind on the amount of energy that it's put in. So the reason Venus causes difficulty by ruling the 6th is that it tends to make a person create their own problems in life. Taurus ascendant is their own worst enemy. They're very stubborn, having a sense of a lot of obstacles to overcome. They just think like, fuck me, yeah, I guess life is full of this fucking difficult shit. They just think about it that way. They can be very hard when it comes to that, because they're fixed Earth, and I don't know if I've done this for Venus, but I keep saying this for all the planets with Taurus rising. Taurus rising, my friend. Your inner sameness is never going to be satisfied by the world that keeps on turning. You expect the world to... Taurus can expect the world just... I wish it was just a little easier. Like, why can't it just be fucking easier? And this is what Taurus tends to think. Even if they've got a good Venus, this is why they try to make the world easier for everybody, especially for themselves. And by doing that, they're almost like Virgoan in the sense that Virgos are forever improving things. I always say there's a joke with Virgo. A circle is perfect, but the world is not round. And Virgo can prove it. Virgo is always resolving in a resolution state. Taurus rising, having the first lord glued in with the 6th house, has a similar consciousness. The world, a circle is perfect, but the world is not round. And Taurus rising can prove it, we could say. Because they always feel like there's perfection that they see in their blissful vistas of nirvana within them, and the world never matches it. And if they got a good Venus, much of that nirvana will still come through because they're detached from the fact that the suffering of the world is what it is. It's not my fault. I'm not victimized. It's not my ancestors' fault. It's nobody's fault. It's just what the world is. But a Venus that is not strong will get bent out of shape over this. The diseases of Taurus rising are typically created by Venusian excess or poor daily regular lifestyle choices. Watch for your sweet tooths, watch your drinking habits. The 6th house deals with how we integrate habits and etc. into our daily life. If you've got a good 6th house, especially if you've got Saturn in the 6th house, believe it or not, because it's Saturn likes to be close to the 7th. Saturn is one malefic that it's not the worst malefic to have in the 6th house. It's 6th being malefic, Saturn being a malefic. They kind of support each other a little bit. Saturn is exalted in Libra. But you could also have Venus in the 6th house. You could have Mercury in the 6th house. A good 6th house will show a Taurus who integrate... Having a good 6th house gives a Taurus who integrates well and in a healthy fashion into their daily life. They have good mental health habits. They have good emotional health habits, good hygiene. Difficulties with Venus give too much inertia, sitting on the couch too much rather than eating healthy and so on. You got to exercise, you got to have a healthy routine. It's partly why Venus might seem tainted for a Taurus ascendant, but hopefully it will lean towards the more auspicious factors owing to Venus's rulership of the 1st house. So really, Venus has to be able to be okay with its material body, with exercise, with diet, with food, with emotions, with relationships, with all of the things that vitalize you. Venus and Saturn have a way, there's a place where they connect. And so that's why I'm going to say this. I really intended this to be for Saturn, but for Venus, there's this tie-in to this, okay? I've written a poem, because I'm a writer, and this is going to come out in a book eventually. And what I've written in this book, it's about Saturn. It says, "Hail the black crow, whose cleverness tricks the world into feeding its soul." You know, crows, they figured out that if they throw walnuts on the street, a car will run over it, and then they can go up and eat the walnut. So why take all this time trying to crack this stupid hard resistance to this stupid walnut? Learn the way the world works. Learn the way human psychology works. Because that's Venus. It's human psychology. Learn the way the world works, and then the world will work for you and support you. And Venus really needs to do that. And one of the best ways to do it is through your own willpower, through constant routine effort, getting on top of it. Waking up every day, stretching, breathing, doing meditative practices, doing yoga, relieving your nervous system, eating a healthy diet, getting into Ayurveda, thinking positive thoughts. All of this kind of stuff is water that helps you to wash off whatever ugliness is happening with your Venus. Overall, you will be inclined to do this anyway because you're a Taurus ruled by Venus, and Venus, no matter where it is ultimately leaning towards auspicious. So you're probably a clean person, clean body, clean heart, clean soul. That will lend itself to your total aura. Even if you've got a bad Venus, you've always got the capacity to recognize the importance of this and to do it. And the water will show you mercy. Now, let's dig into what Ernst says. Let's see if he contradicts any of the fucking things that I've said. Sometimes I roll. Usually it's pretty good, though. Venus as the first and sixth lord. This comes from a PDF that you can find on Ernst Wilhelm's Kala software. It's got a lot to say about Venus. Venus is the bull's plodding. Plodding, not plotting, but plodding. Do, 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 do. I got my own pace, I got my own path. Venus as the first and sixth lord, being a comfort-loving planet, inclines the native to prefer a luxurious life rather than a hard one, as well as giving a tendency towards self-indulgence. However, when Venus also gives physical strength, I wonder if I can change this. Yeah. Venus also gives physical strength. And, oh, I guess that's there now. Okay. And when the need arises, sorry, let me get my brain connected here. Venus gives physical strength, the bull. And when the need arises, the native is capable of great effort, though preferring comfort. When a Taurus can do effort that it's comfortable with, they can find a great match there. That's, again, the metaphor of the gel shoes. If you find ways of giving yourself material comfort, Taurus can glue their minds to doing things. They can make great computer programmers. They've got themselves the nice chair. They've got the bubbly feet washing thing underneath them. And if they're exercising, they're doing ab crunches while they're sitting at the computer. They breathe, they flush out their nervous system, and then they can focus once again for long, deep periods of time. Venus may give a bit of self-pride, and pride due to one's works, and probably makes them want to work a certain way. Due to the sixth house lordship, Brihat Parashara Horashastra states that Venus is technically a temporal malefic, that's evilness. But for Scorpio, whom Mars shares the same lordship, Mars is given as neutral. So Ernst questions the rising sign lord being malefic for Taurus. This is, you have to understand what Ernst is doing here. Ernst is the guy who translates this Sanskrit. So what he's saying at some level that he's questioning, he says, not that I question Parashara, only that, for Ernst already says what I was going to say. When something has been written for 5,000 years, a couple of errors are bound to creep in. The sixth lordship does give trouble, but trouble that the native is really responsible for themselves. Taurus is their own worst enemy. Ernst has given this a bit of a positive flair, which I'm happy about. What this is saying is that Parashara says that Venus is considered evil for a Taurus rising, but Ernst is saying sometimes when something was written 5,000 years ago, or first spoken 5,000 years ago, we have to consider the game of telephone. It's possible that not Parashara, but some of his students who carried his mantras and his words might have played a little game of telephone and made a mistake here. So, all in all, it still rules the sixth house. So, it does give trouble, but it's trouble that the person is responsible for themselves. Venus ruling the first and sixth house show that this person is really their own worst enemy or best friend for pointing out needed areas of improvement. A good Venus will know how to improve itself and to do the annoying things that's got to do to make life better. And they might even have a Venus that gets with a partner who encourages them to, be hard with me. If I'm not exercising, Taurus rising will do this with their partners. They'll say to their partner, you got to be hard with me. I need to be pushed to do my best. Monica, you're a sweetheart. Thank you so much for everything you do for me. And you do a lot for me. I got to get together with you, Monica, and we'll do the thing. We've got so much that we can do together. Now, Venus, Taurus will often get their partner to help them improve in the things that they need to improve. Push me. I need it, right? Now, as the rising sign lord, Venus is responsible for finding the native's niche in life. But the 6th house lordship throws some obstacles, delays, or struggles into the path. The 6th house being an upachaya, which is a house that constantly improves over time. And it's linked to the Lagna, the rising sign, shows that there will be gradual improvement in one's life. Beautiful. That totally makes sense to me. So Taurus rising's life actually does get better over time as they learn what is a good thing and not a good thing to invest my time and my life force into. So since Venus is a natural benefic, Venus gives fulfillment and pleasures to those areas it influences after the native has done the work to earn it. God bless Ernst. Ernst doesn't mince words, and he wouldn't put that positive spin on things if just to give people hope. Don't worry, Tauruses, your Venus is okay. He wouldn't do that if it didn't have some kind of logical, rational reason and scientific mind behind it. So Ernst giving Venus this reminder, we get a reminder from Ernst here that Venus is a benefic. It's still the rising sign lord, which means it's one of the five trines, which means it has auspiciousness to it. And it will, especially as a benefic, wherever it's placed. If Venus is in the 12th house, if Venus is in the 8th house, if Venus is in the 4th house, Venus will, as a benefic, find ways to work comfortably in its little niche and do what it has to do to work hard for the benefits that it could gain as the 1st house lord, the abundance that it could gain. And of course, that is supported the better the position is of Venus, and resistant the worse the position of Venus is. But Venus is still a benefic, still the chart ruler, and will always bring some auspicious connotations to it, somewhere along the line. And so it's good for Taurus to be happy and comfortable with itself and find what works for it and follow that path. It can mitigate a lot of the damage that can be seen in a chart, because that's the nature and power of the 1st house lord. It's our will. It's our body. What are we going to do with it? Oh, wonderful. Now we have one more left here, folks. This will be our last planet for Taurus rising. Now, I'm Dustin Cormier. I better say this before, I like to just throw this stuff in here. You can, if you're watching this and you're enjoying it, you can send me a little donation through my PayPal. And as well, you can join my memberships, or eventually we're going to do members-only videos. And as well, you can subscribe to my email list where you can check out some of the books that I'm going to have coming along pretty soon. That was Venus for Taurus rising. Of course, it's an important planet. I'm feeling good, actually. Once I get into a groove, I've got energy right now, and I'm happy about that. But let's do one more bathroom break. And then when we come back, we're going to finish Taurus rising. This will be the end of my rising sign series. I just did it all random, and Taurus ended up being the last one. So next up, we're going to talk about Saturn for a Taurus rising. I got enough water. Hang out for a sec, folks. We're going to do a number 1 bathroom break, and then we're going to finish this video with Saturn. See you guys in just a sec. So nice to see you all. It's nice to see we have plenty of people who have been hanging out with us this whole time. These are long videos, so bless you folks for being dedicated and hanging out with me for this long. I'm going to go for a nice swim after this. I've been talking about Taurus rising, Venus, the water, the purifying, the releasing. I think a nice swim will be a way to commemorate the finishing of our live stream today. Well, I got enough sauce for exactly one more sign, but I'm revved up and I'm here with yous. I'm ready to fly. All right, breaker, marker, and roll film. We are now discussing the final planet in our video series, our video today, of Taurus rising. And this is the long-awaited, one and only redeemer of the Taurus rising. That is the one and only Saturn. Mahashani, the great one, Saturn, the black crow. And it's funny in this case, you know, I just did the same poem for Venus, but this is the poem that I use that for me really describes the nature of what Saturn is all about. To become fully present with body, breath, emotions, intellect, and spirit. If you can practice purging and purifying the nadis with kriyas, you can be present for anything. Like a happy, lustful, lubricated woman for whom the dark, heavy Shiva lingam and the catatonic pressures of material living that assail the delicate ego are not a punishing stick, but a vessel of communion with the divine will. Hail the black crow, whose cleverness tricks the world into feeding its soul. A lot of that poem is based on Vata. It's based on the air element. It's based on Saturn. And it's based on tuning into the Indriyas through the nervous system. Becoming somebody who is aware of how to use your spirit, your dharma, your truth of who you are, and whatever it is that you live for. In the case of Taurus, there's this dharma element to it. But Saturn overall is how we use and focus on our bodily energies to get through the obstructions, to get through difficulties. And one of the best ways to do it is yoga. Moving prana from the root all the way to the crown of the head and then back down. Focusing on this movement of prana through your body. When the prana moves through any chakra, has any obstructions, or if you have any planets that have difficulties, focus on the chakra associated with it. There's many ways to associate the chakras to the planets and signs. So that's why breathing through the spine will always remediate any astrological karma, as well as focusing on self-realization. And as well, the nature of the world, the nature of your body, the nature of the human psyche. And this is the black crow, Saturn. The world has a way of doing what the world does. And the human soul, at some level, we want to have, when you're coming from the sun, the world's got to get used to me. The world's got to go by my kingdom. I'm the one creating this kingdom here. But Saturn has to come along and say, guess what, my friend? I'm sorry to tell you this, but your kingdom also has to pay attention to the world. Your kingdom of your soul has to learn to integrate itself with 666, material, karma, reality. And Saturn, using yoga, connecting breath, body, mind, emotions into the spirit of what you're trying to do, and slowly, painstakingly focusing 1 minute at a time, 1 moment at a time on whatever it is that you're doing. That kind of focus. It takes discipline, it takes responsibility, and it takes paying attention to whatever in your life that might be falling apart. Taurus rising has Saturn ruling the 9th and 10th house. So part of what Taurus does as the banker, part of its role that it plays with Capricorn on the 9th house, is Capricorn is really a self-progression. It's what am I doing that I need to let go of, that I need to relieve in order to get along with how the world operates, how my lovers operate, how the people around me operates, how the cosmos operates. So Saturn is the wax stick, that seems like a punishment stick. But if you understand Saturn properly, it can be something that a wave that you ride, something that you come into flow with and learn to accept and even trick the world into supporting your soul. Saturn ruling the 9th house indicates that the whole theme of getting over psychological obstructions, helping others get through psychological obstructions, progressing things, improving things. Taurus is really someone who understands something that operates in the world, knows that they have a role that they can instill in themselves to be there to improve that thing. This can be for businesses. Taurus does very well being somebody who understands through the 9th house how a business operates, what it's doing, what it's for. And, depending on, everybody can have a different take on what a business is. You've got a business, like what's that show with Fox Den? You get a bunch of rich people, Lion's Den, something like that. All these rich investors are sitting in a half circle. And then these people come in and they say, here's this wonderful idea. I've got this new thing that can fix a hole in drywall. You don't need to use drywall compound, any of that stuff. You just slap this thing on it and it fixes it. Super easy. It's super cheap, and this is like Taurus rising represents one of those people who has money typically and who is seeing someone whose presentation, whose ideas, the way they present things, all comes together as a good business idea overall that can make money, that can be successful, and can actually help the world. Taurus rising can be an inventor, someone who invents something, a brilliant idea that the world needs. And that's the all hail the black crow whose cleverness tricks the world into feeding its soul. Find something the world needs and involve yourself as a curator of it, as someone who helps to improve that thing or moves towards, improvement in general is Capricorn ruling the 9th house. But this improvement idea, being pulled into improving yourself, is something that Taurus finds through the role it plays through the 9th house and through the action it does through the 10th house, the karma that it does through the 10th house. So Taurus rising finds itself getting, especially if Saturn is significantly placed, if it's Saturn not Makaraka, or if you've got the south or north node in Capricorn or Aquarius, Taurus can find themselves involved in some kind of improvement that's happening in the world that they are helping to birth, that they are holding post and helping to curate. And this could mean like a guruship energy. They find somebody who believes in the natural understanding and intelligence and consciousness that the Taurus rising has. They find a person who has experience in that realm And the Taurus then spends a lot of action dealing with that guru figure to improve the action, improve the business. You know, Taurus often will work under a person, a boss, an executive, and be their underling, learn how the company works through the 9th house guru energy, and then that eventually becomes their Aquarian 10th house energy, where they now have responsibilities for the skills that they've learned so that they can continue this thing for the guru 9th house person that they've come under the wing of. And Saturn does well to do this in a way that is a good deal. For Taurus rising, Saturn is exalted in the 6th house of Libra. It's debilitated in the sign of Aries in the 12th house. So Saturn does well to think for itself, what's a good deal for the amount of energy that I'm putting into something? Who's a good guru for me who will improve me for the sake of improving myself? So Venus and Saturn really have to work together for a Taurus rising. It's, you know, Saturn will save a Taurus rising if they don't have a good Venus. But a good Venus gives Taurus rising the sense that I like improving myself and I want help with somebody to do it. And it's part of my dharma to improve myself and another person. Taurus rising can be a great yogi because they're using the dharma of the guru. The guru has this wisdom, or the teacher, the business executive. They have this knowledge and the skill that they want to share with somebody, but I don't know, no one else wants to really receive it. But then you have the Taurus rising comes in, who sees the knowledge, skill, money, power, and says, I want to improve myself through a relationship with you. And it's improving myself through the 6th house. You need to have a good 6th house, really, for Saturn to be pulled into that 6th house. Saturn should be close to the 6th house, ideally. When Saturn gets over to the 12th house, there's an egotism of Saturn feeling like it's never enough. And there's an emotional, you know, when Saturn's close to the 1st house, there's emotional victimization. There's the feeling like, you know, there's an egotism that causes the Taurus rising to feel frustrated by being under someone's thumb, by working with a guru. And it causes them great pain to feel like they're failing. They have to transform. Every time they fail, they feel like, you know, they waste a lot of time basically feeling failure. When Saturn is not well placed for a Taurus rising, they align themselves with someone who improves them, a guru. They have to put a lot of action into it. But if Saturn's not well aligned, if it's close to Aries, if it's close to the 1st house, if it's got malefic aspects, especially from enemies, if it doesn't have good Shadbala, then this Saturn is going to feel an excessive amount of hopelessness, of frustration towards what it's doing, of feeling like my energy is a void. I'm wasting my time and energy because the Saturn is not well placed. This is the feeling that Saturn gets for everybody because Saturn is the black crow. You know those crow, I just mentioned this in the Venus part of the video. A crow goes and gets a walnut and he's trying to open this walnut and he's smashing his face into it. He's like, ow, my beak, man, this sucks. Then he notices that crows are smart. They observe how the world is working. So crows will throw the walnut onto the road. A car will run it over, and then they'll run up and they'll eat all the good stuff inside the walnut, look for cars, yum, 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 and then they'll dip. Smarter, not harder. Taurus rising needs to do this in general for itself, but through this Saturn element, it needs to understand how the world works and kind of get over it. And in the same way, they also need to work out how their own psychology works and get over it. Because they have a psychology, and the human psyche has a pace. It has a way of being. And Nirvana, Taurus's inner Nirvana, which is always perfect and the same, is always going to be disappointed by the spinning of Maya, which is always changing outside. Taurus is fixed earth. this perfect diamond of centeredness and nirvana that they would hope that would stay there forever. But unfortunately, the world doesn't work that way. The world is ecstatic, plasmatic, expanding, contracting, changing, has no pattern, and it has patterns actually, but those patterns are probably not what the soul might be inclined to understand until it develops self-realization and wisdom, time, effort, and experience through Saturn. Saturn, ill-placed, is just going to have a hard time digesting, taking the time, doing what it needs to get over things. Because this is how Saturn works, you see. We have childhood traumas, we have resistance to how the world operates. Things happen that cause us to have difficulty. Our brain can't handle certain things that happen when we're young. And what happens is we put that in a treasure chest, we tie it up, we throw it into the ocean, and we say, I'll deal with that when I've got time, when I can deal. Because this is how humans are. From our earliest origins, we came out of the desert, and there was tigers, lions and tigers and bears, oh my. We had to run from the tigers, find our little citadel, have our berries, have our food, and just watch for barbarians and all the bad things. And this has caused humans to have this ancestral anxiety about needing to have everything met and secure. And somebody with a bad Saturn is going to feel this ancestral energy coming through them, and they're not going to deal with it. It's going to take a lot of time and random access memory in their brains, to work out the things that they need to do to be secure and happy and stable. It's going to frustrate them, and they won't be able to show up for the guru as much. They won't be able to show up for powerful people who are there to bring them out of the lower levels. I mentioned that Taurus's life is like this mountain. You got to eat all the little Skittles of goodness, and then at level 1, there's a little tiny bowl of Skittles. It's like, I can have some of these, yum, 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 yum. And then it goes to the level 2. It's got to take the energy from level 1, revitalize yourself, and climb your way to level 2. Now level 2 has a little bit more, yum, 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 yum. Because Taurus's life does improve over time. Not only because the lord of the chart, Venus, also rules the 6th house, which is an upachaya. So Taurus Rising's main planet, Venus, finds things get easier over time. But Saturn is also the planet of time. So it does get easier for a Taurus Rising. Saturn matures at 36 especially. Taurus Rising should have a much easier time and be in a much better place by the time they're at 36 years old. Time is necessary for Taurus to fully take advantage of this Saturn factor, because when Saturn is ill-placed in the chart, they are always running through this ancestral program that I don't have enough. And one of the reasons is because they probably, if you don't have a good Saturn, your parents didn't teach you from the beginning the slow, meticulous, patient, calm way of telling you, now, Tommy, you have to remember when you're in the restaurant, you can't walk around and put your hand in somebody else's spaghetti. And you will be disciplined. I'm going to take you out of this restaurant. I'm going to put you in the car, and we're not going to go to Chuck E. Cheese. You're not going to get your favorite toy. I still love you. But these things are good for us to learn that we have limits that are natural to us. And to have parents who would push you to, let's go, come on, Tommy, we got to go and cut firewood. We don't want to be cold in the house. Mom and Dad got to stay warm, and the baby's got to stay warm. So let's go and cut some wood. And the kid's like, okay, this sounds like fun. I got to do this important thing to survive. Excellent. That's like a good Saturn. You're going to get a good deal out of this, and it's going to be fun. You're going to do it with Dad or with Mom, and this thing is going to move through for you. Someone who has a good Saturn has been supported to understand, like a dog drinking water. It's just unconscious. Like, oh yeah, if I drink, I could just lay around here. But if I take 2 seconds, I'm going to drink the water. My life's going to be much better. 1 ounce of effort, 5 ounces of goodness. Yeah, that's a great deal. A good deal. Saturn exalted in Libra. What's a good deal for my time? And you have to learn to anticipate the problems in your life. Someone who has a good Saturn has been pushed to do this. Someone with a bad Saturn has not been encouraged to look with these things. So especially with Saturn in the 12th house, Saturn, this is what I mean to say. For a Taurus rising, Saturn is debilitated in Taurus's 12th house. What that means is that there will be a victim complex. They will feel like they're fucking up. There will be this whole wasted psychic dimension of victimization, of it's my fault that things aren't working, it's my fault that I failed and I always fail, and they run it through their head. It's a thing that Saturn does when it's in Aries, but especially in the 12th house. 12th house is a tough place for Saturn, especially when it's debilitated there. That could be one of the worst placements of Saturn by sign and house for Taurus. Taurus rising has that. Another bad one is Gemini, for whom Aries is in the 11th house. But Taurus, Aries is in the 12th house. So if your Saturn is in Aries, you got to deal with Saturn. You got to find peace, start dealing with the problems in your life, etc. But for all Taurus risings, you'll find your Saturn is not operating well when you get clouded by victimization complexes. When you start to feel like it's because my parents never pushed me to improve myself. Or it's this psychological, I feel guilty, and you get frozen and you have to dissociate. Taurus rising with a bad Saturn freezes instead of acting and moving and talking. That Saturn is exalted in the 6th house. Taurus rising should try to just breathe, use whatever you can to breathe. 6th house stuff, use a routine. You're here in this moment. Breathe. Remember what time it is. You're not done working yet. Talk to the people around you. You're okay. You have to use the 6th house to be here in the present moment and use your resources to pull you out of whatever internal victimized complex that you're feeling, where Saturn can drift into. And the closer Saturn is to Aries, the more you'll drift into this dissociating quality that'll make you freeze, and that'll stop you from doing the action that's going to help you progress and impress the guru and make people realize that you can be relied upon to hold a responsible job, which will help you progress in your life. Saturn needs that 6th house energy to just manage your tension, manage the nervous tension in your body, your mind, and your emotions and your energy by being with a guru, a business executive who's done it before, somebody who's mastered the game that you're in, and they say, yeah, man, the pressure comes, just hold, breathe, do some breath exercises, stretch a little bit, have some water, go for a little walk, and then come back, and then we can keep on going. You got to learn how to deal with your neurological tension and consider it a joy and an important thing to do so. You have to have the instinct to do that, to take care of your neurological tension. If you've got a bad Saturn, you're just going to say, no, I'm going to take on the neurological tension. I'm going to keep working for the guru, keep working for the boss because I deserve it. I'm not good without this person, and I'm going to put in a lot of action. And your Saturn, if it's close to the 12th house, you'll say, fuck me anyway. It's close to Aries. My life sucks. I deserve to suffer. But then you'll go and suffer, and you will be there, and you'll be there for the job, and you will progress, and you will improve. There's 3 layers of Saturn for Taurus rising. There's freezing and not doing anything. There's moving through the guilt and victimization complex, but still acting. And then there's not taking it personally and acting. And that's the best one. When you have a good Saturn, you're going to have pressure from other people to do your best. And you're going to work well with that with your other employees. And you're going to do what all the team needs in order to improve the guy on the top who's the one making the money, who's the one paying our taxes, who's the one giving us an income and a paycheck. You're going to impress him to the point where you climb up the ladder because you care about this thing, this company, this job, this livelihood that you've taken on. Saturn in the 12th is more concerned with just getting away from pain. So it's not that you want to get away from difficulty. It's that you have to breathe and be excited to improve yourself. And Saturn will teach you to do this, especially if you have a good Saturn. Taurus can become immaculate improvers of a business, of themselves, of a relationship. Saturn, as the ninth lord, you'll find that a Taurus rising does well with a partner who pushes them to improve themselves, to have that good strength of mind, to have a good regimen, to work with people who force them to improve them. The lover, the boss, all these people who can act as people above the Taurus, they don't care about the ego factor of that, because they know that by working and improving themselves, they get to be that person who then shares the abundance of their energy to others. And you got to kind of just get over it. You got to get over the fact that you've been born on this planet on the bottom and that you have to squid work your way to the top. And if you have a good Venus and a good Saturn, you're going to enjoy it along the way anyway. People are going to love how you climb that ladder with integrity. And as you climb that ladder with integrity, you're climbing your own inner ladder, defeating your own limiting capacities. And having a guru and having a career, having meaningful activity in the public, in the world, is one of the anchors that pulls Taurus out of its earthly pacification and, sensuality that's good but can be deleterious. Saturn is the thing that says we have to, there's something more that can come from me narrowing all the things that I enjoy doing and bringing it down to what's most effective for me. And also what's going to make the people around me happier. That's another thing for Taurus rising. Through Saturn, it will go to a guru. It'll improve itself through people higher than the Taurus in order to make everyone's lives easier. It's like there's gold up on the mountain, and you have to follow this guy, this person, this woman, whatever, this guru figure who knows their way up the mountain through the treacherousness and all this difficulty. But you get the gold, and the whole time you're thinking, I'm going to be bringing this gold down to the people that I love. Because that's like Libra. Saturn's exalted in Libra. It does well when it's joyfully improving itself through the help of some guru figure or company, ladder, whatever, not for its own selfish gain, but not even for its own selfish gain. It's doing it for its own self-improvement, because not only its own self-improvement, but to share the abundance of its improvement with people. A Taurus rising needs to feel like its improvement is being received by people. To break this down, if you've got a good Saturn, you've got a good lover, a good partner, a partner who you're dharmic with. The two of you trying to build a life together for the future. And you say to your partner, honey, there's a part of my job here that I could go to. It's going to take a little bit more time. It's going to be tough for me. We might have some times where I'm going through some tough times and, I might need your support, because I have to learn a lot. And I might not be able to focus on us enjoying our lives as much as we typically would. But if I do this could make us more money. It could actually free up my schedule. It'll make our lives a lot better. It'll improve us. And your lover would say, this is amazing. Yeah, of course. I will support you for that. And when you come home, I know that you're going to be tired from that job and you've got to develop this thing. You might have to do it for 15 years in the hard way, but after that, you're going to have a good pension or whatever. You're going to have good things to show at the end of it. Your life's going to get easier eventually. I'll support you through that. When you come home, I'll rub your feet. I'll make dinner once in a while. I'll do that because you're improving my life. So the Taurus rising is now excited that this connection of a guru that's pulling them to some higher improvement is also, they can share it and improve the immediate living of themselves and the people around them. That's Saturn operating through the 6th house of Libra. When Saturn is operating through the 12th house of Aries, just basically, I need to do this because I'm a piece of shit. I've always known I'm a piece of shit. I'm probably always going to be a piece of shit. So I need to have somebody who can force me to not be a piece of shit. And it's going to be painful for everybody, but at least it'll make me not want to kill myself. You know, that Saturn, when it's closer to the 12th house, just needs some kind of action guru that it surrenders itself to, and that's what holds its whole life together. And it doesn't even fully enjoy it, but it's like, I deserve this. And it's the 12th house suffering in silence in an isolated way where nobody's enjoying this improvement really. But it'll still progress you in a necessary way. If you've got a nasty Saturn in this way, if it's got aspects to the sun or any of its enemies, malefics, bad Shambhala, whatever, you're still going to do what you got to do to improve. It's going to be painful. It's going to suck. But Saturn is still a divine planet. And whatever it's doing in your chart, it's doing in order for you can narrow the scope of what you could be down to what you truly are and what ultimately works for you. And you can always use remedies to bring yourself the best that you can out of this Saturn activity that's moving through your chart. You can talk to an astrologer, talk to a therapist. There's always good things to gain from every planet because all the planets are divine. So let's dig through what Ryan and Ernst have to say about Saturn. I'm sure there's a lot. As usual, I take my own time moving through things, but it's good to hear what my teachers have said. Now we are looking at Saturn for Taurus Rising. Now, for Taurus Rising, Saturn and the Sun are considered the auspicious planets by Parashara. Saturn is a Yoga Karaka, it rules the 9th and 10th houses. The 9th is the most auspicious house. That's why one thing about Taurus Rising that's beautiful about them, the 9th is the luck and auspiciousness, and there's a dharma. There's an inner desire to just like, I can work, I am valuable. They kind of know intrinsically that they're of the earth, and then they can work and do something to provide some kind of contribution that's valuable. And the 9th Lord also rules the 10th house, which means this feeling pushes them through the 10th house. The 10th house is the karma house. We can, no matter what state your Saturn is in, no matter what state your self-esteem is in, Taurus, one thing it can always do to bring itself back into equilibrium is just work hard. Work hard in some opportunity that life gives you, where you hold a role and you just work really hard at that thing. The harder you work, you shed your ego, you shed your skin, you shed the pain, even if your Saturn's really bad. Even if lots of things are going bad in your chart. Karma is the way to purify your energy field. And this can recombobulate and readjust what you're doing in your life. Devotion, bhakti, and karma, yoga. Meaning trusting and having faith that if I just work hard, things will get better. For a Taurus rising, that is the case. It's true for everybody because that's how Saturn is, but Saturn rules the 9th lucky house and the 10th house of action. There's going to be opportunities for you to do something where you can just work hard and show up and do this thing, and your life will improve. It's one thing Taurus has at its back pocket. Not everybody has Saturn in this way. Everybody's 9th lord is this. But Saturn is this back pocket thing. It's simple. You don't need RAM. You don't need to be in a good relationship. You can have your whole life falling apart. But if you just find one simple task that contributes to society, Capricorn and Aquarius, Saturn, and you do it, you start at the bottom, you contribute, you work hard, you work your way up, you get a little bit more work from this thing, and you slowly will at least get to a place where you can go to the next plateau. This is the blessing of Saturn for Taurus, is that they have that bottom line safety net usually. Saturn will obviously, Saturn will obviously be a wonderful planet here. Saturn is a Raj-producing planet. Raj meaning royal. So that's the king. It's kingly. It's noble. Saturn rules the 9th. It's the best house. It's the trine. It's the highest trine, the most auspiciousness. Saturn also rules the 10th house. It's the most powerful of the angle houses. And it's a cruel planet ruling the 10th house, which is auspicious, because Saturn is inclined to go about doing its own movement, motivation, and work. Having a malefic like Saturn ruling the 10th house means it's tough, it's discerning about the opportunities that come into it for work and action through the 10th house. You don't want a benefic ruling an angle, because the angles bring opportunity. It's like I've been saying for all these other ones, if you have a bouncer and the bouncer's a softie, they're going to let in the wrong people and they're going to stop the right people. You want something like Saturn, a malefic, ruling an angle. And in this case, we have that. The activity of Taurus Ascendant is driven with a natural feeling of blissful comfort. That's why bringing these two together creates Raj Yoga for Taurus Ascendant. It's the 9th house and the 10th house. Saturn gives honest power, status, position, and skill through hard work. That people can say that no matter what you can say about Taurus, you might not like them, they might have a weird Venus or Mercury or personality, whatever, but they got to where they got to through honest power, status, position, and skill through hard work. This is how Taurus Ascendant really rises to success. Not by getting someone to sign a piece of paper saying they've completed a course, but by doing the hard work to become an authority. Not to be elected or delegated by jumping through some 11th house hoops. That's one of the problems with Taurus, is that it wants to just use someone else's influence. You know, you got to be careful you don't mistake a real Saturnian guru for a hopeful Jupiter pipe dream, which can happen for Taurus. Eventually, the right leader, the right guide for a Taurus rising is going to be someone who teaches them to work hard for something that they want to feel deserving of. But the 11th house nature in Taurus is like, what steps can I skip? Which sometimes can work to your advantage if you've got a good Jupiter. There's nothing wrong with not doing work that you don't need to do. You want to do the right work smarter, not harder. The 10th house is about activity that inherently proves something valuable through doing Saturn's hard 10th house work. Taurus people take a while to get anywhere, as Saturn takes a while, but it does well ruling the 9th and 10th. So that's two significations of Taurus rising to having they're late bloomers, but they're sure bloomers in some ways because of the nature of this Saturn, which just is constantly working towards something through Aquarius, a fixed sign in the 10th house. It has this idea that it knows this field, it's building on this thing, and someday what I've been building on will bring me advantage if I can take the time to just work hard at it. Taurus risings will usually do that. Oftentimes it could just be something as simple as a TFSA. You know, in Canada we have a tax-free savings account. You put in 15% of your income, you pay yourself first off the top, and you put that money into investments that are in a well-diversified stock portfolio, and you've been working at McDonald's and another job, you work 3 jobs and it's draining to you, but you take 15% off the top of every paycheck. You don't put yourself in debt with credit cards, ideally. You put it into an account, and it slowly, over time, flowers when you're like 36, 37, 38, and older. Now, let's see what Ernst Wilhelm has to say. Now, this little reading comes from the PDFs that are available on Kala software, which Ernst Wilhelm has so lovingly given away for free for all of us. We read that Saturn is the 9th and 10th lord. Saturn is the horns of the bull. Saturn is the 9th and 10th lord is Taurus's ability to do what must be done. As the 9th lord and an angle lord, Saturn becomes a great temporal benefic and a yoga karaka that gives the native direction, purpose, and fortune in their career and activities, as well as people that can help them pull into the types of activities that would drag them further upward their own success ladder. Now, as a natural malefic, Saturn delays career success, which grows better as one ages, as well as causing separation from those areas it influences due to one's beliefs, 9th house, or career objectives, 10th house. So Taurus really has an idea of what they want to do to contribute to the world and how it wants to look, what skills they want to apply themselves to in their ultimate ideal dream job. Every Taurus has a dream job. And their dream job, it's going to take a while for time to carve what might be an unrealistic dream job into a manifest reality that fits and adapts well enough for you to get that dream job, or at least make it work. In either case, Saturn is a planet of dharma, who very much believes in simply doing those right few things, yama, niyama, the 10 Commandments, etc. Saturn is the real purifier of the energy field of Taurus rising. And yamas and niyamas, cleanliness, honesty, svadhyaya, self-awareness, tapasya, discipline, ishvara pranidhana, non-harming, non-stealing. Those are the 5 yamas and niyamas. The 10 Commandments was a reference to the Christian epithet of the ideal rules and guidelines that are good, of doing good things. Taurus believes in simply doing those things, and when it has a good Saturn, it follows those things. People see it, that they're just doing the right thing just because. And that's a slow way of moving to the top. But after time, the universe, the cosmos says, yes, you've been doing the right thing slowly, patiently, and now you're really cresting on a wave that is almost hard for you to fall from because you've been building it for so long. You know, father energy, again, because Aquarius always relates to this, and Saturn relates to it. What happened with your father and mother in your childhood will be a part of how well you can deal with this guru energy of being a servant to somebody else, being beneath someone who's higher and working there until you can eventually be someone higher who's working with people beneath you. The humbleness required there. All of this stuff really comes from the best in Saturn. And anybody can invoke the best in Saturn by thinking of Saturn in Libra. Not being victimized by Aries, by myself, but taking my energy and serving and contributing to people and feeling good through the service and work that I do for others. Improving for that reason. That will pull Taurus up to success without fail. There's a lot there. If whatever you got going on in your own chart, you can check out my website, dustincormier.com, and you can see me on there. I've got a place where you can contact me for an astrology reading. As well, you can subscribe and check out some of the books that I got coming along. And yeah, I think we're done here, folks. This has been Dustin Cormier. You can check out the PayPal link and feel free to donate if you should feel so inclined. I love doing this work, so, go by feel. And as well, I've also got memberships going on. So feel free to be a part of our membership. It's $3 just to support me for now. You get some emojis as well as badges. And in time, we're going to have higher layer memberships where members only get to have cold readings. I'm always going to do some occasional cold readings for everybody, but I digress. This has been Taurus Rising. Wah! Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. I'm pooch now. I need to go eat some food. But this has been a lovely time with you folks. Thank you so much for watching. I had some people watching live. If you've been watching at home and made it to the end of this, I hope that you enjoyed this. Let me know in the comments if you got something out of this. And feel free to shoot me an email if you have any further questions, inquiries. And keep watching my channel. And especially subscribe if you can on my website. because there's more to come in the way of tropical Vedic astrology and in the way of Dustin Cormier. Thanks for watching, everybody. Nice seeing you, Silber. We had Silber in here. Monica was hanging for a long time. Robbie Chowdhury, Christopher Wakefield, Maria Antonia Alvarez. We had some people early like Dana, Gal. Oh, and Bi Capricorn. What a sweetheart. Bi Capricorn did a lot for me today on the show. It's always nice to see all of you. Ayush Kansai? Or is that an L? Ayush Kansal. Very nice to see you here as well. Take care, folks. Let's go eat. And good luck